Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は386日目です。It's day 386. I was on the HanziHero page just a moment ago. Alright, so we got two like low-key days, right? Once we complete these are our current 71 that we are working on. Plus K9, I think it's 70 like plus K9. And then tomorrow will be another day, so we got two things to do further in the evening. Perfect, like ideal coincidental timing. Let's get into it. This shouldn't take more than 15 minutes. There's K9. That was the Wednesday lesson edition of a radical. He's done. Misoshiru. Misoshiru. Itorigurashi. HanziHero. HanziHero. Itai. Iden. Osoi. Zikoshokai. Isitsu. Mai. Kabuki. 対抗する。Oops. My T didn't work there. 紹介する。Oops. Shirumono. Butai. Amazu. 油絵舞う紹介状給油所酔っ払いぶと払い甘党船酔い鍋試験地獄甘い盛り上げる盛り上がる温床
二日酔い
廃止甘く見るI don't know how to express this, like to not take it seriously. Okay, to take less seriously. I mean, that's fine. Same difference.
恥ずかしがる
恥ずかしがる
廃れる
漬物破れるGet off. Oh, to get torn. Fair enough. All right. Go over our kanji on our day 3. Okay. All right. Our reads and our definitions. Show, shine, yo, fishing, punish, or recruit. Chu, tenacious, Ryu, Rui, base, hole, crumble, Moldo, return, hole, confront, resist, Kinyu, silk, June, in season, one, golf, done, bullet, cho, listen, Seki, trace, pen, dispatch, oh, fight, Jean, army camp, Ko, fragrance, Rin, look at, Saku, whittle down, Ke, pledge, E, favor, K, yeah, K, display, Soul, aim, Soul, burial, meat, eyebrows. All right. Oh, that's a wrap for our WaniKani session today. Usually looks like day 3, 4, and 5 sometimes, right? This is a little uncharacteristic, but usually day 3 has like something else on top of it. It's a good day. Any day that deals with the current level only tends to be less than 15 minutes, and they're usually the fastest outside of one other possible day, which is when it lands on a day with basically 0 reviews. That doesn't happen as much because of the way things are staggered. So we're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, banter, exchange ideas, try to keep each other motivated, right? Exercise that critical thinking and problem solving skills. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Short day, so we're gonna switch right on over to our Bunpro session. Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は、26日目です。It is day 26. We are in our honeymoon period of Bunpro. The honeymoon period is our practice, I guess our grammar practice period. So 25 days was 25 days times 5. There were roughly, right, let's go look at this. There was roughly 127 grammar points, so we did 7 yesterday as opposed to 5. That gives us a total of 127. This is intentional. So for the next 5 days, including today, I don't know how many days are in January actually. 31 days. So we got 6 days in January. Thanks, James. So as planned, N5 ended yesterday at 25, which is 5 times 25 is 125 plus the 2 additional yesterday. And now we're entering our honeymoon period. February, we have a lot of things going on. February is an important month every year now, it seems. So what we're going to do is we're entering the practice sessions. So there will be no new grammar lessons. N4 starts on March, in the 1st of March. From now until March, we have We're going to try to entertain some ideas, look around in Bunpro, use the beta stuff and features, ways that we can interact with our N5 grammar. And there are various ways we can interact with our N5 grammar. So for the time being, right, the reason why I've broken this up is that where we can interact with our N5 grammar is through our vocabulary reviews. And that might sound a little weird, but it's our vocab reviews of WaniKani reviews, right? Mostly. There's like approximately a 90% overlap at the moment, and there are also probably more than 90% overlap with our duo reviews, right? These are stacked on top of each other now. Both Duo, WaniKani are stacked on top of vocab reviews. So technically I'm reviewing Duolingo, WaniKani at the same time with the current reviews. And then now we are also reviewing our N5 because these vocabulary words are used in the form of sentences, which is absent in WaniKani. It was present in Duolingo, but Duolingo has a different take on it, right? It was due to implicit learning. This one is as well. So most of these, so these two, Duo and the sentence format, is the way we're going to be engaging in N5. So when we look at the sentence, we look and pay attention to grammar points that we are familiar with, right? And in the meantime, vocabulary will take precisely near to the end of February before the N5 vocabulary completes, which then synchronizes us with the March start of the N4 track. The vocabulary is going to go to March, right, across February. So now to March at 20 each day. Once again, all of these things apply when we're learning or going through our vocabulary. Right now it's sitting at 500, so by the time it reaches the end of January, it would have passed the halfway point. And in February this year, is this a leap year or regular? Okay, it's not a leap year, so there are 28 days in February, plus the remaining 6 days. That gives us 34 days times 20. That's over 600, right? So it would be like 2 or 3 days before the end of February. I think like 2 days before the end of February before we hit all N5. And that will sync us back up to N4. All of this was already looked at and it's very convenient. If it was plus or 1 day, I generally like pushed to complete that, right? We tend to do it in the nearest month because I have monthly projects at every point of the year. So right now, what we're going to do now is whenever we have a grammar opportunity, there are things we want to explore in practice. And that involves like cramming, messing around with cramming, which gives us another opportunity to look at our N5 things, see what that feature, how that feature works. Like if I lift everything from the N5 deck on grammar only, how can we use it, explore the functionalities of that? So these are applications of using our N5 grammar cards. And then there's also the mock exam thing, which will be used near the end of February. So this is the end of February. That's the whole plan. And then we have the Kaiju Gator, which is in beta right now, which will be really fun to see. As well as, what was the other thing? We got reading practices, right? Reading practice features. So we'll apply basically all the practice functionalities to our existing pool of grammar related things. And they'll be splashed in here. Like, we're not being stringent, like, oh, we have to cram every day, what to do, like Kaiju Gator. Today, since it's the first day of the honeymoon period, I'm actually not going to do much today, largely because I do have to cover a fourth thing today and tomorrow. So this is at my leisure, since we have a lot of time. When I enter practice mode, so these are all practice routines, and I've said this before a lot of times. When I'm practicing, it's a bit more passive, right? As alert as I am, I'm more passive when practicing because I'm typically only active with association. So I'm looking at things that are transformative. Like, I'm looking for application when I'm practicing. Application through association. So the way I'm describing using the cramming feature, the mock exams, the Kaiju Gator, the reading practice, those are applications of an existing body of knowledge. So these are no longer considered in the content. I'm learning about the content. So the grammar points are in history now. Even in this way, technically it was in history since Duolingo, because I read Tofugu's site and all that stuff, cross-reference when I was using Duolingo. However, the way Bunpro presents the information was very different. So that was the period of learning involving Bunpro's format on how they word and express the grammar points. So it was an active learning process because the way they word things, the way they present things was foreign to me at the moment, right? At least within the last 5 years of my life. And this now, that part is now passive. So I'm responsible for that information, and the idea is to apply that information as varied as possible. And that's generally a passive thing. So whenever someone describes like migaku and whatnot, I'm basically doing what most people are doing, honestly. The vast majority of people, when they immerse in things, they're actually doing a more passive routine than they are active. They're trying to encourage themselves to be active. So whenever you like pull that one sentence into an Anki card, that's your active nature. When you're actively listening, you pick up something that you want to learn. That is the active process. If most of the things confirm that you already know those things, that's the passive process. It's a reviewing in practice, right? Passive is not negative. So that's probably what I want to emphasize. Passive is not the same as being lazy, like bad lazy. Passive is more to make it a little bit like functional. Passive as appropriateness. So you can be appropriately lazy. What's the appropriately lazy passive response? Practicing something that you already know until it becomes more and more efficient, despite not necessarily learning dramatically, right? When you're becoming more and more efficient, you're actually learning less and less. You're getting better and more efficient at the thing because you're slowly learning things now. Like the degree, the proportionality is not there anymore. The reason why this is a good mindset is because you have to understand that progress is disproportionately less now compared to when you first learn something, right? When you learn a body of thing, you have to be active and you have to make those gains right away. When you start going into practices, when you're trying to practice mastering something, the progress, the feeling of progress actually slows down because the novelty is gone. Now you're working on those efficiency gains, and efficiency gains should not be interpreted, in my opinion, discouraged to be compared to learning. It creates that mentality where oh, I put like hundreds of hours into getting like 5 seconds faster. That is practice. It is the idea that you are working towards that, and those are on different scale. Getting like 5 seconds faster when you're already only spending like 15 seconds to remember something, that is technically relatively a big progress. Like getting that 1 extra second or that half a second, it starts getting smaller. And the reason why I'm mentioning this to myself personally, not to other people, is that the importance is when you want to keep yourself motivated in practicing something you already learned, it is disproportionately more time than when you first learned it. When you first learned it, it feels great. It's that instant gratification, that dopamine hit. You learn something, oh yeah, this is a radical new idea, or that's just all good, right? But when you practice something and it becomes a passive thing, some days you get a little faster, some days you get a little bit slower, but overall you're trying to become more and more efficient on the thing that you're practicing. And practicing means you focus less on learning, you focus more on speeding up the process, and it's the little tweaks then becomes the importance. So that's what we're doing for the next, like, that's the focus. We're trying to find, in my goal, if you're wondering, so then how do I practice? I practice by looking for application. Application is the way that I keep from doing this thing where it creates grinding effect. When you feel like you're grinding for those little gains. And those little gains are hard earned, by the way. They're incredibly hard earned. You should feel good about those little gains because you can only recall things as fast as humanly possible, really, for yourself. So those will stay. But for me, the best for myself is to engage and apply it in any way. I don't care if it's like, here's a hot take. I don't care if it's natural, native, abstract. I don't care if you think you're too good for it or not too good for it, or it's cringy or it's silly or it's too hard or it's too easy. When you're applying a knowledge that you have already existent, whether it's too hard and you're going to fail when you apply that knowledge, you're still using that knowledge in a new context. And that can end up being an active process. A lot of times what people do is they want to take their existing knowledge and then plow forward by using that existing knowledge to lead to new knowledge. So yes, you can do that. I usually take a breather. WaniKani is kind of pushing it, but SRS tend to help you with this. Why does SRS somewhat work? And the worst part that people dislike a lot of times is the review process. It does have a built-in practice. This part should be tedious. I understand when someone says like, oh wait, I don't understand why I find this tedious. Like, what do you mean by why you find this tedious? Like, what I mean is, it's one of those things when someone asks why is review tedious, like why picturing and practicing the exact same thing only to squeeze out a little bit more efficiency over time, like relatively speaking in the head. I'm putting myself in the minds of what I've heard many times over, right? The idea is they're asking, why does it have to be tedious? Why can't I make it not tedious? And my first thought is, why do you think it's not tedious? Like, why do you think your brain, your human emotions, and the human condition not think doing the same thing to make sure you get faster at it without learning anything new or engaging in anything new? You're just replying, why do you think you can prevent it from becoming tedious? The reason why I say this is when someone asks me, so how do you not find reviews tedious? By not doing a tedious thing. I understand that sounds like a hot take and is unexplained, and I'm trying to explain it now. So when I practice with as many applications as I can. So it's not every day that the only thing I'll do is repeating something that I did before. Why does Duolingo get tedious after like 3 minutes after initial exposure of the sentence? Because that sentence stays static. You're trying to get faster by like a hair each time you repeat, and it becomes so ingrained that you're trying to squeeze out the efficiency mechanics at the cost of retaining the information. So that's kind of one of those things. Your human condition is that when you're doing something repeatedly, you're going to refine it to the point to reduce the tedium, right? If you're saying, oh yeah, you know, I'm gonna do my reviews as fast as possible. Yes, because it's tedious. It didn't change. So how do I address this? Well, when I find more application, right? When application goes up as I'm practicing. When I do these reviews here, which I do for Duolingo and WaniKani. Some people say like, wow, you're crazy. You spent 8 hours on Duolingo. It's because I'm not doing the same thing anymore. As time passes, my Duolingo reviews become more extravagant and complex. So no, I do not get faster at my reviews. I get faster at the static part of the review. Like I can still spend 5 seconds guessing the right answer, but I'm not doing just that. I'm doing whatever application I have to associate my review. So when I'm like reading the sentence, I'm not just reading the sentence for the sake of that task of getting the right answer. I'm looking at all the sentences, and now they're different because I can explain the entire sentence as I'm reading the sentence. And the whole goal is to apply as much information as possible during my review process, during my practice process. And when I'm like vegetative and exhausted at night and in the evening, I veg out like everyone else, which is the idea of watching something for a singular purpose, right? When you want to be passive, you can play a video game for the sake of enjoyment. Nothing else. It's not that deep, bro. Situation. That's when you're vegetating. That's when you're trying to like relax and not expend energy. So yes, it's very enjoyable because you're alleviating your like alertness. I do that at the end of my days. The days when I have to be bored, vibe a little, and let my mind wander. I don't let my mind wander too much because I have bouts of mania like that would keep me awake. So I typically stay a little disciplined. However, it's not like this. If I am going to practice something, I must continue to encourage myself to form associations and applications with the existing knowledge. If you think you're getting faster and faster at something, yes, you should if you're doing the same task over and over again. When I get faster at a singular task, I add more to it because I told myself I was going to spend a certain amount of time, which is roughly like 6 to 8 hours, on actively learning. So how do I take a passive reviewing process and make it active again once it becomes tedious? The moment you think it feels good when you're doing less and less time with a task, that is reaching tedium, as in you no longer learn anything. You're practicing for the sake of being more efficient, and that is necessary. What do you think the purpose, or one of the purpose, at least in my opinion, one of the great purposes of becoming more efficient at doing a singular task again is to do more tasks. So the moment I get faster at doing a task because of like review, I add more to it to fill the time, right? You liberated time. So how are you going to add more? A lot of other people, what they would do would be they would go and read a manga actively. They would go and watch anime more actively. For myself, I like to do all the above. So whenever I'm doing my reviews, I'm still thinking about the manga that I recently read. I or the news article or the YouTube short. Hello there, Bree. Good evening, good evening. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing, Bree? How have you been lately? How's work? So that's kind of like a very rudimentary like understanding, like generalization that I'm doing here. In the honeymoon period, the practice period, I've decided that in order for my vocabulary to sync up, I'm going to use my grammar wherever I can find, because that will alleviate, it will help with engagement. And engagement is a separate source of trying to encourage yourself to be active. Finding associations is the root of my practice here. And when I talk about WaniKani and Duolingo, it's not out of regrets, right? Or out of like remorse or all the other things that fuel other people's reasons to remember a detail like, oh, Duolingo sucked. I don't spend time thinking about that. I think that doesn't serve unless you find an application for it. Most people find an application on things that they suck by creating content and yelling and telling other people how much it sucks. That's their application, so they put a lot of effort into it. That's a useful application for them. For myself, I bring up Duolingo and WaniKani and HanziHero like nonstop because all of them are actively in my mind when I'm reviewing. Like when I look at Japanese, I don't simply think about Japanese, I think about Chinese too. Like Hanzi and Kanji are associated. Yes, it does slow me down. That's the whole point. Like when someone says, oh, but if you keep translating in your head in 3 different languages, isn't that exhausting and laborious? And then when you talk, you're going to talk like very slowly. And the answer to that, my response to that is, you're going to talk with adequate training and practice. You can do a lot of things and you will talk fast enough. You will be sufficient at doing things. We're not talking about being the fastest talker in the world. We're talking about being able to do a lot of things at once. So whenever someone asks me like, what does it feel like to, you know, Sorun gong hujiwa dan just talk in English afterwards, right? And just fill in some of the English. Nina gyang get and do some shopping. You can go back and forth because it's kind of the idea. You're trying to parallel process things as you're going. You can intentionally do it without having to feel like, oh, you're just substituting wa for certain things, right? Like it is spotty, it can be spotty, but it's a way to allow you to do more than one thing. You know, on the one hand, 我可以说中文 but 你那么爱讲中文 你会说话 but going 英文 going on and just using English to talk about things is pretty substantial when you try to push the limits of how many things you can talk about at the same time, right? Comprende? Right? Just that's kind of the idea. So that's kind of how I try to map out in what way can I make more of my time. And generally my reviews are not specifically for the task of doing one thing. I know it is very comforting when you get faster and faster. For myself, the moment I get faster is the moment I add more things to it. Because my energy is high. I don't want to end up getting stuck in a routine where I use up most of my energy to repeat things over and over again. I usually use my energy to learn things. And then when I need to practice things, I put it at the end. Practice is when I start putting all the things I learned back together. Doing well. You opened today, so a bit tired, but you did take a short nap when you got home, so that was nice. Very neat, very nice. Over the last week, you've been diving deep. Oh, genealogical. You're going back to your stuff into the Italian side of your family. I'm glad you're having... I was about to ask you, like, are you having time, spare time for the hobbies that you mentioned before, like your French, and you mentioned genealogy a lot. That's cool that you have time for that. That's why you've been MIA. Oh, okay. Well, that's a perfect reason to be MIA, Bree. To me, it means that you had busy doing things that you want to do. You've been hyper focused on it and haven't doing much of anything else. That sounds like a passion to me. Did you discover anything interesting you're willing to share? You finished a family group. You were working on those, so now you're getting back to your usual evening activities, chatting with me. All right, fair enough. I feel privileged. Thank you for stopping by. So was there anything interesting from your Italian side of your family? I was ranting. I was doing the introduction on Bunpro. Okay, and then vocabulary will move forward, right? And we have two. No, we're not gonna go over the grammar points. I think the grammar points will fill themselves out. I was gonna go over what must do, must not do, better do, better not do, and it like, is it okay? So what is that? Taほうがいい, right? Taほうがいい. Nakuほうがいい, and then plus もういい, and the other ones are like はuh-oh, I guess it'll come up. Oh no, I don't. Something like 手は手はいけない, right? And then you combine 泣く ending, verb ending, なくて and then いけない ならない was the more formal written stuff. And then we also had the abbreviation for 手は the きゃ and くちゃ, right? That's the grammar stuff. All right. We got a lot of time liberated, and WaniKani is obviously in its day 3 to 4 3, 4, 5 cycle, which is the fastest cycle. All right, so we only have vocabulary now. So let's look at our 20 vocabulary words. そして okay, そして and then sorry, I keep thinking of, I think it's Mad TV. It's either SNL or Mad TV. Whenever I hear and then, I think about that like character in that programming. She's supposed to be like Asian. She's a token Asian caricature, and all she says is and then, which technically it mirrors what Chinese people. It's funny because it mirrors one of the phrases that my parents, especially Chinese people in the United States, would tend to say whenever they're trying to like show active listening, right? Like it's almost reflexive of like a Japanese person saying so, like so, and then, you know, keep on listening. Like you're trying to, there's a phrase that often is used in order to make sure that the person who's talking to you know that you're still actively listening. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, I see. That's one of the like I almost want to say it's more of an old thing in the United States. It's kind of a non-existent thing when it comes to texting. I do it when I'm doing texting, but it's kind of fading where, like, you know, you could use emotes instead now, like thumbs up, you can thumbs up a comment and whatnot. For me, I type like indeed, oh, I see, that's fair enough, that sounds fairly reasonable, oh, I understand, oh, I can empathize with that, that seems reasonable, fair enough, right, interesting. Those are the words that I would use as my lexicon in English expanded. but when it comes to my parents, they also do this. It's like I don't know how if this is a thing in China, or it's still currently a thing in China. I know in Japanese, maybe within the last 5 or 8 years, when I come across the occasional international and they speak English, they do have these phrases still. So whenever they're listening to a colleague or something, they would say, "Oh, I see. So desu ka?" Right? So desu ka? So for short. So like so over like every 2 or second sentences. It provides like a cadence of knowing that, okay, so that's where that idea ends. You would say, "That's right. Okay, I see." Right? And my parents would say "and then" whenever they like try to continue their idea or like demonstrate that they're still listening. It's like, "Oh, and then what happened? And then what happened?" You know, when someone's trying to speak, it's like, "Oh, okay, so what happened next?" I'm not sure that happens anymore, especially in text form, and I still do it in speech. So that's what, in my opinion, this represents. Not that this is the phrase that Japanese people use. Like, they don't say like "so shite," like "so," you know, "so shite." It's like "so shite." "So shite ka?" Or something like that weird. But and then it would be "and then," as in uptone. So it's like "then what? Then what?" over and over again. These ones are pretty interesting. I like connector words because it almost gives you a lens into what type of cultural background, or maybe like generational period as well, that people are from. Not really, you just really love looking at the actual Italian records. It's so cool seeing the vital records from the early 1800s in Italian. How do you gather, like, how do you gain access to such vital records? Are we talking about like census data? The most interesting thing you found, you guess, was one of the wives of the sons from the family group you were researching was a complete mystery. Interesting. The wives are a mystery on both her marriage and death records. Her parents were listed as unknown. Oh, interesting. And she also had a surname that you don't think is even Italian, but she was supposedly born in Sicily. I see. Huh. Have you came across a disproportionate recording of patriarchal sides versus matriarchal sides? As you specifically mentioned the wives of the sons. I mean, I feel like that would be concordant with how history, how history worked in early times, or earlier times. At least written history. Alright. So shite. Why doesn't this have a recording? Okay. Anyways, next one. 考える. Yeah, 考える. To think. Consider, to think that, to intend to do, to predict. To predict kind of overlaps with certain things. To come up with, consider. This doesn't have a lot of these don't have like separate things. It's usually in a sentence. They would likely to have it in a sentence than alone. To broadly think about something with the intention of finding the best solution or option. Got そして考える me. Oh.
Me.
Hear me out. I have a transformative event. Whenever someone says this is meh, or like mid, nowadays people use mid instead, but mid and meh are not quite the same. But whenever they say meh, I start to think like C. And you might be thinking, wait, C isn't the same as this. You might think that. But generally speaking, if I'm speaking to someone who's 18 years or younger, and they say C, they really mean see how mid this is. And because meh is like meh, it's an eyeball. For my mnemonic for meh is see. So I chuckle whenever I hear meh when like a Japanese prose runs around meh for I. Obviously it can stand for many other things. There are plenty of other kanji that has meh in it, but this is funny when you hear this
meh
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 meh.
That's what I think of. It just naturally sounds apathetic. All right. Go ahead. Any form of sound, voice, singing. Okay. Yeah. Sa. Okay. Sa. Yeah, an interjection showing encouragement, hesitation, or uncertainty depending on context, because it can be positive, negative, neutral. But sa. And I have no way. Let's see how. Okay, they're using as alright. The most common one is in the beginning. Yeah, sa. Oh man, there's gonna be so many of these for sa. Okay. Oh, they're talking about not I wonder if they have it. It's gonna be interesting to see how many entries they have for elongated vowel sounds, like ah, oh, wa. Yeah, I sorry, like okay, this is like so right, not which is maybe another entry for like kind of this, I guess, like huh, but it's not I don't think you hear more than but it's still huh, but not in a questioning huh, but more like a surprise huh. Anyways, that's funny. These entries are pretty funny. Das. There's a website called Antenati. Oh, that's interesting. That the name, sorry, Antenati. That has a ton of old records for Italy and Sicily. For the area you're researching, they have births from 1820 to 1921, and marriage and deaths from 1820 to 1947. It's all free too, and actually it's shocking to you how well kept the records are oftentimes on birth records. For instance, in the margin, the clerk will go back and put in marriage and death years for that person. This woman struck you because she was the first one that you've researched that had unknown parents. I see. You've also seen in the margin on birth records immigrants or America to show that they left Sicily, or info they moved to a different town or city. Oh, okay. You know, it would be quite a fun activity, maybe down the line, where I could like find public access to like Japanese records and like read genealogy records that are available to the public, obviously, in Japanese. Like I could use what I've learned to look at genealogy records and see how like one reads genealogy records in Japanese and Chinese. That would be kind of a fun activity to think about as an application, like an intersection between the language learning and what you're doing. Or French, right? French records in your case. Das. How many das? They might have some Japanese records on Family Search. It's a free genealogy website. You just have to make an account. Yeah, fair enough. Like my thought is to do it in your target language, to like get a bang for your buck. You know, like read French genealogy records in French as an exercise. To take out, to get out. That's the. To put out, those are the standard ones. To submit, have an example of that. To publish, yep. To send, yes. Not sure about to produce. Oh, that's interesting. There's a sound to start fire. To start fire. Serve food, I remember that. A suffix, yeah, out, and then to begin, to start, to burst into, oh right, yes, like to give off things, like to spark, or things that have to be sent out, like fa, using fa. I think das kind of has the analogous fa moment in Chinese. When things like shine or like give off rays, you fa it, you send it out, which is kind of like das, to take out or get out. So things that burst and start, like a spark, can be sent out, for example, or rays can be sent out. Tsuki, yeah, tsuki. Next. Sekai, world. You can't unhear sekai once you like know what sekai is. Not for correct, not like, well, you can probably hear both. They're related in sound. Correct answer or world, right? I don't know for sure if it's sekai. No, they're both sekai. I was talking about the pitch accent. You hear these words so much in anime, like when you ever hear a monologue, like the moment the kind of like the bad guy, like in a Shonen Jump series or something, like a syndicated Shonen Jump, the moment they start monologuing and standing something, sekai is gonna show up in the dialogue. You know, any fight anime has to do with the world, relative to the world and the universe. You've taught yourself how to read vital records in Italian. Whoa, well, there you go. Couldn't tell you how to pronounce it or how to read anything else, but at least there's that. Yes. I know you don't play video games that much, Bree, but back in the day when I was like around my teen years, you know, my adolescent years, I played Final Fantasy games in Japanese in the probably in a very same way that you're saying you taught yourself how to read records there too. You form associations based on like the context of the vitals, and then without needing to be able to pronounce the words or like write the words even or spell them in a way to output, you can still read them. You can read them for their function. So it's like, oh yeah, you associate this with this because this is where that would be, that situation, and then in this context, and then you have also, you know, other contexts, maybe like numerical numbers, and then repeated words that are associated in various places, that this must have to do with birth, this must have to do with death, that situation. And in video games, yeah, early in the early days before the internet had like auto translation and plugins and whatnot, you learn by juxtaposition, association basically. And I remember playing through like games. The reason why I chose Final Fantasy is there were a lot of games that weren't available in English, or even available literally in the United States. So you would have to play them off the Japanese. And a lot of times people would say, well, if you don't understand language, how can you play the game? Or if you don't understand language, you don't have that deep connection with what it means. Like, well, there are other forms of connection you can make. You can make functional applications of it. Like if you had a task, like if your task is to beat a game, if your task is to find out when and where, you know, someone lived, that functional task creates its own reward. The application creates the reward, despite not like fully executing or being able to output. And I think that's very much related to what we're doing here. Without the functional application or like a goal, I don't mention goal too much because most people will have this on lockdown. Pretty much this is where they start, and oftentimes this is where they end. But goals is not the same as application. Application is all the things that, and it includes all the things that is on the way to the goal. You miss chatting with me? You just sit in silence most nights as your partner isn't very talkative? Oh, okay. Is it because, like, do you try to talk to your partner? It's nice using your brain for a convo with someone. Okay. Well, I mean, you know, whenever you're tired and stuff, you can always chat without using your brain. Have you ever tried to encourage some talkative? Like, is there something, may I ask, if it's not too personal, may I ask, what is it that your partner likes to talk about? Is that something that you know? Does your partner share that with you? Like, oh, hey, what if they simply like lawn care? Sorry, I'm thinking of King of the Hill now. I'm making a comment about King of the Hill. You know, what if they just like lawn care? And you're just like, ah, oh, man, I gotta start talking about something. Let's just pull up lawn care or propane. I'm just kidding. That would be kind of funny though. You are in the, you know, I'm kidding. Are you into propane? I have no idea. I'm not even sure if that meme is like too old now. Propane. Okay. Alright. Onna is fine. Women. Right, mistress. Someone's woman. Fair enough. Mama! Yeah, I heard mama. It's there's a wonderful short. There's so many linguistic and biomechanic funny coincidence about the phrase ma, like the sound ma, and then why it's like so proliferative, not entirely exclusive, like not universal, but almost seemingly universal, that the ma sound is biologically one of the first sounds that you are able to make, right? So there's a lot of biomechanical plus linguistic together explanations to why this occurs so naturally, not universally, but like a huge significant selection for this as a way, despite, you know, okasan and like haha and whatnot. Yeah, mama is so like I still or mummy, mum and ma is the mechanical reason, and it end up being associated with. It's pretty interesting. That's a fun little things about the ma and ma. So mommy, right? Mommy, the ma sound. Anyways, it's not surprising that obviously this, despite okasan and haha. Tanomu. Tanomu. Oh, not safe for work. Interjection that's not safe for work? I haven't gone back to look at these not safe for work things, so I'm not gonna click on them yet. Maybe I'll do it in my personal time, but yeah. It makes you think, like, alright, to request, to beg, to ask. What is potentially routed from not safe to work that would use this concept? I can think about a couple concepts, but since they're not safe to work, we're just gonna keep them not safe to work. He's just not very talkative. The only thing he will talk endlessly about is politics, and that just causes arguments. Not because we disagree, but because he is super assertive and has this idea that only his opinions are right. Fair enough. That's what my parents talk about every day. Like, they talk about like economics, politics, and geopolitics, and they both go into shouting matches every day. Like, you might be thinking, yeah, it could be it could be exhausting, and like, don't they ever like, it doesn't lead to more arguments and opinions? Like, it does. However, sometimes when you want to talk to someone, it can become a ritual to argue and be assertive and, like, go back and forth. But of course, that is if it's mutual. If it's mutual. So it's understandable if you're not, like, if there's a conflict of interest there. My parents yell at each other. They shout at each other every morning. Like, by the time I get up, like, the only time when they're not shouting at each other is when my mother is getting ready for night shift and my father is doing his normal day. So he's like, they have like a 30 to 40% overlap in their awake time. And the other times my mother is away on a night shift and my father would be preparing something on that overlap. And then when they're sitting in that moment, they're shouting at each other about things. My mother would make some wild, like, bold claims, and my father would scoff because he would be the person that, how do you even know that? Like, there's no way you can know this. And, my mother would then, like, double down on her opinions, but she relies on leap of logic and assertions on singular ideas. And my father would scoff, and then my mother would yell at my father for scoffing, and then my father would provide a counter argument, and then they would go at it for like an hour, and it would end with things like, I'm never talking to you again, this is the last thing we'll ever say, or something like that. And then 30 minutes later they would reignite the same thing. My mother would say something, and then my father would do something, which then my mother would criticize, and then they would go at it again until it's bedtime. So that's kind of like the ritual my parents have. I don't think it's ever changed. Since I was born, they've been doing that. When they were working in a restaurant, like when we were both working, the thing that they would argue about is politics, money, like racism, because that's what they encounter on a daily basis and things like that. So they've been arguing since, and it's become their routine. In fact, I often wonder how my parents deal with silence. So, like, they do spend, the other 60-ish% alone, right? Like, despite being in the same house, their sleep schedules are different, right? So, they would watch a lot of YouTube and, like, watch programming and whatnot. But it's I don't know, since I'm not around, like, I don't go up there and share the same space and observe, but I don't know how well they handle silence. Right? Is it good? Is it bad? It looks like they're largely content with watching, like, YouTube videos and whatnot for their time, but it often feels like it's a ritual. So whenever you're, like, possibly, I'm trying to provide a contrasting anecdote where arguments and disagreements and, like, the fight for final say and stuff can end up being ritualistic. And when they become ritualistic, that can be the reason why they are they enjoy each other's company despite sounding like they're never enjoying each other's company. That's the basis on which I build foundations for relationships. Like, if you're unable to do all of the above, like talk, fight, you know, and not fight, not like, we're not talking about domestics and whatnot, but more like challenge each other, constantly challenging each other, but in a way that also is punctuated by mutual satisfaction of existing with each other, and then having that also lead to and involve shared experiences. Even the argument in shared experiences could result. Obviously, if you're focusing on bad things, it definitely can result in bad things. However, it can also result in rituals. Like, it's very cute to, here's a more in like how intellectual professional couples do it, where they actually legitimately spend a part of their time where they would tell each other like, okay, we're gonna spend like 30 minutes and we're gonna try to critique each other's behaviors for posterity's sake. So they would like negotiate when they would be mutually agreeing to be critical of each other's opinions, and then they would negotiate times where okay, it's just one partner's time for fun. So like, I say this like it's a business deal, but no one's like consciously doing this. When you look at like more modern educated couples, right, you would see these, but it would settle from interactions. So like, for example, if you ask someone, oh hey, so you can hang out now, where's your husband, right? Where's your significant other? And they would say something like, oh, it's his time today, like Wednesdays are his time, he's hanging out with the boys. And then, you know, it's kind of weird, but a lot of times I'm usually talking to the female side of the couple more so than the male side. Long story. It's because of probably the nature of like socialization skills. When I'm hanging out with the boys of the side, we're usually not necessarily talking about these things. We would be doing something, right? Despite equality and gender roles and whatnot, behavioral things are still very societal bound. So like, men do not, like for me, when I participate in male activities, they tend to be less yapping, kind of more shouting, but in a nonsensical way, but enjoying in visceral like activities. And then whenever I'm talking about things and observing about things, it's usually with the female side of the thing. It's not to say that everyone has to behave that way. Society has a way of normalizing these behaviors, but that's what I mean by when you have like people who have clearly negotiated and overcome and solidified their relationships. They would do things, they would say things that are so comfortable that would be alien to other individual, like other couples that are still working. Like, they would say things like, oh yeah, you know, Friday nights I hang out with the girls and we have trivia night. Like, so what is your husband doing? Oh, he's hanging out with the guys at their local golf course. So, and then, you know, and then what do you do after the day is over? Oh, we hang out and watch Netflix together in the evening. And then, you know, there would be times like, oh yeah, he and I, we had an argument about something. We resolved it and it was pretty good. And it's like, then what are you going to do later? Oh, we might argue again for fun. Like that kind of thing. Like, they don't literally say they would argue again for fun. They would say something like, oh, we're going to do it again because it was like, because they're going to do it again because it was enjoyable, despite having an argument when they were doing it, like playing a game. And it's like, ah, yeah, we got a little too competitive and got a little argument, and it kind of led to a political argument. And then you would ask them, oh, so like, so what are you going to plan on for the future? Oh, we're going to do it again. Like that's kind of the idea. It's very wholesome, very wholesome when you have like everything going on and the couple is like talking about all those activities and would do it again despite something maybe inherently negative. His absolute favorite thing to do is argue politics with his brother and his very religious mother. I see. He's pretty much given up on you because you don't usually argue back and you just tell him you don't want to talk about it anymore. Oh, okay. Well, perhaps one day you would find an opportune moment to like really, you know, suck it to him in an argument and be like, I'm taking this, I'm winning this, and then you just leave for that one moment. Because it does sound like if you're saying your partner likes to do that stuff, it sounds fairly ritualistic. So yeah, it's understandable. You don't have to, obviously, not that you can't have a successful relationship by having to participate in everything your partner does, which was the case in point when I said that healthy couples tend to know when they can also segregate their impasse, right? Like boys' night and girls' night, or their night and us, you know, them night and us night situation. It gives also things to talk about, not like with each other in the sense, but sharing still to have points of discovery, right? Anyways, perhaps one day it'd be like, yo, you get this like hyper specific political point that you studied and you're just like putting in your back pocket, and one day you're just gonna break it out. It's like, yes, I've been waiting years for this, you know, like a year setup. All right. Oh, this is N5. Huh. Anomu. A request. I just got this in WaniKani because of the way they spread out the curriculum stuff. Alright. Alright. Kao. Yeah, Kao. Okay. Face. Notoriety. Fair enough. Face. Mieru. Mieru to be seen. Or to look, to seem, to appear. This one's kind of... For something to be detectable with the eyes, yeah. Without any particular effort put into searching. Oh, I kind of like that. Especially. Okay. Yume. We're gonna hear Yume a couple times. At least a couple times in Kiwami 3. It's kind of like a quote-unquote drink responsibly, kids, but it's kind of like a drinking game when it comes to the word Yume, especially around like Yakuza 3 to 5. Yume is like everywhere. It's all about chasing dreams, because Yakuza 3 is when Kiryu Kazama starts to have children. Like he starts his orphanage, and the concept of dream, Yume, will come up substantially whenever talking about kids. You've been messing around with a kanji grid add-on for Anki recently? Oh yeah? Kanji grid, like the website thing, right? The web thing? Oh, someone mentioned this before yesterday. Revel mentioned this. Have you used kanjiweb.com? When I think of grid, I think of a web, so like mind webbing stuff. I'm not sure if it's the same because I don't keep up with Anki, obviously, but this site has a really interesting search feature that deals with mind webbing. It reminds me of sites like cellular signaling mechanism sites. Cellular signaling mechanism. You haven't seen that before? It's kind of it's a neat website. I only heard of the like Revel only told me about this yesterday. so I only heard about this. It has a very neat functionality that gives you a mind web, a pre-generated mind web. So it tells you the associations. That's kind of how LLM works. So they do like a distance matrix from your search results. So like if you search up like Viet, for example, Viet would be connected with all the nodes, and they would be like spatially connected in some way, creating a mind web. It's quite convenient. It's very convenient lookup tool. The things technology can do, right? Oh, that might be something that might interest you. It was very interesting to me. I still need time to process how I may be able to use that, but it's quite substantial. Kanji Grid is pretty good. It has a feature you didn't notice before where you can sort them into categories. Oh yeah, like JOPT level, show you WaniKani levels, etc., and show you what kanji you're missing. Ah, yeah. So that is a mind web. Yeah, that is a mind web grid system, like a matrix. A kanji web, you should check that out. I think you'll like it too. It does a different type of sorting. So sorting is fantastic. That's why I encourage, in my opinion, that's why I encourage myself. I don't know about other people, but mind web is, you know, a data organization. You're trying to sort the data, and that's neat because like all of this stuff is really nice because it's sorted. And then whenever you want to engage in not having to sort things, you can like transform the way it's sorted and compare it. Like comparatively, it can lead to extra examples of like, oh, what else do I want to add, or how else can I sort, right? How else can I sort these things? And this is where it leads to stuff like this, platform editorial things. So then you can start looking at things that are missing or things that are alternative. Yeah, sorting is a great high level process, or higher level process. You know, like if you have different levels, sorting would be somewhere like here, which is where your webbing is and your grids. Down here would be like memorization and recall, like recognition recall, right? And then up here would be comparative analyses, like comparative analyses. And then at the top, which is typically optional, is creation. So whoever created those like plugins, they're up here. And then like whoever did kanjiweb.com for the sake of doing it is up here. You have to synthesize everything below to reach up. All right, Viet. I don't remember. I'm starting to forget now. It's getting further. Dozo. Here you go. Dozo. Or pray, I beg of you. Yeah, please. Qing. Qing would be the dozo. And I just forgot the right hand thing. Oh. I think? Yeah, it's Qing. Sorry, not Qing. Not Qing. Qing. Qing would be dozo. Whenever you say Qing, dozo. Okay. Alright, next one. Naze. Oh, you know what? I want to see examples of naze. A formal way to ask about the reason or cause for something. Drama made fun of me or Drama made like a jerk reflex response when the first thing, one of the things he asked me when he was in Tokyo is like, oh, how do you say why in Japanese? And I'm like, I don't know, naze. And then he like, it was like a chuckle jab where it's like, no one says naze, they say soshite. doshite, sorry, doshite, and something else, which I don't remember. But the reason why I remember naze is because most of the time I remember the formal things before I remember the casual things. Because my inclination is that I use formality for quite a long time before I become colloquial or casual. It really does speak for cultural differences, but generally speaking, I try to be as punctually and fashionably formal, like almost alienatingly formal before I warm up to someone. Like I can't. Mika has spoken to me for quite some time now, and it's not that I don't know how to say casual and colloquial things, is that I don't typically show that side of me unless you are in my personal circle or personal space. That's not to say that I don't value. In fact, it's the opposite. I don't. If I'm speaking personal and colloquial stuff, that doesn't necessarily mean the value goes extremely up or down. Yeah, nande might be the other one. Yes, nande, probably. Yep. The idea is that I value people. The way I choose to value people is that I don't make the assumption that they're comfortable with being colloquial. So, in a way, I'm not Japanese, but I really do hyper-focus on being polite and formal first. Because if you can't do that, sometimes being too forward, I don't know. Like, for myself, I tend to be more formal than I am casual, and oftentimes when I become more casual, most people are surprised. They tend to be surprised by how colloquial I can be. Like whenever I say something like, "Yo, this is so goated, man. Can't you just see the aura of this guy?" Like that definitely hits different when you see a boomer suddenly just dropping some riz. Like that type of thing, like it does happen, but it only happens when I can confer that I use it in a manner that would be very surprising, or like surprisingly personal, like something that would kind of be relatable to the person. And usually the colloquialism would be something like, "Oh wow, like I didn't know you were you were so," I don't know what kids use today, like edgy. And I'm like, well, I didn't say I was that hip. And then that's kind of the idea of using colloquialism and stuff. Another thing is being too formal can be seen as rude in certain situations too. Yep. Like putting your distance depending on the context. Yes. Unless you're in an Asian country. Generally, being too forward is more likely to be considered as rude before being formal. So yes, you can argue the opposite for sure. But now we're talking about instead of cherry picking when something happens, we're comparing frequencies. You are more likely to be considered rude for being casual than formal. Yeah. So the idea is that the default when you're learning a language, to me personally, not to other people, right? Depending on your culture and stuff, my default dependency is you learn how to do it with strangers first. Yeah, using keigo. Yep. So whenever I learned like another language, I learned how to greet strangers and talk to strangers first. And then that means that the most practiced things that I would learn is like naze. Like, because I would actually use naze in my conversation if I were to visit for like business or meetings or like tourism and stuff, I would be talking to strangers. Although in this case, I think doshite is fine. Like, I mean, it didn't come to my mind at first, but yeah, that seems like a bit of a baity question, but it's good to know all of them, I guess. Yeah, it's always great to know all of them, right? The idea is it's not all that humor. Like, to me, it would have been the first obvious question, the first response that I would have thought of when someone knows all of them would be like, oh, I can see why you picked naze, because naze is the formal thing. The informal way, you know, a more loose way or personable way would be like doshite, right? And then actually when I think of why and how, I'm thinking of how something is done in a question. So I actually say I actually think of doyatte. Yeah, doyatte. In like within a phrase, like how to do something, as opposed to like why or how. So like I don't know, there's probably not with naze in it, but anyways, there's quite a lot. It's interesting though. I think to me it tells me more. Like, I've learned a lot. I learned more from that interaction. Possibly I would argue I might have learned more than they learned more about me. Sometimes I genuinely wonder, we would have to do a social experiment. Like, I've done this before with some close friends, where I would be one with my best friend, like best friend 1, and then, you know, it would be me, maybe best friend 2 together, and we would observe a scene, right? We would observe a scene, and we would discuss what we extrapolate from it. Like, what did we learn from their interaction and observing, right? Because oftentimes it's kind of interesting to see how much information you can gather from a single interaction. And this one, I'm using this one as an instance because that's how I remember the interaction. So like, if you ever play a video game, like a Telltale games, for example, if you ever play a Telltale games and you like make a decision, right? They give you like maybe a binary decision. Usually Telltale games gives you a binary decision, like yes, yes and no, or formal and casual, right? And then you choose one of them, and then at the top right corner of the screen, right? At the top right corner of the screen, it say, so-and-so person A will remember this. That's me. You played the Homestar Runner games on Wii. Oh, I see. Yeah. So it's like you choose your adventure games and whatnot, where when you make a decision, or like a Bethesda games do it, any like heavy role-playing CRPG, like classic RPG like decision making stuff, and then there'd be like a prompt somewhere on the screen like, this character will remember this. That's how I do it. Whenever I think about casual conversations and decision making, the idea is to use that decision to impact and apply it to another situation later to remember things. That's kind of how I remember Japanese and whatnot as well. You just bring it up, make it into something. I will remember it. It's ominous, but it could be very wholesome too. It makes me deliberately want to use naze in a question, in the form of a question, the next time I ask drama something in Japanese. And hear me out, you might be thinking, oh, but then it would just be formal. I'm like, no, then it would be an inside joke. And an inside joke turns something formal into something casual. That's a wild card right there. How do you turn something formal into a casual ritual? Repetition. Okay. Donna. You know, what kind? Donna. Donna. What sorts? No matter what kind of whatever? Interesting. Where's... Hold up. Oh, it's whatever. Okay, I see what they mean by whatever. Like whatever kind of thing, not whatever like kind of the shaky kind of. Dochira. Oh no, all of these are in the same group. Like, okay. Yeah, dochira. Dochira, the first one. That's what I hear a lot of time. Right, whenever you come in, like, orashaimase, right? And it's like, oh, hi, hitori, you know, hitori desu, right? Hitori desu. It's like, oh, hi, kochira, right? The hand would like come up and like, kochira desu, or something like that. Just kochira is usually what you would hear, like this way, this direction, being like led to your seat. Let's see. Kondo. Kondo. Ooh. Not. Do I usually see? Yes, I do, huh? I was talking about, do I see the kana or do I see? Yeah, I guess I do see that. Yeah, kondo this time. A way to refer to this present time with something that will happen in the near future. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, next time. This was explained a little bit funny in WaniKani. Like, it's like this time, but it can also mean it's more like the this time next time, because there's another way to say this time that isn't this time next time, like konkai. Konkai would be the other one, right? Konkai would be this time, as in this instance of time, like this like example, this instance of a time, as opposed to kondo, which is this present time or the time around it. Then in English it would just mean this time for both, like konkai and kondo. And in WaniKani they had to differentiate them, right? It's like, or they try to differentiate them. Actually, WaniKani doesn't have to, because WaniKani is not focused on vocabulary, it's focused on character. But when you think of konkai and kondo, this would be like this degree, and a degree has flexibility, and then konkai would be this time, or this like instance, like an example of. So then you can like sort of use your character analyses, like your separate character analyses, to kind of differentiate them. So roughly degrees have a separate, have a looseness, and then kai has a more rigidity. I imagine konkai at some point will come up as a separate phrase. Alright, the chances of me remembering what's happened is gonna be rough. そして考える目声さあ okay さあoh and sa, man. Okay, das, yeah, okay. 次世界こんなまま飲む顔見える夢どうぞなぜどんなこちらさこちらいやこちら and Dona. Okay, so what I was doing here was I talked about this before, but to narrow vision, So a lot of times when people say something like when you're watching an anime, you had to like literally remove the subtitles because you're tempted to look at it. So one of the exercises that I've done in the like throughout my life is how can I try to like narrow my field of view. So when I was going through this, what I'm actually staring at was this. And I wasn't staring at anything else. And my goal was to think of the first 2 blips. Then I would immediately look over here and see. And then when I said it, I would dart down here to see if my pitch accent added. So whenever I was asking, oh, wait, was that right? And even though it's on my screen, that doesn't mean I'm looking at it. So that's kind of it's kind of what I practice selective focus. And the reason why I have to practice selective focus is because I suck at it. For a really long time, I sucked at it. Like when I'm in an exam room, I would spend more time thinking about the sound that my neighbor, right? My neighbor is making with their pen than focusing on the exam that I need to do. So the idea was over the years, I've learned to try to narrow my vision, narrow my hearing. Like I needed to learn how to narrow my hearing because violin. I used to play in an orchestra and it is very hard at first. Like being in the orchestra was overwhelming. Like being in a room with in high school, my orchestra was like the orchestra that I was in, the high school orchestra, was like 100 plus people. And whenever when everybody's like tuning and then when they're playing, it is so difficult for me to focus in one thing. Nowadays, that was in high school. So it's been 20 years since I've been working on selective stuff. Like to me, I think most people are really good at selective skills. To me, personally. The people around me, like, they can selectively hear so well. Like, they can selectively hear the things I'm saying. Like, when you're talking to someone and they would, like, respond to you, and clearly they didn't hear, like, 2/3 of what you're saying because they only responded to, like, a particular part of it, despite you explaining something later down the, like, already. That's the power of selection. So selection can help with focus, right? Can help with focus. However, I think a lot of people actually have far more focus than they think. Like selectively have far more focus than they have. I haven't really done much explicit kanji study, but you apparently have up to 90% N2 kanji and 50% N1. Can't necessarily read them all, but that's what you've seen so far. I see. Yeah. And what 50% and what? Oh yeah. For the stuff. I see. That's really great. Like it must be liberating. How have you thought back to, do you have any like recorded evidence or something of things that you've done earlier? Like do you like write anything or output anything during that time where you like look back on? Occasionally when someone like comments on something way back, like 2 years ago, I would reminisce about those things because I obviously recorded those things. But it is kind of incredibly both very self-affirming while also incredibly humbling to like go back and think, oh yeah, like I still remember a day 5 conversation. I talk about this all the time, so I still remember it's either day 5 or day 6 where someone told me that I will never get to this point by how I started. Like I don't even know what point they are talking about, but I'm pretty sure that person insinuated that I would quit within a month. And statistically, they could have taken that gamble, and if they consistently take that gamble, they might have win out eventually, but they sure as heck lost the gamble on me. It's interesting to live a life of statistical minority, to have people apply statistical consensus onto oneself. You've got all your stats from Anki, and you can look back at things you've read or watched and see the difference in understanding. Ah, very nice. I think that's a wonderful ritual to do every once in a while. I don't think people do that. Sometimes I don't think people do that often enough, because they constantly look forward, like how big of a distance there still is going forward, but they have a lack of evidence going backwards, like to know that they've paved legacy. So it's to the point where even trackers are not sufficient, because they didn't track it themselves. They didn't produce or output anything during that tracking, and it becomes insignificant quite a lot. Like, I asked the person, like, hey, look, like your tracker tells you you've done this much volume. Isn't that a lot? It's like, no, like it's not enough is what they would say. They would say, it's not enough. I'm still far from my goal. And my thought is, well, if that keeps you motivated, how far you are from the goal, by all means, go ahead, right? If it's becoming more and more daunting and less pointless, then usually I try to encourage them to build some legacy along the way, right? It's not that you have to output something. I'm not saying outputting is mandatory for someone to input only to Japanese fluency. The idea is, if you input only, you would have all these self-motivation, like the holistic self-motivation and all of that self-perpetuating passion to make it happen. However, when someone starts saying or feeling down or feeling slow on their progress, and they have no form of legacy, no form of output, they're relying on going through with it. When you look back retroactively, there can be a lack of ways to produce like advice or talk with other people who are at different positions, right? Especially people who are lower positions. So like people who started new beginners, you would talk down to new beginners. Not that it's intentional. People who do not build legacy also lose touch with where they started. So you lose touch with your humble beginnings, you lose touch with the distance that you have gathered, and that's usually the expert effect. When an expert loses touch with their legacy and they didn't output and record their legacy, you're gonna be emotionally distant from it regardless, but then not having a record or legacy and appreciation for it, you'll talk unintentionally in a detached way that is often can be very cold to someone. So I like to always ask if you remind yourself, if someone is going along in such a long journey, that they have a source of way to remind themselves that they have done a lot over the years, or however long you're going. You had your second Italki session yesterday. Oh, was fun. Felt a lot more confident. Got some tips. Ooh, what kind of tips? What kind of tips are we talking about? Like, what kind of tips did you get? Or what, like, don't hold back. Here's some tips, huh? Are they drumming tips? Actually, how do your drumming skills compare, James? You and this guy, you guys gotta have more than just some tips on like Japanese or something. You gotta exchange war stories. Maybe both of you share funny observations of tinnitus in the ear or something. I don't know. I'm like grasping at the details that you are sharing with me, so I keep those in mind. Well, drummers, right? You know, I know nothing about drumming. I'm sorry, James. I do watch what's his name? The Esperando. I forgot his name, but that one drummer that went viral for like doing rhythm things. He's I think it's of Spanish origins name, but I don't remember what his name is. Occasionally he comes up on a reel and I watch him like do his polyrhythms and whatnot. It came off of beatboxing, so I typically watch some beatboxing things and then a cappella, and then drumming would come up eventually from that type of line of algorithm. All right, I think we're good. I hopefully. Okay.
私は医者に、そして兄は歌手になった。
I missed one.
何を考えているの?
Well, the conversation level is pretty basic. Your output level is closer to N5 and 4, so a lot of it is just building the ability to remember basic vocab and grammar structure on the fly. But it's definitely good practice for that. I see. Did you get to use tata? What is the ending for tata? Tatau? Tataru? Tataku? Tapping. So that's if I started thinking like, all right, I'm a tataku. Yeah, tataku. If I started thinking about connecting your drums, right? Your drumming, and then my first thought is, what type of things can I pigeonhole, like ham over fist, unapologetically integrate into my vocabulary? And one of them would be tataku. I'm not a drummer, so but I could talk about something like tapping on the table, right? Or tapping in os, like I could use tataku in os, right? And then I could use os because I used to play a rhythm game, right? The closest thing that I can get to your drumming connection, association, would be like playing a rhythm game. So then I would talk about, I don't know, those Miku fans, right? You know, those Miku fans. Or Vocaloids. I don't actually know. We could learn the Japanese word for Vocaloid, if there is one. But then we talk about rhythm games and how rhythm games translate between drums. That's kind of where my thought process is. And then I would like spend the evening writing essays about them. And then I would go to my italki session and I would use all the things that I have outputted. I've done this a lot. I do this for every single class that I've ever, like after past a certain time in my life, like when I left high school, when I go to class, I have already output and synthesized specific things that I want to get from the class. Vocaloid is Vocaro. Interesting. Oh, vocal. Oh, yeah, that's Vocaro. That's pretty good for Vocaloid. Interesting. I feel that. I really feel that. Vocaro. What you call it? That's how I prepare for like sessions. So like whenever I talk to my academic advisor or something and hold up, I would deliberately output something that's specialized for that thing, because it's kind of like an exam, right? Like, or an exam or an opportunity, so I prepare for the opportunity. And usually that's a way to push myself forward beyond my comfort zone. So I typically stretch out of my comfort zone the moment I prepare for something. So if I have an interview, for example, I would work on all my idiosyncrasies, prepare specific lines and opportunistic lines about my idiosyncrasies. And then all the other stuff, they're fundamentals. So like if you have N5, N4, N3, all that stuff, those fundamentals will come with time. But it's getting in your caricature and your, you know, your specialization that creates that application. So I could definitely see that. If I like drumming, I would like tie most things to like rhythm things and things that I like to talk about, and then that would give the person the ability to provide feedback on self-expression. So, like, if you want to sound like yourself in Japanese, for example, and you want someone to help you sound like you want to express the way you want to express it, then you have to also participate in that expression in order to get feedback off of it. So when I already shared my like meta game, right? The meta game that the thing that I would talk about is literally talking about teaching Japanese to an English speaker, because I could talk about it day on in, so I wouldn't have to expend effort to know what I want to say or try to say in Japanese, and then immediately I would feel confident because the whole idea is, here's what I think I should have said. What do you think? And then, you know, you try it out, and then the person is responsible for giving you feedback on how to etch those things. One thing was you wanted to ask how often her band practiced, and she taught you the word Indo. どのくらいの頻度で練習しますか？頻度。So, about how much you hindo practice. What does hindo mean? No. Hindo. Frequency. Oh, with what frequency you practiced. Okay, hindo. I'm trying to think of, so it's probably do for degree. And then hin. Which hin? I don't have too many hins that line up with frequency. Can you tell me the left, like the, can you hit output the kanji for me? Probably just comes up as hindo here, right? Oh, yeah. No idea. That's an interesting character. She also helped you with saying the time when you do. Okay. Hon no yomu toki. Yeah, yomu toki. Right. 映画を見るじ? Or 見るとき. Interesting. Yeah, hindo. So hindo, yeah. This one is the only way I would recognize it is if I saw the character, because in Chinese all these characters are available to me. So yeah, this is frequency. It's ping. So ping, ping du. Ping du would be frequency in Chinese as well. So du. Ping du. Yeah. Hindo. Makes sense. Hindo, ping du. It might not sound like, but ping, right? Ping is hing. Hing and bing. So hing, bing, and ping are together between Japanese and Chinese. And then du is do. No ooze. All become do's. Yeah, and I get the phrase, yeah. The time when you do X. Interesting. The ending, the miru, and then using like ji or toki, or I'm not sure what the read is on the end. Probably it kind of would scream miru toki as opposed to miru ji. That's an interesting thing to do, like put the time at the end. Okay, keep going.
私の目は濃い茶色です。
My hand shifted by one key.
夫の声が好きです。
さあ行こう。
Yeah, I say iko a lot, or ikazo, or ike, right? Like there's all the other versions of let's go. And then if I were in a public space or a stranger, I would probably say ikemashou, right? Or ikimashou. Sorry, not ikemashou. Ikimashou, right? But iko is definitely your stock. Saiko. It's the sort of thing where if you read or hear, you can understand perfectly, but outputting isn't as easy. Exactly. But like, I imagine you already expected this, right, James? Where like the nice thing about doing all the input first is that the output part is going to come a lot more rapid, right? Like when you have all that input, the idea is there was a de-emphasizing on output, because when you output, it becomes very quick. Like it's disproportionately quicker. So inputting is the more time sensitive learning strategy maintenance part that is a point of failure. Outputting for like the modern day thing has a less of a point of failure before, but I think nowadays though, like we're talking about like 5 years ago, but now like this very moment, it has become a point where there's like a really big imbalance to me, where there isn't an incentive, no, like it's so hyper compensating that now input even outscales the ease that output is supposed to have. The idea behind my philosophy of application, right? Application and association is that application association requires output. So I'm not saying that output is any easier or harder or any faster or slower. I think there was a time when inputs and outputs were like selectively biased. And when I was growing up, I don't know what your environment was like. When I was growing up, my environment, output was what produces input. So like you had to do something to know what you want to learn. So you had to constantly do things to bias yourself to learn the thing that is input. In the day post the internet age and constantly moving forward, the most reliable starting point is you input something a lot, and then you hope that outputting is very smooth. You find the application, the association through all your input. So and that works really well when someone understands how to output themselves. So like the self, they are self-motivated, self-identifiable, and they have their own applications and associations already built in. Which, that to me right now, this step right here is a later stage, major later stage point of failure. When you have someone who passed the N1 and decide and have problems finding application, so then they lose it. Like if you don't, the whole idiom use it or lose it situation. You do not gain the value of your input until you reach through the final stage, the stage of output, and it's really great to see that when people reach that stage, they're having a good time about it. Hopefully they have a good time about it. They see that it's not easy because you still have to learn and practice how to configure the output situation, and that's the fun part, right? You're now outputting isn't easy because now it's your opportunity to learn. At least in my opinion, that's what saying something is not easy makes me kind of like excited. I'm excited to see the person's growth or my own personal growth. If I'm doing something and it's not easy, it means that tomorrow I'll come back stronger and make it more easy over time. When it becomes too easy, I move on to the next thing, right? And then you integrate it into maintenance the moment you do. So it sounds like it's a very it sounds like it's going to be a very rewarding process. I output along the way, so my outputs are embarrassing, they're broken, they're haphazard, and then they refine over time. So because I stream as well, I have to output something. I have to consistently output something. So it morphs as it's going. And that's my balance. I input sufficiently to the point where I'm encouraged to find the first application. Yeah, with what you were saying, it definitely feels a bit like magic. Like I could say quite a bit despite having little actual speaking time. Yeah, it is quite magical. And that is true. I totally agree that with input, it like, to me, I do agree with the foundations that with enough input, output is very synergistic. It picks up very quickly. It gives you that boost. And the reason why output is secondary, in my opinion, is that, output is secondary. That doesn't mean it's not important, right? It's part of the process, but output is secondary because that jump start that you get will, it's positively reinforcing. It is an essential part of positive reinforcement. It's like a default source of positive reinforcement, and that's really rare. When it comes to forming habits and life skills, the hardest source of something is a positive reinforcement. So you build up all that input, and you're waiting for a delayed gratification. And that delayed gratification, if it comes as a form of positive input, it, in my opinion, substantially increases the rate of success of someone following through. Like, I know even if you're not like strapping for motivation, you're not worried about being motivated enough, you're always committed, that's fine. It still feels really great though. Like, it's a human condition, right? Like, it's something like, oh yeah, you can grunt through, you can power through, you're very stoic and powerful, but man, if you have positive reinforcement, it's just that much better. Like, be greedy about it. So I totally get the idea of the magic happening. I'm not sure if I have given like that a lot of thought. I usually have delayed gratification staggered throughout my life. So like right now you might be thinking I'm working on Japanese, which is skill A. But I already started well before working on skill B and C, right? And then I've already staggered more skill like D and skill E. So what happened over my life is that I have been working at different points on different skills. So over time, every day I wake up, some part of my skills, certain skills are coming to fruition. So while I can't produce this, I can produce something else somewhere else. So that's how I keep myself motivated. Like, I'm constantly, chronically high functioning, I suppose. And it can be dangerous without restraint. So I still remember to rest. Like yesterday, I really needed to rest. Like this week, we need to take it a little bit easier. So this is the structure that I feel whenever someone thinks about a skill that they're working on, they're thinking about a singular skill, and they focus on that skill while like doing small skill development here and there. For me, it's more like several major skills staggered. So, and then you still have smaller skills in between for the current skill, and those like come and go. Whether they end up contributing to the major skill, these skills can be temporary. is what a lot of people do when they're studying like this. Like, for example, this could be mnemonics, learning how to use the mnemonics. Once it's not useful anymore, they would discard it. Right? You might learn a bunch of mini skills where they would be discarded once the major skill reaches a point. I try to minimize mini skills, but still, still use them. However, I want to turn these mini skills into major skills. So then they would be all maintained as they go. So more of my skills and my time will lead to cultivating synergistic skills as we're going. So less of that feeling where, oh, don't worry about it. You're only learning this temporarily so you can get going, and then you're never going to have to use that technique again, right? You're never going to have to use mnemonic again. That's legitimately what people say to other people. Like, oh, you're having problems jiving or vibing with this mnemonic? Don't worry about it. You never have to use that technique again once you learn the language. And my first thought is, yeah, that's true. If they never learn another language again, they will never have to use it. Right? And my first thought is, mnemonics, I don't even have to learn another language to use that skill again. Like puzzle solving, right? Learning how to solve a puzzle, learning abstraction, classical pattern recognition. Most of those also apply mnemonics as well. I apply mnemonic strategies to them. So it is really much, when it comes to skills, you still need application and association in the end. You have to output something. And an output is achieving your goal. The skill that you get eventually at the end requires that you validate and create that output. But it is substantially, in terms of time consuming, it's a smaller portion of the thing, for sure. It's still necessary for eventually affirming that. You just got sa as an N3 grammar point. It's interesting. It's in N5 vocab too. Yeah, that's something that I thought is very interesting about the N5, like the curriculum, right? Because WaniKani has to sort this out too. They have to introduce like vocabulary based on the characters. So those characters do not line up as well for their curriculum. And grammar points also do not line up with that too. Like a lot of people on Duolingo, I use this too. I had to counter argue or talk about this part where Duolingo, someone said that shouldn't Duolingo teach you the grammar points as well as teach you fundamental, important phrases, emphasis on important phrases, before you learn other phrases. So there was a discussion. I no longer, this person's no longer around. They had an argument with me in my Discord, and then promptly afterwards they deleted all their messages, purged themselves from the Discord, and then left. This happens fairly often, but it's nice that they know what they want and we don't escalate the things. But this individual person said that one of their issues about Duolingo is that the stuff that they start with is not important to them. So that deals with the whole N3 and N5 gap when it comes to vocabulary and grammar. Like, for example, the nuance of N3, would you need to know the nuance of saying iye before you know the vocabulary's use of iye and hai? Right? Because the grammar point that deals with those things have a level of nuance that you may not necessarily need contextually because of its frequency of its repetition. So this person, how does this relate to Duolingo? This person said that food is not important. You need to learn how to say hi and hello before you talk about food. And my first thought is, when you go and say hi and hello, are there any other ways you can say hi and hello? And how quickly can you pick up hi and hello contextually when you're going to a task of getting food, right? And food being one of the fundamental tasks. So this person was arguing that, oh yeah, it's obvious. Being able to greet someone is the most important thing you have to learn first. And my first thought is, so if you don't greet someone, are you able to still talk to someone? And the person's like, no, I would never talk to someone without greeting them. Like, oh really? What did you do today? What did you do just now? You talked to me without greeting me. So the idea is like, oh yeah, you have dissonance between these things. And that is a conversation that kind of ballooned into something else. They're like, oh, well, I understand what you're saying, but I still think greeting is more important. It's like, but you're not listening to me. Give me an example of when greeting is mandatory. That's how I want to be encouraged to understand your point of view. You are arguing that greeting must be the first concept in a targeted language because you're thinking about it linearly, right? Show me that it is linearly obligated that you have to say hello before you talk to someone. I needed an example. And that person kept pushing. It's like, well, I don't need an example. Everyone knows this. And I'm like, everyone must include me. So that's kind of how the whole N3 and N5 stuff, like which one is more important, which one you need to do. That definitely seems like a nitpick when you're starting, you need to learn both. Yes, exactly. So the idea is, when people present information, it requires an order, right? There's going to be an order. The thing is, when you're applying importance, you're trying to emphasize the importance of order versus comprehensibility, or like comprehensiveness. So it's not like that was their major disagreement, by the way. Their major disagreement, you can list a lot of other things about Duolingo that you might disagree with, right? The thing that this person, their major bone that they dislike and would not ever recommend or use Duolingo is that Duolingo emphasizes food first. Like the first words you learn are sushi, mizu, ocha, and then a little bit down the road, it would be like, you know, when is Triolingo gonna drop is your main question. Yeah. So like, to me, I wasn't like, I wanted to encourage them to give me a compelling argument, like, because that's where the discussion is. Like in the future, when someone tells me, oh, I think this is more important than this, and my first question is, oh, is it like this? Because I've heard someone who thought about this, or is it different? Because I'm not learning anything when someone shouts at me and say, this is the truth. Like, this is the truth. Everyone knows it. And I'm like, I'm not this person. Like, I'm not everyone, I guess. The first words in most courses you've known also include, like, yeah, man, woman, boy, girl, yeah. And then if the language had pronouns, they would use pronouns as well. Japanese, the reason why I said that is because it's not true for Japanese. It's a little bit later for like kare and kanojo and whatnot. Like not the the thing itself, the object, but the pronouns. There are other places would like start immediately with like gender pronouns and whatnot if they have an emphasis on that. Yeah, some selective differences, but obviously most of the courses try to line up so that you can horizontally line things up, which you don't have to, right? Like for me, yeah, on Duo, right? They use horizontal. They use horizontal teaching. They use horizontal for efficiency, right? It's kind of funny because whenever someone thinks of efficiency, they think cheap, right? When it's not their product. And my first thought is, so what you're telling me is if I apply that logic, right? And this is a little jab, it's a little cheeky. If you're saying that horizontal is often efficient, right? Horizontal meaning like you cut and paste like one structure into another structure and then make iterations, right? And then you make the iterations in order to do the exclusion. So you modify the exclusion, but you keep the fundamentals the same, right? Horizontal tends to be efficient because you're practicing. So you're iterating on something, and then that iteration can produce a little bit of vertical progress, vertical innovation. And they usually say it's cheap about something that they're not making. And my first thought is, so you mean your Anki studies are cheap? Your Anki studies are cheap. Like, well, the truth is it is, but it's not bad. That's the difference, in my opinion. It's appropriate. Practice is supposed to feel efficient and cheap. It costs less effort. It wouldn't be efficient if it cost a lot of effort. So all of this stuff do align. And the thing I was trying to talk about is one of the major criticisms about Duolingo is that horizontal is efficient because it saves them money, right? If you copy paste across, and the answer is, okay, so it's cheap. Let's accept that it's cheap, but what can we do with it? Like, what can we do to make that cheap thing appreciate in value? Well, there is a strategy for horizontal, and I already talked about this when I was like ranting about Procol and I talk about battlegrounds on Hearthstone a lot, and whether they choose to do like every new season of Battleground, they would choose their horizontal mechanics that evolve horizontally, and then mechanics that evolve vertically. And whenever I think about horizontal mechanics, I think about generalizations. Like generalizable skills. And then when you evolve vertically, that's specialization. Right. So when one understands the appropriateness of generalization, the pros and cons, right? Pros and cons of both specialization and generalization, you can usually leverage that. What is an example of horizontal mechanics that I use all the time? Association. Specialization at the highest level is creation. But iteration would be one lower. It would be iteration. When you iterate on something, you're having vertical progress. So you're becoming more specialized when you iterate on something. And at the highest level, you have nothing to iterate on. You enter creation. So when you're creating something, it would be something unprecedented. Iteration deals with practicing something that exists and adding something. And true creation, the level of creation, as it goes higher and higher, becomes purely creation. Meanwhile, when you're thinking about generalization, that's association, where you take something that's horizontal and you generalize it so that it can be repurposed multiple times. So if the strength is you start multiple languages and then you go on to specialize. So in Duolingo, the idea is it is cheap. As in, it's cheap how they're doing it, but since it's already horizontal, you can immediately apply your limited learning skills, right? If you're someone who likes to bootstrap through learning skills, you don't like relearning how to learn, adjust your learning strategies consistently, that's exactly what Duolingo does. You don't change your learning strategy. You use the same learning strategy to get started. So it's something, if Duolingo gets you started on one language, it can easily get you started on another language. And then if something comes after, which you vertically progress in, like say Anki or graded readers, then that strategy can be repeated for other languages. So understanding the pros and cons of horizontal mechanics can allow you to focus on taking advantage of the horizontal mechanics and then proceed to a vertical mechanic that helps you specialize. So then these are all tied together. So what is cheap is good when it's appropriate. It's bad when it's inappropriate. What's expensive and effortful and challenging is appropriate. It's good when it's appropriate. It's bad when it's inappropriate. Like, for example, most people would say when you have horizontal mechanics and you focus and you hyper focus, right? That's inappropriate. This is inappropriate. You do not, the whole idea of horizontal mechanics is to get the bigger picture, right? It focuses and has advantage of generalization, transferable skills, or repetitious skills. When you hyper focus on it, it's inappropriate because you're hyper focusing on something that's cheap, right? If you try to change, invest a lot into something that's cheap, you lose money or you lose value. You want to invest in the cheap thing in order to get the bigger picture, the general idea, in order to transfer this into a higher investment, which is expensive. And expensive are specialized equipment. So eventually something that's cheap with a bigger picture gives you enough roundedness, like things that you want to get better at. Like, oh, Duolingo doesn't have grammar because grammar is secondary. It's implicit. Let me go invest in an explicit specialized product like Bunpro. I mean, it's not the greatest example because my experience is limited, but the idea is a human being should be able to navigate, like it's encouraged that a human being should be able to navigate between both of these. You know, it's on a continuum. Things are filled with specialized things that have vertical design in it, and then as well as horizontal design. The language department, the different courses that Duolingo has, is a horizontal focused mechanic. Whether it's the consequence of greedy businessmen or the consequence of feedback from the importance of engagement as a horizontal mechanic, engagement has become a horizontal mechanic online. On the internet, the thing that I talk about in a bigger picture thing that seems to be related to everyone's problems is because the source of engagement, the concept of engagement for people is horizontal. It is noticeably, generally transferable between most of the things we consume online. What is that? Hyperstimulation, dopamine hits, shorter attention span, a higher perceived reward per action per unit time. So efficiency with hyperstimulation is a horizontal mechanic. Everyone is applying it horizontally. They do not improve the mechanic. They use it because its efficaciousness is efficient across many platforms. So then when you understand the pros and cons of a horizontal mechanic, it can become transferable to many things. So understanding horizontal mechanics is important to understand how transferable it is versus how specialized it is. When you have a vertical mechanic, there's no substitute for it. You invest your time into it and get the time out. So there are skills that are vertical no matter what, right? Like it's very rare to be not vertical. How to treat depression. How to treat your depression. Like if you're a depressed person, that's often a vertical process. And a vertical process means that you need to build consistency. You have to build consistency in order to progressively address your source of depression. Like you have to eventually encompass the entire nuance stack of your depression, right? So that is irreplaceable. So you can't bounce from person to person. Like it's not horizontally transferable. In order for a person to help you with your depression, they would need to vertically stack their time investment in order to address that problem, because it's a chronic problem. It's not an acute problem. An acute problem can be solved with horizontal mindset. Like, oh, you have a cold. Lots of people have colds. Here's a blanketed horizontal mechanic. You get bed rest, keep your temperature up, you know, stay out of the cold. Those are horizontal mechanics. And knowing those can be transferable to many other sicknesses. When you have a fever, stay in bed. Avoid the cold. Eat well. So that's kind of my thought about where Duolingo fits. So when you like think about these things, that person, your comment, James, about like you need to learn both, that is understanding the nature of vertical process in a language when it comes to its content. And what that person was arguing with me in Discord is they were treating the importance of phrases like a horizontal progress. Like they believe that the first step is all that matters to them. Like which first step they take. So it has to be the correct first step. And to me, why do I expect that person to leave and purge themselves of every evidence of arguing with me and talking with me in public when they chose to talk to me in Discord? They could have DM'd me. They could have done privately. What do they usually think of then? A person like that would most likely engage in behavior where they take the first step. And when they assume that the first step is correct, everything else is fine. That is how you approach a vertical process with horizontal mindset. You think that if someone had a good first step, it can't go south. It can't go anywhere else. Like, well, lots of people say hello and argue about things in the first step. It's through vertical process that you build a relationship with someone. So yes, they are going to purge all of their comments so that they can't be held accountable for all the things that they said. And they did say some very dubious things. Like, for example, accusing me of mansplaining things. Well, that person happens to be a lady and I happen to be a man. So they decided that mansplaining is a way to defend their stance. And I'm like, I didn't mansplain to you. I asked for an example. Like, if you can't provide me an example, how's that mansplaining? I mean, that word is archaic now, but still. It's a really interesting like connection between the way people learn and also the way they behave about other people. When you're communicating with someone else, like a stranger and whatnot, the way you learn things do kind of translate very well analogously to how people talk to each other. Because to me, I like talking to people because I like learning about them. When you only care about certain things that you study, and you only prioritize the things you care about a subject matter because it's only the subject matters that are important to you, then when you talk to someone and communicate with them, you only want to learn the things that interest you and not what's interesting to that other person. That is a very consistent coinciding, okay, not causal, not like permanently causal or whatnot, but it does translate really well. So oftentimes, like, it happens more so than not. So whenever I watch someone talk about how they learn, I ask them, what's your hobby right now? How are you learning? How are you doing things? What are your thoughts about it? What are your feelings about it? Just getting them to talk about themselves can help me understand whenever they want to talk about communication or talk about studying habits and all the others, you can draw parallels. They're not always successful, obviously, like I don't read minds. The idea is when you find the connections through association, these things, you can be far more, I don't want to say efficacious because then it'd be like performance based. You can be far more relatable in communicating. The things you say may be uncharacteristically profound or relatable on a level that doesn't require the other person to express it to you. Like they could sit here and, you know, I get this a lot, but most people prefer, I don't know if this is an internet thing, but most people prefer me yapping nonstop than having to talk themselves, which that may be a good or a bad thing for myself. It would be really cool to see the other person like take the mic and talk passionately about the thing, but I can definitely understand with like the combination of, you know, this asymmetry that we have and whatnot, where like I have a mic, the other person doesn't have a mic. I kid you not, if I was at the other end, I would type quite similarly to the way I talk. Not that it's encouraged and it's always appropriate. The idea is you can still do that too. Anyways, oh, what is this board about? We were talking about we were technically talking about language learning, Jazz. Hello there, Jazz. How are you doing? How's that leg, your foot? How's like your foot, leg, ankle place? Like how are you going? How are you recuperating? I think we still got like we got well over a month, right? Hopefully you're finding slowing down or doing what have you been up to with your recent rehabilitation and whatnot in the context of your recent rehabilitation. All right, and then we're doing a vocabulary, Jess. I'm still doing vocabulary. Yeah? Oh no. I don't know what yeah this is. Okay. To take out a color pencil. Okay.
箱から色鉛筆を出す。
Wait. I don't know which after we're after. Let me think. I keep thinking ato, but just imagine a sock on one foot. Okay, that's your cast. When someone can't go far to places, what can happen is plenty of self-discovery. Fair enough. Have you considered? I think this is a really bad enabling idea, but have you considered like putting your cast foot on some wheels? I think that's a really bad. I'm sorry. My first thought is like, okay, so I'm imagining having sock on one foot. What if you attached a wheel, like a platform and a wheel to one of them? Oh, have you ever done the thing where, like, for example, how do I even draw this? Like, you know how you have these things, right? Like they have these like one knee things, so you're like standing straight with the one hand, but you have like there's like it's like putting your knee on one, like a wheeled thing, but you still have your other leg to propel forward, so you're kind of like putting your leg on one supported thing and like wheel yourself around. Do you have one of those? I don't know what they're called, and I'm not sure if it's appropriate for the way you're injured or something, but I always imagine that too. I've seen them around before where someone, like, instead of crutches, they would have this like half platform wheel thing, so you're basically on your knees with one of the legs and then you're like moving forward with your other leg. I mean, you could you could just make an argument, well, why don't I just get a wheelchair, you know, like a I understand. It's just that my imagery of my head when you say just imagine having one sock on the foot, I'm like, okay, I would put that on a wheel. You can safely say that bike doesn't exist here. Okay, so okay, when people say that to you, you had no idea what they were talking about. Oh, okay. I see. Fair enough. Yeah, I've seen them around in the United States because when you're at a university, right? When you're at a university, there are a lot of athletes, and sometimes sports, right? Sports happen. So you see many different versions of trying to get around while being on having one leg in a cast. I still have no idea what this is. My only inclination is ato. Let's use a word that shows a fixed order here. Oh, that's... Wait. Onkai? No, a fixed order. Oh, tsugi.
7月の次は8月だ。
Okay. Yeah, because all I thought about is no ato, which is like after July, but in a different way. But this is more like next. The next thing. Right. Okay.
世界を旅する。
その人は女です。
私のママは可愛いです。
Yeah, just walking around at campus and then you see a student cartwheeling her way to class. I miss being on campus. Like, maybe people have different visceral reactions to things, but what makes me feel young, in my opinion, unpopular opinion probably, what makes me feel young is seeing young people like doing things. It encourages me to be young, like mentally or even physically to some extent. The reason why I think it's an unpopular opinion is I do feel like there is a common stereotype that might be true for the general audience, is that when you're getting older and you are surrounded by young people, it only reminds you of how old you are. And that to me is kind of the state of someone who's very negative about their lives, right? For me, when I'm like going to campus, my first thought is, man, look at all those silly goobers and potatoes. Those are open opportunities. Let's go and make something of it. That's kind of what encourages me to go into a classroom or like investing time in school and education. You walk in and all you see is opportunity. Like, at least in my opinion, I see like opportunities, you know, that silly longboarder that is like choosing to longboard and then hanging out with a guy who has a motorized scooter and they're like on a collision course, and like, wow, opportunity. Near the end of my like campus life, you know, when I was on campus, you have longboards, shortboards, wheelies, motorized scooters, motorized boosted boards. No skates though. I haven't seen skates in a while. There's so many, like the non-motorized scooters, you know, those little boppy things. And then there's like multi-boards. I don't know what you call them, but they're like skates, but they're on boards. So they're like two separate skateboards, but they're not. They're like if skates and skateboards had a child, they had those too. And I'm like, okay, well. Being motivated because of young people is the case for some of your friends. You're kind of too focused on your journey to be influenced by young people. Yeah, for sure. That's what being young is, Jazz. But it is interesting that you have peers that are like that. What I'm saying is, like, when you're young, you're not young. Yeah, like, when you're young, you're young. When you're old, you can choose to be young. That's kind of my like unpopular opinion and popular opinion thing. When you're young, you're that goober. Like if I see you on campus, I'm like, that goober is so focused on their own journey right now. That's how you get the girl cartwheeling to class. Youth. You're focused on your own journey. That's why you're cartwheeling yourself to class. That's what makes the, like, I miss campus. That's part of why I miss campus life. Like when you go into a class, I don't, and again, I don't speak for other teachers. When I go to class each year, my first thought is, what kind of students am I going to get? And like, you might be thinking, oh, but don't you want like consistent students? Like, don't you only want like super smart students or super intelligent students? And my first thought is, I don't even know what that is. Like, what do you mean by super smart students? Like, you want an entire class filled with unimaginative, like sterilized, repetitious drones that collapse due to one standard missing? Like, I understand that sounds like a cruel and very, lack of a better word, generalization, but no, I want to see promise, nuance, and people focus on their own journey, not just being influenced by everyone else in a standard. So when you say, Jazz, you're kind of just too focused on your own journey, that's exactly the youth that I grew up with. I'm not saying I'm Japanese. So the whole difference is that I didn't grow up in Japan. I think the Japanese teachers and universities would have a very different opinion about it. I grew up in an environment like liberal arts education. So generally, most people have opinions. For better or for worse, they have opinions. And being young, that's my version of being young, where you're still trying to strike it on your own, and the internet has nothing to tell about that. Like, what I mean is, you're so focused on your own journey that even like compelling peer pressure and stuff from the internet doesn't make you stray you away from like doing cartwheels down the road. You think you're only saying this because of your foot cast, but maybe a variant of the thought process is when you're old, you're still young for what you can still do. Oh, okay. I disagree, but like that's the major opinion. That's the major opinion. That's how you get you feel old, because you also think about what the things that you can't do. I'm neither of those. The way I was talking about it was I was thinking about the opportunity to present your wisdom and your impact. The biggest thing, one of the greatest privileges of being older is what you can impart to a younger generation. That doesn't change with age. And it doesn't change. It doesn't prevent you from doing or not doing it. However, I can imagine a younger person talking to an older person, and they would focus positively and think about being young by thinking about the things they can still do. And then if you're a jaded old person, you may think about all the things you can't do, because when you're around young people, you're reminded of all the things you can't do. And then when you can't do, or still can't do, you know, like still do as in like things that you still do because you have to consider the things you can't do anymore. That is usually when cynicism demonstrates itself. Like here's another positive one about someone who's young and old. When you get old, there are a lot of things you can do now that you can't do when you were younger. And that's where I am. When I said all those potatoes and like enjoying youth and stuff, I can do a lot of things that most of those young people can't do yet. And that's what keeps me young. It keeps me young because I know that I can still do a lot of things, and right? You can say I can still do a lot of things, but I can also do many things none of those young people can do yet, until they get older. You're gonna head out? Good chat. Yeah, enjoy, James. Good luck. I would love to hear more about your italki sessions, like how you prepare your italki sessions in the future. I think that's really neat because I haven't done it yet, James. So looking forward to hearing more about your future interactions with your potential bandmate. I'm jesting, of course. Thanks, James. You kind of wonder where or how you use the name Goober though. Goober for me is I like it spelled this way, but I think the company that I got Goober from, this is my origin, not other people's origin, but Goober was spawned off Gerber. Gerber is a baby food company in the United States. I don't know if I was ever fed Gerber baby food when I was younger by my parents. I just know that growing up in the United States, Gerber baby food is in like the grocery stores. And over time, it became Goober because I thought that's what it was called. I thought it was Goober baby food because Goober sounds more like a baby brand than Gerber. But Gerber is, I think, the name of a person or something like that. And if you look up the Gerber logo, the Gerber baby food logo, you may have seen it before. It's like I'm not sure if it was ever an international brand. I don't know much about baby food on account of I've never had a baby myself. Like I'm not a parent, and I rarely interact with people's babies in a way. But that's where I started saying Gerber. Like Gerber into Goober. Other people, I think Goober meant something. Like somewhere along the line. Let me see. Goober origin. Goober peanut. A peanut. I had no idea it was a peanut. I can kind of see it though, because instead of saying peanut, I used to say peanuts in some way. I say potato now. So I call goobers potatoes. And no, this is my personal endearment. Like I'm not using potatoes in a way of saying let's see, early 20,000s to early 10s, where you call a potato something that's like bad, or like for example a potato PC. That's not how I'm using potato. Potato is more like rustic, unrefined, yet to be refined, yet to be like specialized. So goober and potato represents youth. And when I think youth, it's also different too. Youth is transcendent. It's a time of transcendence. So I usually refer to youth as a time where coming of age is going to happen. So I celebrate youth because you don't specialize in things. Like, I actually say that I'm a potato in things because I've yet to be refined into something. Like, I'm potato at Japanese, for example. Maybe one day I'll be more like a French fry, or chip. But right now, I pretty much am a goober. Like, oh, you know, pardon me, but this might sound a little gooberish. Goofy Goober is a mascot of a food place in the first SpongeBob movie. Oh, well, there you go. So when you call someone a goober, you think of a Goofy Peanut mascot? That works because goober actually mean peanut, apparently. I actually had no idea that goober. Apparently, there's also a derogatory word for Southerners, which, going back in American history, right? So I had to be very careful. We're not that far away from the old school American history, but in the olden times, which occurs in Japan too, by the way. So Japan, China, and the USA, like insert your country or something like that, they all had terms for simpleton, right? Someone who's simple, as in someone who's like stupid, basically. And there is a dated use of goober, apparently, according to this. I'm extrapolating from the finger note from dictionary. It's probably was used to call someone simple, as in like, especially people from the countryside. So, and usually the countryside is historically the South in the United States. So this is dated. So this is no longer, at least in my opinion, this is no longer. And so if you're wondering like why I have started using goober, well, since 2010, the rise of using this word as a euphemism has almost quadrupled. So now this word is being used as a euphemism. And for me, I coincidentally already used goober as a euphemism 20 years ago. Like a long time ago, I used goober. I still like hearing origin stories of why someone does or say things. Yeah, so in Japan, there are ways to say southerner. In fact, it's more like countryside and metropolis, right? In Japan, the countryside is often talk about rustic, quaint, right? Unsophisticated. So oftentimes it can be seen as derogatory in a way. So there's ways to say this. And in China, it's the same. Like if you're talking about the farmers, rice farmers versus the bureaucrat, right? The political figures. And then in the United States, goober can also elicit that back in the day. For myself, it was because of Gerber baby food. I look at kids and I think, like I already told you why I think of the way I think. When I see young people, I see potential. So I like being around young people and hearing their aspirations and their ambitions, because it gives me a reason. Like if you're wondering, like if you ever asked, so what is the meaning? Like why do you get up? Why do you like living or improving yourself? And my first thought is because there are young people around. I don't ever tire myself. And you don't have to be young. Like what I mean is you have to be young at heart, young of the mind. So you could be like a 60-year-old and you're listening to this and you're like, oh man, I can start learning a language now. You are officially a potato again. Congratulations. You are now a goober language learner. Learning involves becoming a goober again, becoming a potato again, and you embrace it because that's what keeps someone young. Not because you're worried about if you can still do something, or you can or cannot, or used to or could now do something. You are young because you continue to live, to learn, and reinvent your life and iterate on your life. You continue to iterate on the potato. Hey, no hate on potatoes are awesome. Just give me some tater tots. When I grow up, you want to be a potato? Honestly, right now in Japanese, I'm feeling like I'm around a standard potato chip. You know, like a standard salted potato chip. But I want to like be a little bit more refined, you know? Like I gotta enter the truffle oil artisan French fry at some point. Maybe. If I wanted to, you know? Maybe if I get really lucky, I could be that wagyu tallow panko crusted French fry or something. Maybe sometime, some sophistication in the future. But right now, yeah, Japanese language learning potato. In fact, I would go further and say I classify myself as a taro. And this isn't the phrase for taro. What is it? What was this? What it has emo in it. Satoimo, which is kind of funny because satoimo is interesting if you think about it. Satoimo. Right, this is satoimo, which is taro. Satoimo has home, or like a homestead, like somewhat of an origin point. And then this is potato. Home potato. How funny is that? You know, it's kind of like a rusted potato, a rustic. And then here's funny thing. I got more about this. All these are coincidences. They have no relations with each other. I'm using my like mind palace now. One of the wonderful potatoes used for French fries in the United States is the russet potato. Russet. That sounds very much like rustic potato. And if there's anything that is humble about the potato, it's the humble rustic potato. It builds great dishes. It's a great source of starch. It can be transformed into things. You just imagine a house made of entirely potatoes. A rustic potato. Oh, I get it. Yeah. And you can add color with, you know, taro. And here, let's go even meta for a moment. Now, a potato, what is a potato? It's a root. Foundation. And then now what are we doing? Going back to being a Japanese language learning potato. Because a potato, you have to form your roots to form the foundations to become more than a potato. And no, potatoes are not bad because you can see it as a new beginning. Beautiful flowers and trees and all those other things have solid foundations. They have solid roots. So opportunities. Potatoes are also opportunities, right? That it goes more, but we're gonna cut it off there. And no, they have no connection with each other. Like, all of these are coincidences. I want to say that there's some linguistic way and conceptual way and biological way to connect all these and show that it's not a coincidence. But generally speaking, That's how I remind myself of all the things I need to remember. I connect all of them into a story. So if you ever have me explain something in origin, it's probably going to go very, very deep, because usually when you're asking me for an origin story, I have to go from my current state and track it all the way back to its original state. So that original state has all the connections to my current one. Yeah, so that's the origin of Goober, I suppose. Although it is funny to integrate everything about peanuts now. It brings a whole new meaning to check these goobers. You know? These goobers. Okay. Just using the root tree idea, some people would like to grow into a beautiful flower tree. I think I would like to grow into a tall, strong tree with many that each have their own purpose. Many branches. Yeah, you branch out. You gotta branch out. And how do you branch out? With a strong foundation. Because the more you branch out, the more you have to solidify your strong foundation. Right? A strong foundation allows you to branch out to many things. And hear me out. You want to go one even further. When you grow into a strong tree with many branches, how do trees lead to a forest? Spores, pollen. So not only can you grow into a strong tree, you can plant new trees. But if you're not into that tree life, you can always be a blossoming tree and let a bee pollinate something else for you. So not only can you be a strong tree, you can be a strong tree that promotes growth of other flowers. And then now we're back to the whole campus life again. And if you're wondering, let's take the metaphor even further. Trees can provide shade. They can provide oxygen. They cycle carbon. You can do that for other people too. Right? So there's a meaning to you just keep going. So forest starts from one tree. I don't actually know if forest starts from one tree. That's a good question. That's a good question. Like how the first forest came about. I'm terrible with origin stuff, but let's just say yes. Let's just say yes. Yeah, we're gonna end up branching into like philosophy and origin stuff is like yikes. Still a challenge for me. Okay. You ordered delivery with your father. What? Ordered, yeah. Takeout. Huh. Which word did I have for order? Oh, it's probably like decide.
父と出前を頼む。
頼む。
彼女の顔はとても小さいです。
Alright, I was supposed to do something later today, so we're gonna try to make time for it. Thanks for the inspiration, guys. It's a very interesting question. And it's a litmus test for me. Whenever someone asks me like how they respond when I say goober and potato. Still a cool idea though, and it's good to see the distinction between no ato and no sugi. Yeah, earlier. Yeah, there were a few others. Yeah, there were a few others as well.
太陽が見える。
怖い夢を見る。
Which please is this? Oh, in this context. Wait. No, it's not. It's
どうぞお入りください。
and this is the formal
なぜこ
naze.
こに来たの？
There's no indication of whether they would have used naze there. That was a question, but maybe you have to imagine specific questions. What kind?
その国はどんな場所ですか？
こちらに来て。
That's also part of the please phrase. That's why I wrote Kuchira the other time. This is next time, but this time and next time. So konkai. Not konkai. Whew. I just said I wasn't gonna do this, but it's not konkai. Kondo.
今度海外に行く。
Konkai would be this time, but in a different sense. Talked about that too. Okay. We have 117 reviews. That would take me to 11:30. All right. You may give ideas, but it seems like you're already the king of meta anyway. You can dig your own rabbit holes to fall into. Listen. You think I'm digging rabbit holes, but I'm really just treading old networks of ant tunnels. You think I'm digging rabbit holes, but I've already got the network established. There's no digging involved. Maybe one day I'll dig a few more holes. You know? Maybe. Alright, so we have to do our still got grammar stuff to iron out here. I'm scared. Emphatic? Light and emphatic.
ここはいいのですか?
Or いいのですか? Or いいんですか? Okay. Oh, I've got to normalize. No need to
漢
be
字を
polite.
覚えるのが上手。
Can't tell which one, so I'm gonna go with
「私は弟に飲み物をあげた。
Oh, I keep forgetting to normalize. Oh no, that's something I need to pause on.
サッカーをするのが下手です。
納豆はいい。美味しく、no? 美味しかったです。ね? 美味しく。
納豆は美味しかったです。
I think this is Talk about E adjectives being modifiers.
新しいスマホを買う
So that's an E adjective, so you don't do anything. You don't add anything. Yeah, so there's no distinction between in-group and out-group in their examples yet. Oh, I need to conjugate. Whoops.
兄は便利な箱をくれた。
The Demon Lord. Oh, that is Demon Lord. They use the same thing. Mo. Oh, interesting. Mo-sama wa. Mo-sama wa. Baga. Bagagu. Baga. No. Baga Queen. Baga Queen. Maybe they're trying to avoid some copyright here. We're being cheeky. Baga Queen. Okay, it's working. Progressive. You go to work and casually meet the Demon Lord. I know, right? That's so. That sounds like a script from an anime. Like that just sounds like straight up anime. And then they don't use Burger King because of like IP thing. That just sounds like something that would happen. Tada. A light. Oh no. 80 months? Definitely teiru, right? It's a teiru thing. And this is hataraku, right? So and ku is 働いて
魔王様はバーガークイーンで働いています
You go to work and casually meet the Demon Lord? Yes. Yeah, this is the whole manga name. I think I remember something about the Demon. I sometimes wonder why manga or anime titles are very long. Yeah, there was the most recent one that I saw was something like my time that I was reincarnated and wrongfully accused of being a something like a bad student, or my time the time that I was whisked away to an alternative dimension to become a expert fighter or something like that. it's a series of it's like a popular trending type of subgenre where the title represents the isekai. It's most of them are isekai genre, where like the time when I died and became an undead singing idol or something. It'd be like very long. The time when I put all my stats into defense, something like that. It's weird. What do we got? Horo-san. Horo-san wa shinsetsu de 優しい。
ホロさんは親切で優しい。
優しい。 Tabun? No, it's not tabun. Let's see. Ame. Yo wa ame ne. Standard masculine. Probably. Masculine? Is this too emphatic?
今
Oh
日
no,
は
okay.
雨だろ
I'm like, at all, the only thing I can think of that they mentioned that was masculine, and they're talking about like the existence or like a probabilistic state is daro. But I didn't think it was, I thought it might have been too assertive. Let's see. There is paper. Standard. Oops. I missed it.
紙がある。
あそこで、遊び in a permissive. Yes. May. Probably te. So,遊んでもいいです。
う。あそこで遊んでもいいです。
Okay. Away from both parties. I'm gonna be saying uptone for most of my like talking to myself in Japanese because I'm actually asking myself a question on all of them. But a lot of them are actually they're supposed to descend when you're reading it because it's a statement. So I just wanted to clarify if it triggers anyone. Like I'm not reading the sentence like it's a sentence. I'm reading it as a question because I'm asking myself if that's it. Oh, take that medicine. Oh, take that medicine. Oh, this is probably, since the noun is there, it's ano.
あの薬を飲む。
Ano kutsuri o nomu. You could get away with saying are, possibly? Like are o yomu. And that would be inferring that you already know what the object is. And you're replacing the object with a noun, like a pronoun function. But which can use are as opposed to ano. But since there's a noun there, right? And the medicine would be in parentheses. I think. We're trying to like practice other grammar things at the same time. Must get off. Okay. When we're talking about must get off, we're talking about double negative. And that is a ichidan. Oh. We need double negative for must, right? So 折なくては non-negative non-pass. Why does that's fine. It's usually we don't have any others yet. Like ikenai. Let's try a different grammar structure here. Standard negative non-pass. It's a 50-50 because we can't tell if they're talking about formal or not, right? I think what they're wanting is like ならない
京都で電車を降りなくてはならない。
can't really tell. I still don't know if I can tell from the English that they're using. Like, it says negative non-pass standard, but naranai, maybe we'll just see what ikenai end up being. There's a separate point about ikenai, which is similar based off that English. 彼女に implied 私は right? 彼女に青い花をpolite? What? Oh, receive. Polite. So もらいましたもらい
彼女に青い花をもらえます。
It's not every day it asks for the polite form. Dislike and like a conjunctive. This is for an E adjective. So, irakute? Could you try another way of conjugating this structure? Hold up. Oh, wait. Oh, it's Kira. Wait. Hold up. Is... I don't think so, right?
Kirai.
Oh, it is.
Kirai de.
I screwed up. Okay, it's not adjective. It's not adjective. That's what I screwed up in. It's one of those, right? Not adjective. Must not. So must not is standard. So we got the tabe ichidan. So tabe ichidan. Is it ta? Or is it te? No, it's, yeah. Tabete wa. Yeah, so there's no way to distinguish between them. It still says negative non-pass standard. So this one's probably the ikenai.
晩ご飯の前にお菓子を食べてはいけない。
Yeah, so I can't really tell between naranai and ikenai, which is perfectly fine. Because every time I have to think about it, then I would have to think about when I would use ikenai and naranai as opposed to like, instead of saying like here, would this be both? Oh, so this one accepts both. Oh, maybe... Was it must eat or was it... Oh, maybe it's just must eat. There was an exception. When you must eat something, I think... Oh, one of them doesn't use ikenai or naranai more commonly. I don't know if it's must not eat or must eat. I'll think about it later. It's fine.
その人は私の弟。
This is so fascinating. Standard emphatic. I have to. Standard, emphatic, have to. So we're doing, right? Have to is we're gonna do double negative. Emphatic. Maybe like emphatic is the way to determine when you're doing the other things. So like ason let's say like ason nakcha. Ason nakcha 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 ikenai. I don't know what this is going for. Wait. Must do. Right, must do. And you have to do the nai. The nai gets, yeah, so like so a son. Oh no, it's not. I don't need that. Asoba nak asoba naku asobu nakcha nakcha ikenai. Can you use an unabbreviated grammar point? Okay, so they don't want the abbreviated grammar point. Okay. Okay, then how about nakute wa ikenai?
今日はいい天気だから外で遊ばなくてはいけない。
Alright. Tenki. No, not tenki. Genki. Ne? Yes, genki normalize particle. What the normalized particle? What am I talking about here? Normalized particle. Shacho desu. The one that. I think it's just no. And then maybe like add ga, maybe like noga. Oh, dang it. I forgot the na for the noun as well.
元気なのは社長です。
Yeah, I need to, since it's a, or not a noun, but it's an adjective. It's a non-adjective. Forgot about the non-adjective. Literary contrast particle. It's what are my choices? It goes with kedo, then kedomo, then keredo. Or is it kedomo? Yeah, I mean keredomo. No. It's we got our hierarchy, right? Kedo, kedomo, keredo, and then this one is the highest, which is keredomo, right?
トムに言ったけれども、トムは忘れました。
マリさんねでしょ？
メアリーさんがいるでしょ？
Alright, I must go. That's a double negative. And yeah, I still can't tell the difference between naranai and ikenai. So let's go with... And what is this demonstrating? This is a double negative. So... I need... Itte nakute wa... No. Wait, how do you... Are you normal? No. Yes. Or... Ita? No. Ika... Ga nakute... Te wa... Te wa... How about this is an abbreviation? Okay, yeah, I can't tell if they're asking for an abbreviation or not. Maybe the abbreviation is when it stands alone. So they want let's add nakcha.
買いに行かなきゃいけない。
買いに行かなくちゃいけない. Right. I can't tell the difference from the context alone. Normalization of oboru. Oh, counting. 富士山を登るのある the one who 意味だ。のがいるlet's try adding something at the end. Oh, just noga works. Or no wa.
富士山を登るのは君だ。
Okay.
この飲み物は何ですか？
Intend. Small. It's like tsumorida, right? Tsumorida.
日本語を勉強するつもりだ。
Morida. 自分のケツ? 自分の oh, is it like chi? No, sada. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I was thinking blood because like my blood, but this is just sada. that's a plate. 自分の皿を洗う advice. Kind of like should, right? Or would be better. Okay. How is the should and would thing? 方がいい. It's 方がいい, right? And it's not, it's positive. So I feel like it's ta. So ara wa ne? Ara wa ho ga ii. What? I swear it's the ta phrase. Oh, so arawata ho ga ii. Oh no. Wait, I thought you're supposed to convert this to, yeah, you're supposed to. So it's not wa, it's something else. Arai arata. It's just arata. Eh? Arata ho ga ii. Oh no. I don't know how to. So it's past tense. Past tense. Man, I thought it was wa. Ooh.
自分の皿を洗った方がいい。
Okay. Yeah, aratta. Arattaほがいい。この本を読む standard? Oh, but before, reading before something. So it's like have done something. To have do something. ことがある。と、読んだ。Right? 読んだことがある。
この本を読んだことがある。
一人で negative I 行く would not be good. Okay. So we would so eatいたないで Nope.いたない方がいい Oh no. I'm not conjugating iku properly in the negative. 行かない方がいい。
一人で行かない方がいい。
サッカー particle non-exhaustive. Probably yeah.
サッカーやテニスをするのが好き。
Yeah. テニスをするのが好き。Non-past standard? Say what? Oh, to become clean.
"きれいになる."
I don't know why I put that or not. より this one's like spacious. It's like no Olga.
あそこの公園より家に近い公園の方が広い。
Shall we study volition interrogative?
図書館で勉強しましょうか。
How does this work? So doko is fine. Oh no, this is doko somewhere. Yes. Doko ka ne? And then I need the ni after.
どこかへ出かけますか？
Or
どこ
I
へも行き
guess
たくないよ。
you can't really tell. But since they said in fair enough. Out of like no nakade. Oh,
国の中で一番人口が多いのはどれですか？
different phrasing. Extent non-exhaustive. 頑張って勉強したけど extent non-exhaustive わからない extent anything. Oh no wait. Extent and exhaustive? Non-exhaustive? I don't understand anything. Let's see. 何も
頑張って勉強したけど何もわからない。
何もわからない。Alright. Alright, and now we got some vocabulary to do. Okay. What? Some. Chotto? 何
デ
か
ートに誘う。
はい
何か一緒に映画を見ませんか？
こんな素敵なプレゼントをありがとう。
Oh. He's
先
starting.
生。さあ、チャイムが鳴ったので授業を始めましょ
Wait.
私は辛い食べ物が嫌いです。
What type of what other type of work do we have instead of stomeru? Probably hataraku.
う。親が子供に、ブラック企業では働くな。
Buraku. Really? Interesting. So? Like だから
今日は雨が降るよ。だから傘を持って行ってね。
Let's use a more general word for time here. Time heals. Okay.
時が悲しみを癒す。
最近は日が昇るのが早いです。
Oh no. Are we doing hisoi? Or wait. Ikui. Heck! Heck! Who are thin? I thought it was...
私は細い人より筋肉がたくさんある人の
I
方
have a
がタイ
typo.
プです。
It was a typo for hosoi.
今年は2022年で、来年は2023年です。
That's a dated message. Literally. I feel like this is probably gonna be Hoshi
子供。サンタさん、僕はラジコンが欲しいです。
because of this.
子供、一緒に野球をしましょう。
No, what is the other one?
その男の人が田中さんでしょう。
Okay. Kuruma no mix. Second mix. Oh, komi something ga. Sui? Sugi. Oh, sugoi. Whoa. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, the crazy, yeah. Congested. The way traffic. Maybe like koto. What? Oh no. It's not koto. Kata.
車の混み方がすごい。
I'm like, no, not koto. Wrong thing. Yeah, kata. I feel like this is gonna be a 50-50. We're gonna go with Chichi.
父からネックレスをもらいました。
父が息子に、友達にお金を借りてはいけません。
Hey. The heck? How do you get someone's attention? What can I do to get someone's attention? Oi! Oh, the rebel. That's a good one. Oi would be a great way to get someone's attention. Oi. I wonder if oi is a thing. Let's try something. Hey, oi exists. I'm just saying. Let's try something a little less aggressive though. Mostly a sound, I guess. Yeah, it's mostly a sound. Yeah. So, oh, the rebel. Right over there. What else can you yell? Oh, you could do like, no way. Like maybe like Kochira? No. Dang it. Like trying to like get the person to come here. Because they're calling out they're It's a police officer calling out. Huh. Yoshi. Maybe like something else like here, like sa. Or I'm kind of out of ideas. Must be something so simple. Yeah, maybe like eh. Oh, jeez. No, I don't think it pushed it. This is actually today's lesson. Or no, wait. It could be addressing the person, like maybe like. Oh no, Sama does. Maybe like ja? Ain't no way. Okay. Holy. I mean, the first thing I start with like maybe
おまわ
choto.
りさん、ちょっと、そこの人。
Yeah, like hey, wait up sort of situation, like halt. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's true. Actually, this was my first thought, and I was like, nah, it can't be that, right? It can't be. Wait, so it took me the whole way around. I went through all of the ways to get someone's attention, and then come back. All right, okay, fine. Because police, right? Like a police officer is like, I'm trying to think, what would a police officer call out? And it's more like wait, like hold up, hey, like hold up. You right over there, like okay, all right, sure.
疲れたので首のストレッチをしました。
Now we know. Now we know. It's not kanashi. This is a general sense of sadness. Is there another word that has a nuance of loneliness or emptiness? Yes, there is.
愛犬が亡くなってしまってとても寂しい。
寂しい。Okay.
バスで学校に行く。
同僚1。彼の集中力はすごいね、同僚2。そうですね。
Okay. Oops.
大人より子供の方が頭が柔らかい。
We're running late already. Yeah. I feel like this is the this is the theme now. One person leads into another person, which leads into another person. We're booked. Welcome, Rebel. What have you done since our last time we talked? Who's after you? Oh, Mika. Let's go out. Heck? Masho. Let's hope Masho works, but 一緒に Oh. Or
親が子供に、今日は休日だから一緒に出かけましょ
yeah, 出かけましょう。Let's see.
看板。気にも垂れないでください。
Oh,
う。私は歴史が好きなので史学部に行きたい。
妻が夫に、ビールを飲みすぎることをやめてください。
heck, let's use the noun here. Wait, the noun.
太陽の色は赤じゃない。オレンジだ。
I'm like, okay. Nope. That's not what I'm looking for. Wait. Oh. Something I am like tripping on one of the kana. Or no, that is an act that it's implied that it's transitive. Oh wait. Oh, but it could be
「冷蔵庫の扉をしっかり閉める」。
interesting. So how would I know? How would I differentiate? Bigger? Live in a
「私は将来はもっと大きな家に住むつもりです。
Oops. Wait. Oops. うわどちらHuh. Sama?
あなたはどちら様ですか？
Okay.
授業中は静かにしなくてはならない。
Yeah. Yeah. It's because of the dochira. Dochira has like Dochira has like somewhat of a formality thing, and that's the only way I got sama. You're asking for like it's kind of weird, but dochira is what made me thought of sama.
私は水曜日から土曜日まで出張でした。
Which one is this one? We'll guess.
母と話したり食事をしたりする。
Yeah, you know it has its own pattern in some ways. Yeah. Yeah, the Dochira was the Dochira-sama. I've heard it before. And here's the thing though. The reason I knew it is because today Sama was or like the recent unit was about Sama. So I was thinking of like Jin, Hito, Nan, going through them, and I'm like, I don't think any of them goes with Dochira. So pattern recognition for the win, I suppose. Oh no. Which teaching are we talking about here? Or it's good at teaching.
あの先生は地理を教えるのが上手です。
Yes. Other no Jozu. Nowadays? What's a way to, and it's the topic. ほとんどの人がスマートフォンNowadays, typical days, I have honestly you could just go with Kyo. Nowadays, how do you get nowadays? Ima? I mean, Ima kind of works, right?
今はほとんどの人がスマートフォンを持っている。
I was thinking more precisely like Kyo, but Ima's good. Like nowadays, it's just now. Okay.
僕はプールで泳ぐより海で泳ぐ方が好きです。
I feel like that's a button twister right there. Wake up. Oops. Okay, to right.
父
Okay.
変な時間に寝たり起きたりするな。
私は悲しいシーンがある映画が嫌いだ。
病気の妻の面倒を見なくちゃ。
寒いのでモコモコの靴下を履きました。
Mokomoko fuzzy.
友達と話をする。
息子が生まれたのは水曜日じゃなかった。日曜日だった。
これは薬じゃない、ただのラムネだ。
No.
「教授、授業の間にスマホをいじるな。
Am I going crazy? I think I'm kind of going crazy. Uh... Oh, maybe it's just
暑いので冷たい水を浴びたいです。
don't need the bathtub. What are you saying about Yu-Gi-Oh? Because of the small characters? You're unable to write class? Unable to write class? Because of Yu-Gi-Oh? Because of the small characters? Oh, I see. Like the Ju and the Yo? I mean the Yu and the Yo? Do you have... When you say you're unable to write class, do you have like a... Are you specifically talking about typing or like writing with a utensil?
私はカレーを食べて歯を磨きました。
私たち? Our name. So us, right? And then us. What is another way to say us? Us. Keeps us group. I was gonna go with watashi, but write our names on our belong kindergarten team. Oh. Jibun? No way. I guess it could be referring to Jibun, our own things. Oh, typing? I see. Hey, oh, this is kind of weird actually. I can only think of Jibun.
幼稚園の先生。自分のものには名前を書きましょう。
I guess that makes sense because masho would mean ours. Yeah, so it changed the entire... Masho ended up modifying the entire phrase. Yeah, you got it? Yeah, so... This is kyo. And then, this is ju. Or actually, you might be able to just type ju for this. In the typing, like when you're typing the thing, it's basically like dropping the formal. So like ki becomes ki, and then ji becomes ji. And then this is like one of the fun things about Japanese. Sometimes it's pronounced like yo, and then sometimes it's pronounced kyo. Sometimes it's pronounced jio, and sometimes it's pronounced jo, but they're all referring to kyo and ju. I don't hear it too often. Like, what I mean is, I don't differentiate too often when I'm listening. But there is a ji u. No, not really. So when there's a when you have ju in front, when you have this, it's actually very uncommon. They become this. So the explanation of why that exists is very similar. So what I mean is, if you're trying to find an example, try to find an example of a jiu versus a ju. When it's written, you probably will have a hard time finding this. You and yo. You shouldn't, but I might be mistaken. I might be mistaken that these things exist, but these shouldn't because of this. But when written this way, it can be pronounced. There's various versions that can be pronounced this way, but it will be written this way each time. So that's kind of when, like, the memes, one of the nuanced memes is that when you hear someone pronounce something like Kyoto, right? Kyoto, there are examples where it would be kyo something like Kyota, and you could hear a Kyota, as opposed to a Kyota. And I don't know where and when that happens, but it does happen when you hear it. Occasionally, when you pick it up, there's like a soft e here occasionally, but I don't know which words are, and it's not written. All of them are, at least to my knowledge, most of them are written with like this. So you rarely ever have this. It might be a special exception. I don't actually know. I don't know a vocabulary word that has the combination written out. It's interesting though. Very interesting. I like how well it sounds together. So for me, I default regardless. So it would just be here's one that's interesting that might change in the future. I don't know if it's gonna change yet. You are writing Jugyo in Bunpro so you could get the right answer, right? You couldn't get the oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Here's one that Revel. Here's one that will come up in Bunpro. That I don't know if you encountered it. How do you type this? Actually, I think I might have wrote this one. I do it differently than others, but it's T. It's T. It's supposed to be representing T, so it's supposed to sound like it's kind of sounding like Chi, but really T. And I do it weird. So I do it like yeah, like this is how I do it right here. You do I write te. So you write te, right? And then you hit X, your X button, which causes it to reduce, and then you hit I. So X will lower any of the things. So like if you want to make if you want to manually enter a small thing, so you can write like t, and like if you want to write kyo, right, you can write or ju, for example, you can write ju, or you can do G, hit X, right, the X button, and then hit U. So you can write it manually, or like you can write all things manually by hitting X. So X is your function. It's like a shift key to make it small. So you can, if you wanted to write it a different way, like Jugyo, right? You can write the G, hit X, and hit U, and then you have hit Gi, hit X, type out Yo, and then U. So there are two ways to write things. You don't have to type Ju, like JU. You can type G plus XU, but that would be like kind of weird to look at the word because usually it's a singular kana. So most people type JU as opposed to JI. So what I typed here, what I actually entered was JIXYU, GIXYOU. That's what I typed to enter this. Jugyo. You can alternatively type JU, GU, and U. So Jugyo this way is faster, but I'm not used to typing this one, which is not used very commonly. It's used for English. That's why I'm writing it as a katakana, because it's not used in Japanese much. T is not used too often. So then to write it, I write te and then write a small e. So it's te x e. Yeah. A good example of T would be like Timu. Team. There are others, but the first example that I can think of is Timu. Anywhere you have the T in an English word, they can have this. And it comes up not a party, like party. The T in party, like party.
「夜遅くにお菓子を食べるのは健康に悪いです」
Yeah, it's so much trouble with kalen. Oh yeah, kalen, because it's the ren. Did you get stuck on the ren? Because that's where I get stuck on. Like in karen, whenever there's a ren and a ran, kalenda in the kalen, so it would be in between. A kalen versus kalen is in between a ren and a ran. So then you have to guess if it's ren. You try like 34. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, and then also whenever I don't know if Canadians, Rebel, since you're Canadian, do you use D's or do you use T's? So English, like Americans, right? American English, they favor D's. So it can affect anything with a D. So you're at a 50-50 in English for whether it's da or ta, like karen, karen da. But when you get to computa instead of da, you would typically think of a D sound in English. So you might habitually type D as opposed to T. So it's like kalenda, right? But the nice thing about kalenda is it's still da, it's not ta. I had a problem with computer for a while. I use pasokon most of the time, but they have kon, right? They have computer, right? Heck. Wait. Yes. And it's pew. So I can pew. Utah. Don't mind me struggling with my mouse. Kalenduraru. Yeah, so this is you have the computa, and I keep typing da here. Computa, and then this is not pu, compute. So they're thinking pew, which is good, but when I think of poo, I think no, I'm not thinking of poo. I would only write poo. So then I would write poo, kon poo da, right? So then it would be wrong over and over again. Like there would be 3 different ways that it's wrong. Totally. In French, the R are really present, so kind of dropping it is not automatic. Ah, okay. Yeah. And for me, it's funny. You say that when French are really present. I've listened to a lot of British stuff, right? And I actually drop my R's already sometimes. And in English, R's are supposed to be prominent. They're kind of prominent. However, I'm like an outlier or a minority. So sometimes I drop my R, sometimes I don't. So it's still a problem though. It's like a 50-50. Like ka, right? Ka. The thing is, I've been using mnemonics a lot of times, and because of the mnemonics dropping the R, that's how I become conditioned to drop R's. Such a weird way. It's such a unexpected consequence of using mnemonics. What the precious? It's a non-adjective. Can it be like important? Precious. Huh. This is your precious animal. I almost want to lean towards like being important as opposed to valuable, right? It's clearly not valuable. There's a non-adjective. Maybe like it's probably important, like kaisetsu. Eh?
親が子供に、これはあなたの大切なぬいぐるみでしょう。
For French learning, English dealing with R and S correctly makes a huge difference on pronunciation. For French learning English dealing with R and S correctly makes a huge... Oh, for French learning English speakers dealing with R's and S, or is it the other way around? So is it like you're saying people who are learning, or a French person learning English dealing with R's and S correctly makes a huge difference? French learning to speak English. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oftentimes, whenever someone drops an R, it turns heads. But honestly, I'm not a I don't, nah. And then if you swap out all your T's for all your D's for T's, then you might turn some heads too. Or you can get really, really annoying and cringy by pronouncing the she. Because we say computer. Oh, computer. Oh, computer. I see. Computer. Oh. Oh, and then computer. So computer has its computer, right? But some people, depending on where you are, it can be computer. Computer, I don't usually say computer. I generally say computer. However, occasionally after watching like certain programming, I would say computer. And then computer then makes you sound a little weird. And then, there's always that funny humorous thing about schedule. Schedule? Wait. Or I can't describe. I know. It's fine. It's fine. We all can't, like, we don't have IUPAC, right? Like, we can't. Oh no, not IUPAC. Right, that's science organization. EPA. Or is it IPA? IPA. We none of us know IPA, so we can't describe English, French pronunciation. It's perfectly alright. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I would have to listen to someone in order to it, but I can illustrate here since I have a mic, right? It's like for example, little. I don't know. Skittish. I'm not even trying. All I'm pronouncing is the T's. Skittish. Skittles. And it immediately doesn't sound like I'm speaking American English. Like Skittles. Skittish. Little. Right? The moment you replace it, Skittles. Skittish. Little. Like, it doesn't change. Like, there's nothing else I'm doing that I'm focusing on. I'm not like deliberately trying to sound British or like try to sound like I'm not speaking. The only difference is pronounce the T's. Just pronounce all your T's. that are like in the middle, that are doubled. There's also there's like a R stuff. Everything with the R stuff can be good because of the R, right? The R, the air, the air, the ear. Ear, R, no, R, air, ear. Like char, like chair, or chair, char, chair, or no R's, like I can't do any of these. Skittles will tend to sound like Skittles without the S. I really need to listen to some Canadians, and like I need to listen to some French Canadians speak English, My only exposure to French Canadians is Montreal. Montreal is the only time. Even Montreal, like the name Montreal. Like Montreal, like just going there, it took me like a year to figure out how to spell Montreal because I'm like, and that's not even close. That's like Americanized, Canadian Americanized pronunciation of Montreal. Like look at this word. Like all I think about is like Montre or something like that. Montre, or like I can imagine like this L is silence, and then this is like tre without the ah, and then this is mont. So like Montre or something like that. If I'm trying to like be French, like my first thought is, if I'm trying to be French, how can I remove the English out of this name? And the first thing that comes to my mind is Montre, like Montreal. Okay, Montreal. Oh, okay. So no, the T goes away. And Rio. Okay. Okay. By the way, Revel, since you know French, there's a person that comes a little bit earlier. She's like in a slightly different time frame. She really likes French, by the way. And she's been studying French for a while. We might end up doing some French things in like another year. Maybe like sometime at the end of this year or something for fun, because I do learn Spanish. Spanish is another language that I need to keep like maintain and keep up, so we have to pair it up with something. So Brie is it's been a long time. We've known each other for quite some time now, like half a year, and she has a very passionate interest in French. She's been keeping up with that, so that might be a fun cross activity. But some still pronounce it I see. The thing that, you know, the thing that will ever be fun, I don't think this ever gets old, and that's water. 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 Sorry. I can't do impersonations like water. Right, water or water. Yeah, so like water. Water. There's water as well. Water. 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 All these exist where I live. Like these ones. Woulda. But the other ones that deal with like T's and stuff, like wata. Wata is like over the pond for me. But woulda is one. I say water. Water. So water. But woulda is definitely one of them. Woulda. Funny, like our bad version is still not there. And then I'm choosing common words because common words will occur the most. Milk, right? There's milk. Milk is a trigger word. Quite a lot of people get triggered by milk. Milk and milk. It's like melts. So you have melt. It's not milk, it's ilk. Milk. Yeah, there's also milk. That's right, milk. You said milk. Oh, milk. Yeah, milk. I totally forgot about milk. Dang it. Yeah. milk. Milk. Oh man, it can go on. What's one more? Let's do one more. Something that's super common. Oh wait, hold up. Eggs. Let's think about eggs for a moment. Does this change? I don't think eggs change. I'm thinking of like milk and eggs. Oh, but butter. Oh, dude, butter though. It has all the butter, butter. You know, like butter. You know, butter. Buddha. Yeah. Okay. Maybe something that's not playing on. One more that's not playing on any of the existing ones that were mentioned. It's sour is not that great. Our stuff is fine. Like OU, that's not as fun. Like sour. There's some you can't really say. Yeah, for sure. There all the vulgar words. Every single vulgar word also has, for the record, when it comes to things that we can't say, all the vulgar words all have different variations in their thing. So you can use your imagination, you know, like the F word, the, you know, the S word. Yeah, you're gonna have every single like so many variations of all those words too. What else do you do? A kitchen? You cook? Oh man, so you know you're a mechanic. Oh yeah. Oh man. In and then Jin. Yeah. When I was younger, where I grew up, it's engine. It's an engine, right? And then now I say it's an engine. So I pronounce it engine after leaving where my area is. Engine is another one. They say the end. Engine? Oh man. Yeah. I have not crossed this. Interesting. Yeah, here the most common one is engine. So in and the gin that you're drinking. So gin and in, going into something. Engine. That breaks your brain every time. The engine. Oh, the engine. N. Yeah, I guess you can represent it as N, huh? Engine. So I don't say jin, I say gen, engine a lot of times. Engine and engine, these are 50-50. Sometimes I say engine. But I usually prefer N now instead of in. There's one more actually. I just remembered it. It's a childhood one. Someone literally. It does deal with. Oh man, I forgot it. The one related to N is gem. Gem and Jim. Gem and Jim. But oh no. Someone literally corrected me on this. They told me that we're doing lem and lim. Lemon and lemon. where I come from, where I grew up, the in is favored over the n. So it would be lemon, not lemon. And then gym over gem. So all the n's, it would favor the I over the A. So when you're making lemon pie is what I say now, lemon pie. Most people here, like anecdotally speaking, will say lemon pie. Here, like lemon pie as opposed to lemon pie. Yeah. Speaking of lemons, I literally got corrected when I left. Like when I went to another place, like outside of where I grew up, someone said, "Why are you saying lemon? Like, is that a lime or something? Like, it's a lime lemon?" Like, say, "Oh, lemon. It's lemon." And I'm like, okay, fair enough. Oh, here's one. There's this too. Oh, whoops. I misspelled. And this is relevant because I play video games. I say missile sometimes, not missile. So like missile. I say missile. Oh yeah, and muscle. Muscles, yeah. So missiles, yeah. Missile, I do say that. Missile. And then we you know, let's toss in one last the cheapest lowest hanging fruit for English, like any form of English, is probably like rural. Actually, is this how you spell rural? No, that's not how you spell rural. This is how you spell rural. Yeah, this is the lowest hanging fruit. Rural. You could say rural. 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 So like rural. I say rural. Or you could say rural. I don't know. It's like all the combinations of hate here. You're gonna switch words for short. Yeah. Instead of saying rural, I would just say countryside. or something else. You just say something in the back. Oh, the word exists in French? Oh, I see. What would be a good... You know, you might as well just say... You might as well just say inaka. Just say inaka from now on, you know? What is inaka again? Inaka is probably E. And then naka is special, so... You might as well just say inaka from now on. when you're like, oh yeah, you know, I live in the inaka side of the United States. It's like, you what, mate? Inaka, you know, the countryside, right? Not, it's like, oh, you mean the rural area? Like, no, just inaka. Sounds like your real name. Oh, it does? Oh, interesting. You won't, mate. I can rural. Jewel is the same problem, like the same thing. Jewel. So you could say jewel. How do you even do that? Jewel. Jewel. I don't know. I don't know how you even represent it. Oh, jewel. Oh yeah, jewel. That's a good one. That's how you would say, yeah, jewel. You can say jur. Is there any jewel? Jewel. I say jewel, so like AL, and it's like jewel, jewel, which sounds like jewel. That's such a great way. I love it, jewel. I love the jewel part. Oh, that's such a nice. I have a scientific background, so jewel is not just an engineering term. It's a measure of energy. So yeah, you gotta get those kilojoules, right? The kilojoule conversions down. Especially when you're talking about Kelvin and temperature and thermodynamics. You gotta be familiar with joule and calorie, like conversion from like things like calories. Like come on. You know, like kcals into joules, or calories with a capital letter, calories. You know, a kcal. And then the conversion into joules and kilojoules for measure of energy for your thermodynamics class, which is involved in engineering, of course. All right, let's. Hi. Don't go beyond that though. If you go beyond that, I'm rust. My thermodynamics, I haven't exercised my thermodynamics in a very long time, so I don't even remember the conversion. Yeah, the ratios anymore. I can barely remember Avogadro's number, let alone talk about transfer of energy.
It would
come back to me. I would love to use chemistry again, or like maybe like things dealing with equilibrium, kinetics, thermodynamics situations, osmotic pressure. Osmotic pressure. Oh dear me. There's also newtons, right? We still gotta go on force. And then that would segue into power, like watts, voltage, ampage, ohms, resistance. And then there's frequency, intensity, and whatnot in optics. I'm like basically just chronicling high school. Biology, then chemistry, right? Chemistry, then physics and biochemistry. So all of those kind of like lean into each other. And then of course we still have like speed, velocity, displacement, volume, area and surface area, and or like area in general, 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional. And then we take a sidestep to calculus for the 4th dimension. My biggest exposure to 4th dimension analyses is calculus, which is when you start thinking about things as rates, right? Using the derivatives in differential equations, you get rate, the first derivative. You get used to those and figure stuff out while working as a car mechanic. I figured car technician and stuff, sorry, not mechanic, but car technician was in the like the wheelhouse when you mentioned joules and engine. You don't have to, but it helps so much. It really does. I think it also knowing these things, being encouraged in these things, it kind of makes it more interesting, you know? Being able to like geek out to the things you're already working and doing things is nice. It's the, how should I say it? I'm gonna give you one last one. The secret sauce. The secret sauce to wanting to learn things and improving upon it. I wonder how people say sauce. 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 You know, sauce. Sauce. American English sauce is in French sus. Sus. Yeah, and then sauce. I think if you draw it out enough, it could sound southern a little bit. Like, oh, let's get some sauce on this, or something like that. But I'm not a. I wish I was better. Like, honestly, the things I envy about voice actors is their ability to like adapt so quickly to doing impersonations. I found that if there's something like, there are things that you can take with you, right? I don't know if you ever thought about communication in the sense of working on skills that when you go to talk to someone, you can break it out at any time. And whenever I think about that, I think about singers, right? People who can sing, people who can do comedy, people who can do impersonations, and they can imitate with their voice and stuff. Because many of my skills, I need a problem to solve. So that's not too bad. That's what I rely on. The way I can be like, when I need to talk to someone and they need an impression from me, usually I would start by asking what are they solving at the moment and stuff. And that's how I would use my skill to leave an impression. But whenever I think about other skills that people fundamentally have, is often like voice acting. So when you're speaking to someone, how do you make an impression on someone without knowing or needing to know anything about them? You can do like impersonations, you can like change the cadence of your voice. So I have often focused on communication. However, singing and doing like accent changes and whatnot, that's really cool too. And I always wanted to like someday, maybe in the future, still have plenty of time for that. You know, I start talking like right now we're having this talk and I would just randomly break out in song. or like when I meet like a French person, right? Like for example, like a French English speaking person or something like that, I would like immediately break out into an accent. I always that's the stuff that when I think about socializing, when you're trying to get someone to break out of their like shell and you're trying to leave an impression, you encourage a person to be able to have certain skills that you can carry with you, because then you can leave an impression regardless of how, like, you can work on those skills. And that's kind of the way I tend to try to encourage people to really look at skill building when it comes to like, oh, if you're introverted or you're socially awkward, think about the stuff that you want to share. And a lot of times voices is a great place, but it's a hard place to start. Like, it is very difficult to encourage someone to use their voice when the whole point of using their voice is creating introversion in the first place, like an adverse effect. And I often think, oh, if you can sing something. Like, hey, you know, I like your vibe. Can I sing you something? You just break into song. Like that's kind of how I feel about people's voices. You can do some beatbox. Oh, interesting. But other than that, you're generally not so good with controlling my voice. Yeah, my silver lining that I have is I can affect the cadence and the bounciness or the sadness, right? I can silence, but I can't do like parlor tricks. And when I mean parlor tricks, I don't mean to cheapen their thing. I actually think it's really cool. Is suddenly like do a not so great but your version of a British accent or your French, like those things. There's a lot of humor, there's a lot of like humanistic characterization in it, and I can't do that yet. Not yet anyways. Like at most I can do like talking we, I don't even know how you do this, like talking like kolea like you could try to like read it like in Japanese and maybe you can pass off as a parlor trick, you know, like some of these can be readable when you start reading katakana long enough, like ego in a way, right? Like next door, or like weak, like when you be able to put it together and you have some stock phrases, it would be kind of funny to do. Like, oh, no English, right? No English, or something like that. But that would be like as far as I go. Like I have to deconstruct things and then build them back up to create an impression. Voice actors, in my opinion, they're incredibly talented because they hear a sample and they can kind of like, with all their experience, they can kind of flex into them. So it's kind of like a more fuzzy logic. They hear the sample and they're like, okay, and then somehow it transfers to everything else. Like, for example, when you do an impersonal, when you do like an impression, right? When you do, say you do an impression, you get an impression, oh, that's not the word, but say you do an accent, right? The accent that they do, they would have a sample of the accent. And then somehow it translates to the other behaviors. Like when like a singer, for example, is very very experienced, they would hear an impression of someone else's accent. They would like hear them speak. And then suddenly they would be able to sing the way they would sound if they were singing like that person. That's like that's difficult for me to imagine. It's hard for me to process in my head, because what I would have to do is I would have to take a talking thing, and then I would have to hear the same person sing. I have to relate their talking to their singing, and then build back up their accent and their singers. And that's kind of how my mind works, like how my brain works. So whenever I'm learning like Japanese, that's how I'm building up. I rarely ever like, oh yeah, let's just vibe this out now. Let's go and listen to a bunch of immerse. I kid you not, like whenever someone tells me like, oh yeah, the secret sauce is to immerse yourself, and my first thought is like, maybe sometime. Even when you read, you're not natural. That's cool. Like for me, hear me out. There is an incentive to all of this. It also means you're an eccentric. And I just spelled eccentric with 3 C's, but let's just say eccentric. It's kind of very trendy on the net. I'm an eccentric, so like if I needed to categorically define what I am, usually it gets down to the point where it feels like everyone else is what I'm learning about, and I'm learning less about myself. Because whenever I'm learning something, I'm the one that tends to be different. So I prefer to be very cognizant and study other people, right? Whenever someone asks me for my opinion, they're like, dude, bro, it's not that deep. Like, you basically, I can summarize your thing in a sentence. I'm like, no. It takes like 8 hours to explain that, okay? I'm just saying. But you know what what would be a more reasonable task? Tell me what you think. And then I can try to deconstruct the nature of your behavior so then I can speak to you relatably. So most of the time, I ask questions first. I ask quite a lot of profiling questions, like to give me an idea of where, like, the mannerisms and the idiosyncrasies of the person I'm talking to. And then I would adapt it to that like level of speech. And I do it even when I'm reading someone's statements. So if someone starts talking about, well, the intricacies of the nuance of this particular seemingly basic Japanese sentence. And if you start sounding like that, then I will start sounding like that, even if I don't hear your voice. Like my intonation, right? Like my tonation and my speech patterns vary based on what I think your behavioral pattern is like, even simply off of your texting things. Yeah, your friends are like, if you had to make a quick guess, I'm like, wrong department. If you have if you have to make a quick guess, I'm like, nah, I can't do that. Too eccentric, way too eccentric for that. It's like, do you have, like, hey, can you give me, I'm going to go into it. Yeah, like, what'd you call it? When someone says like, oh, can you tell me what's your favorite movie? You got a drink on you? Are you snuggling up to a coffee? You have some coffee? You got like 3 or 4 hours? Because you're really asking me a question, and I understand that you just want me to say like one thing, but you gotta buckle up. First, we'll start with the what I have done now is online. What I do is I start, I say, okay, the TLDR, so the 5-minute version and the hot one. But hey, before you go, stay for the B version. The B version is 30 minutes long. Like, okay, you still here? You're interested? All right, now we're gonna frame A and B in the C version for 2 hours. You still here? You still here? All right, now we're gonna take C, combine it with A and B, and now we got the D hour, which is like about 6 hours, because that's about as far as I go, because we're gonna run out of time. But you know, then we talk meta over multiple days, make them fill out a form before starting. Anyways, like, if you're asking me a question, I'm leaving an impression on you, like, hands down. Like, you think you're only throwing me a bone by like giving me like a 10-cent question? I'm gonna turn that 10-cent question into an hour's worth of impressions, like, you know, cognitive impressions. I can't. It would be cool if I can start sounding like, chotto, yeah, chotto mate yo. It's like, don't go yet. Wait, hold on. Wait for it, please. ちょっと待ってください. Right? まだまだです. まだまだです. Not yet. We're not there yet. We still gotta keep going. We gotta get deeper, you know? How do I say deep? Shin something. Shin plus something deep. We gotta go deeper. Next level. Sugi leberu. Alright, gotta take it to the next level, man. I don't know how to say plus ultra. It's probably like plus ultra or something like that. Depa. Wait, am I screwing that up? Depa. Oh, Depa. That's good. Deepa. I get what you're going for. Yeah, Deepa. Which is funny because in order to do the Deepa thing, coincidentally, you would need to know how to do that thing that we were talking about. Deepa. You would need to type the lowercase I that we were talking about. The TX I is how I type it. Deepa. Or Deepa. And then maybe like add a long vowel, because everything has a long vowel. And then you probably need to add another one. So Deepa. Yes, and even your Windows IME don't seem to like it. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, Deepa. That's hilarious. You gotta have fun with what you're learning. I do apologize in advance if anyone in the future, like, watch this and they're like cringe, you can't be cringe. You can't be cringe when you're having fun, in my opinion. Like I really do like messing around. Like you gotta push the boundaries of what you're learning. Some people are like, oh man, this is so cringe. Like that's fine. You gotta join in. Try it sometime. To meet.
同僚と話す。来週は元妻と会う予定なんです。
How can you not be excited to learn Japanese when you see two goobers? I had to explain the origins of my usage of goober and potato to Jazz earlier, and it led to like a wild digression. That's why I'm late on my schedule again. We went into a deep metaphor about roots and youth and potential foundation, all gravitated from how to explain the origins of my usage of goober and potato. You think? Karen ni wa ato no才能がないね。先生に思う僕はあると思う。No. Wait. Oh yeah. No? そうか? So ですか? Use a more so you just sold this? I don't know what you're doing. You think? Yeah. What can you combine with soul? Sona? Think. I have no idea. One day you spent like 30 minutes trying to figure out Famiresu. Oh, Famiresu. Yeah, Famiresu. Yeah. Famiresu is really an interesting concatenation. Oh, it's probably, yeah, you're right. Soul kana, wait. No, it doesn't. What? How about, think. Let me see. What else we got? Could it be? No, it can't be that. Think it's not that deep, or is it that deep? Could it be like, no? No, wait, is it just soul?
先生1 彼にはアートの才能がないね。先生に。そう？僕はあると思うけど。
I don't want to talk about this. We're not talking about this. We're gonna ignore what just happened, and obviously the more casual form of Solka or like Sol desu ka and all the others is just saying Sol. Obviously the more casual form is okay. All right.
美味しいお茶を飲みたいです。
Forever foreigners, yes. Forever foreigners. The family, what you call it? Family resu is it's the thing about like the family restaurant thing, right? Or the diner or something? Or is that something else? Yeah, famiresu. Yeah, the family diner thing. Yeah, that's because it's a family concatenated with the restaurant. Yeah, a family restaurant. Yeah, it's a resu from restaurant and then fami. Yeah, I remember the only and hear me out. I didn't have trouble remembering that, and it's for a very different reason. And this is the origin. I'll give you like the TLDR version of why I don't have problems with famiresu. It's because there's a family restaurant that that we used to go to, and it's called Friendly's. I don't know why this works. But all I think about is when I think about Friendly's, I think about a family restaurant. Famiresu. And in Friendly's is exactly the image of a famiresu. That's it. Like, I know. It's not that deep. I don't think of Denny's. I think you might be familiar with Denny's from like a foreigner perspective, like Denny's. But Friendly's is like even local. Even more local, and it always says like family, like Friendly's family restaurant or something. So I just think of famiresu. You don't ever say family restaurant over here, so okay, that's fair. Yeah, there are family restaurants like Friendly's, and then there are diners. I know. Yeah, there are diners. There are fam rest. There are restaurants. There are rests. There are bars. There are bar diners. There are dives. There are dine-ins. I don't know the difference and whatnot. Just they get associated with whatever establishment it is. I don't know the difference between a dine-in and a diner. Like linguistically, or like oh yeah, there are snack bars. Yes, there are snack bars. Snack bars. Dine-ins is usually referring to drive-throughs, right? But both drive-throughs and dine-ins can be dives and diners. And even family rests. But family rests typically only are dine-ins, so family restaurants are typically dine-ins only. Like dine-in specific with no drive-through, but there are some family restaurants that have drive-through. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, we're all over the place. Dine-ins in counter orders, maybe. Yeah. Oh, true. Yeah, and then we have counter orders. Also pickup, right? There's pickup places which are also potentially dine-in places, which all of these could be part of family restaurants. And family restaurants are things that are not attached to bar and diners, or sports bars and sports and restaurants, right? And it just gets really messy. It's crazy. And my first thought, izakaya, yeah, izakaya would be like somewhere in this area, like sports and the equivalent. For me, izakaya would be a pub. Yeah, it'd be a pub or a tavern, because English use taverns still, but a local pub, a local watering hole. Sorry, Americans don't say this. I say this. So I'm in a set, like, you have to excuse me. I'm not representing Americans here, but the local watering hole would be the izakaya. I would say pub might be slightly more upscale. A pub is slightly more upscale than a izakaya. I feel like it goes even deeper than watering hole or like a dive, because they're like your really local place that you're going for, like your super local people. So a pub, you can still have people traveling in and out of the pub and stuff. Yeah, so probably the local watering hole is and then in the United States, it would be like your local dive. Your local dive would be your izakaya. Because they still sell food, right? They sell, like, when I think of like a really, really cheap ramen, right? Or like, but solid ramen, like instant noodles, some snacks, and then some beer in an izakaya, you're thinking about beer batter. In the United States, you're thinking about like beer battered fries. I know, lots of starch and whatnot, but beer battered fries, chicken wings, as opposed to ramen, right? Or a hamburger, like a crudely constructed hamburger, or like a frozen, with frozen patties, and then like maybe like a fried fish fillet that came from the fridge. Yeah, that's izakaya. I feel is what I would think of if you want to feel like a foreigner in your own town. yes I don't frequent them very often. I used to like every place, I always think about this. When you have a local watering hole, right? When you're thinking about a watering hole, you would live in a town. And that town would have like 2 street lights. Okay? And the local watering hole would be along these 2 street lights. And then the rest are just stop signs. There's no like lights. They would all be like stop signs and meandering roads with lots of fields and stuff. But the local watering hole, when you're thinking about it, izakaya, that's what I'm thinking of. You're only going to encounter locals if you decide, tie your horse to the fence. Yeah, that's exactly it. So this is what would be called the main street. So there would be like one street, like one formal street, and it would have 2 street lights on it. And your local watering hole would be located on that street next to the theater. And we're talking about like an old theater with a stage, but they have a screen in the back where there's curtains pulling back. You would have an old theater on the same road, possibly like a bookstore, and definitely probably a church somewhere down the road. So that to me is the spiritual analogous izakaya in the United States. It's the place where you will only see locals. Like, that's where all the locals hang out. So you go there. But tie your horse to a fence is pretty funny. I live in a place where it's Amish. Like there's a high concentration of Amish. So yeah, you do see horses. I grew up, like my college was surrounded in the Amish community. So things and also like Mennonites and whatnot. Yeah. They run the creameries. There's got to be a creamery nearby where it serves ice cream, you know, from the local farm. You know, that's kind of interesting. Now I'm starting to think there is also that side of Japan as well, you know, the countryside and whatnot. But izakayas can also like be in the back, like the scenic areas of. I'm thinking of Fukuoka right now in a video game. So Fukuoka has two rivers, but there's always like there's a city area, but there's this river that runs by, and you can have like a whole line of izakaya along this river. So it's often, I feel like watering holes and dive bars and stuff, they're like kind of off to the side where people would gather next to like some sort of geographical feature that is nice, right? Overlooking something. And it's often like rustic. It's very rustic. You lived in the east of Canada in a small town, maybe 2,500 people when you were between 9 to 17. Yeah. I used to joke about this, but it's kind of quaint. So there are things such as college towns, right? College towns. This is where like the town that you visit, the town that you're around is so small that when college is in session, right? Like when it's the academic year, the town's population like quadruples. That's the type of college that I went to. I went to a college where like the town that's surrounding it has one street light. And we used to eat some food, like some wings from this dive bar, and it was at that corner. Yeah, it was at that corner. So the college made up like nearly 3 times the population of the town itself. And then in that, obviously the dive bar is right across from the gas station, the one gas station. And then next to the gas station there was a theater. I was basically describing the town that the college town was in. So there's these things called college towns, where the college it makes up for the location of the town itself. All right.
台風のせいで弟の自転車が壊れてしまいました。
All right, we gotta. I guess I'll do the persona thing another time.
母がこの雑誌にはたくさんのデタラメがあると言っていた。
It's so hard to get things done when you're just constantly having discussions with everyone. I wouldn't trade it for the world, obviously. That's trading down. Getting work done instead of yapping? Come on. What do you think this is? A YouTube video? I'm kidding. It's gonna be a YouTube video, but, you know. We are learning stuff, yeah, about each other. That's the greatest thing, you know? What is a value that is beyond the value of something static? Another human being. Alright, this one kind of sucks. I'm not great with this. Uto, right?
封筒の文字。
Uto.
すぐにこの封筒を開けてください。
What? Like... Dono? Dochira? Dona? Probably like Dona. Dono? Like this. Nani kore? Ooh, like this. Oh, konna. Wait. Yeah, konna. Like this. Yeah. A type or such as. Okay. え Heck.
今日は仕事の後に妻とテレビを見るつもりだ。
Yeah, it's tsumorida. Oh, hey, that's my newest grammar point, or the last of the grammar points. Tsumorida. Okay, for N5. For N5. There to, yeah. Quite.
そのビールは結構良い。
Oh no, this is cool.
あなたにお子さんはいますか？
Yeah, I see the O and I see the sun. Oko-san.
この温泉の温度は暑すぎます。
Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I said the day before, not the day after.
あさっては私の誕生日だ。
Calling myself out.
紅茶に大さじ1杯くらいの砂糖を入れる。
You're out? Yeah. Kate. Kate tsukenai. Huh. That's an interesting way. Interesting. Katachi kenai. Interesting. Yeah. I'll see you later, right? Mata ne. Oyasumi nasai. If you're going to bed. Right. Good luck. It was a pleasure. What? Otsukure-sama. Otsukure-sama. Otsukara-sama. Yeah, take care. Stay safe, right? Stay healthy. I used to say this a lot. Stay safe, stay healthy. Keep motivated. It was a pleasure. Okay.
僕が妻と最初に会ったのは5年前だと思う。
体育の先生。
Gotta get.
週末に友達と遊ぶ。
彼と私は年齢が違う。
Probably.
日本語の先生。この文法を来週までに覚えてください。
そのビルを建てた人を教えてください。
な建物。
僕も空を飛びたいです。
私の声は少し高い。
暗くなった。そして雨が降り始めた。
とても眠いけど仕事をしなければならない。
Oh. What? Oh. How expensive. Oh, dang it. Oh no, could I?
親が先生に、大学の授業料はどのくらい高いですか？
午後3時です。
私は来年で20歳になる。
同僚を誘う。タバコを吸いに外へ行きましょ
う。正しい答えを紙に書く。
What? Oh.
学校から家まで歩く。
Yes.
手を叩く。
Oh. 先生の奥さん。
先生の奥さんは若くないがまだとても綺麗だ。
Yeah, I think the other one's personal, right? It's a personal word. No, 高いが OK. 背が高い。
僕の家族の中で父が一番背が高いです。
Heck in? お。
彼は山の中で休んでいる。
Okay, fair enough.
質問に答える。
Things well. Heck, casual. Let's use the casual version here.
兄は歌うのがうまい。
母が息子に、このコップかあのコップ、どっちがいい？
私の家の風呂は小さい。
私は将来、大きくて黒い犬を飼うつもりです。
Oops.
親が子供に、もう寝る時間です。
Ah, dang it. Oh, man. Every time, I tell you, every time when I try to I fat finger the zero, not the hyphen. Every time.
あなたに会えて嬉しい。
朝ごはんを食べる前、いただきます。
So why do you like math? Could go with like no. Does Ja work?
友達に、
Yeah, it does.
じゃあ、なぜ君は算数が好きなの？
How do you blow? How do you blow?
目を開ける。
あなたには力があるの？
弟はまだ5歳だ。
僕の父は社長ですが、お金持ちではない。
毎日洗濯をします。
夫は人の話を聞くのが下手だ。
Let's use a more formal version. More formal version. Oh no. More formal version of local. Usually I just go in Tsunde mask. But originally from? Why is originally from? I'm not, it's unclear if I'm not looking for a verb. I guess the only example I would have is dochira, which asking a person when meeting for the first time. Yeah, it's probably dochira. No reason other than it's more formal, I suppose.
先月は誕生日でした。
Are we just going with it?
あなたの先生は男ですか？
I can't tell the difference there too yet. But my T's
来
don't
月
work.
は12月だ。
My T didn't work.
あなたはセーターを編んでプレゼントしたことがありますか？
Everything.
私はパートナーの全部が好きだ。
父が娘に何かお菓子を買って病院に行きましょ
これは飛行機の切符です。
う。彼氏、君はすぐに怒るだろう、彼女。
あなたの上着はどれですか？
俺は塾に勤めている。そして弟も塾に勤めている。
コンロの火を消す。
We're gonna do it's not Kai. It's not using Kai. Oh gee. There's Ikutsu right there. I had to blow my nose. We're not using G, right? It was something else. Are we using Nen or Toshi? We might be using Toshi. Toshi might work here.
あなたの年はいくつ？
That's interesting. Your year, how much? Okay.
彼はサッカーが上手だ。
僕は高齢の母の体調を心配しています。
今日は曇りだ。
明日は木曜日ですか？
Oh, this is the one that causes me to fat finger. All right, don't miss
レ
it.
ストランのメニューを見る。
どう？
上司。調子はどう？
Okay. Fine.
あれは私の弟とその友達です。
I can't really tell which one for that either. Toki? G?
今は
Oh,
何時
Nanji. Oh, Heckin.
ダイエットをする。
In diet.
足が痛い。
私は川より湖で泳ぐ方が好きです。
僕は毎日サッカーを練習しなくてはいけない。
Ah, snap. Alright. We're good. We're picking those up.
あの子が一番可愛い。
私は黄色が好きです。
おとといは大雨でした。
私が小さい頃は教師になるのが夢でした。
家に辞書が3冊ある。
友達に聞く。あのコンサートのチケットは高いでしょう。
今日は子供に箸の使い方を教えるつもりです。
会社の同僚に旅行のお土産をあげた。
I will think about mathematics. Is that like considering? Or oh, yeah, considering.
数学の問題について考える。
Oh no. Whole that phrase.
風邪をひいたけど働かなくてはいけない。
What the young? All I can think about is coal. Oh no. Oh. Oh. Wrong
僕は
version.
まだ若いので体力がたくさんあります。
Wrong order. The house is nice. Kirei? Focus more on feeling? Oh, sticky.
あの家は素敵だけど高すぎます。
That's kind of interesting to think about it. The person immediately when they said thinking about feelings, I'm like, oh, and I immediately thought sticky. That's nice feeling. Oh, boy, howdy.
アイスクリームは美味しいです。
僕はいつも眠い。
両親に結婚記念日のプレゼントをあげなくちゃ。
荷物が来ます。
この茶色のシャツは誰の？
お金に興味があるので銀行で働くことにしました。
保護者同士の会話、母一。 教科書は高いんでしょう、父一。高いですね。
Things. Probably koto.
どんなことに興味がありますか？
Oh, that's a room. Oops.
この部屋は狭い。
私の犬は白いです。
All right. We're not going to do these grammar points because it's rolling. Things are rolling. Like in a little bit, it's going to be rolling. Kind of lost focus. What were the things that were lagging on? I think we're okay. We got to keep moving. We had way more discussions. I only spent 15 minutes on WaniKani, and now it's 6 hours later. Alright folks, that's a wrap for Bunpro. As always, you're gonna watch this there. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. Give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by and yap. We yap a lot. Yes, James might still be using Bunpro. Revel mentioned Bunpro. Lots of talking, catching up with things, celebrating language, finding application, right? Application association, exchanging ideas. Great times. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna stretch, walk around a little bit, get some blood flowing, and then I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第379天。It is day 379. Got a couple things to go over. Quite a lot of things, actually. So let's wait. What time is it? Okay. It's not 4 a.m. yet. I'm having far too much enjoyment from yapping the yap. Let's go over. So we have a knee association now. Go against. So where I'm associating with su, which is go upstream. Got gu. Gu was a little bit disappointing. Employ. I think this one's gonna be okay. A lot of vocabulary words yesterday. It's not great. 逻辑is one. 逻 right, 逻 and 集 what's on the left side. It's not hand, it's not. The right hand is mouth and oh. Logic. Hopefully that drills in. Hoang is yang. Hoisting, raising too, so carrying forward, right? Carrying. Oh, I forgot to mention forward. Forward versus forward. Forward. Yeah, I wrote forward there as opposed to be forward. More way was disappointing. More way. Oh, I think it has the little lip on top, that's why. Same difference. And 一级 一级 级 namely or also is kind of what I think of. Okay, we're gonna try to be a little brisk today. I do still kind of want to squeeze in the thing I wanted to record for Phantom X.
橡胶
橡胶，像 rubber, 胶 glue. I can kind of see where the glue is coming from.
橡胶，潇洒，
潇洒，胶。Deep and clear plus sa. Like sprinkle. Deep and clear to sprinkle. Natural and unrestrained. This is like a natural, graceful, and carefree. Natural and okay, deep, clear, so graceful. I can see that. Sa, sprinkling everywhere they go. Okay, interesting. That might be a tough one.
潇洒，牙膏，
牙膏. Ah, now we're back to some good old combo.
牙膏，
Face. Although I did drop gall yesterday.
受贿，
受贿, except 会, except right. Oh yes, the good old stuff.
受贿，帆船，
帆船, nice.
帆船，
All right.
橡胶，牙膏，帆船，潇洒，
潇洒，
受贿，
okay.
梳子，
梳子，
梳子，雪豹，
雪豹 snow leopard, nice.
雪豹，拱桥，
拱桥 arch bridge, nice, I love it.
拱桥，
Give me all of these
陶艺
today. 陶艺 Yep, I got it.
陶艺，陡坡，
陡坡 steep slope. Suck these
陡坡
up. These are freebies. Very, very big freebies right now.
梳子，
Uh-oh. I forgot. Okay.
雪豹，陶艺，陡坡，拱桥，
Alright.
履历，
履历 shoes. Oh yeah, shoe history or shoe experience or / history. Like more so like walking shoes, like wearing. Like the experience you have either walked or weared, or like carried on, like have traveled or experienced. Resume, great one for history.
履历
Does this also include like academic CVs?
叫嚷
Oh, excuse me. Oh, yeah. 叫嚷 call and is still shout. Okay, like it. Things are still fine.
叫嚷习指
旗帜 tinfoil, like it.
习指
Or aluminum foil. I think they're kind of the same now. Oh, ew. Why? Oh, we were going so well. Okay. Master Chief is inside the barn, sitting next to a soldier. I don't think there's an all that looks like this. Sitting next to a soldier and a foreman. Okay. Stewing some food. He stews a compass over a burner as they sit in the hay next to the cows. Master Chief reckons they need to stew the compass for a couple years before it's finally edible. What the? Master Chief, Master Cheeks, Master Chef is in the barn. Huddled. Convening, right? Convening with a soldier and a foreman on the direction or compass, right? Compass of their next mission. Meanwhile, they are strategizing their next move. They are using a burner to stew some cattle from the barn. Substance. Sorry, cattle. Alright. Oh. I see what they mean by stew. Interesting. Oh yeah. Or to stay up late, to stew late, like stew to kind of like simmer or like leave something for a while.
熬虾
Xia blind. I wonder if this can be combined with Hmong. Xia. No, I see a hai. I also see a xian. Man, Xia. I guess Xia has eyes, isn't it? Xena's in front of the auditorium where she finds it strange. Heck. Oh, those are very unfortunate ones. Okay. So Xena is in front of the auditorium where she is helping with where she works, maybe. Where she's working as an escort, not that type of escort. She is helping people. Oh, there's a beanstalk thrown in. where she is helping, keeping an eye on unloading and transporting the props for the play. There are special containers. We're not using dollhouse even though that would work. Special containers with various beanstalks for the stage. In addition, she is passing word of mouth and off for other orders, while also keeping an eye out for the for the blind actors and actresses featured in the play, I guess. Okay. Okay. 下次 makes sense. 下说 interesting to blindly talk. Nonsense.
虾
Alright.
履历 叫嚷 虾 熬 洗纸
Can't believe I didn't realize that tin foil is one word. The more you learn.
跳
Xiao. Oh my goodness, that's a go board plus some feathers, and neither of them are represented in the read? Oh, come on, man. Yeah, neither of them. Oh, wait. A kind of. A chi. But no, that's... am I thinking of... No, I'm thinking of... Thinking chess. Dang it. Yeah, that's gonna be rough. Holy. This go board is a destroyer. They turn upward. Kirby's in the bathroom of the barn, where he is playing Go with a cow next to the pile of manure. Instead of pieces on the Go board, they use different colored feathers. Kirby is winning, so his spirits have turned upward. Bend up, turn up. As he never thought he would beat the cow sitting in front of him. The cow turns upward his face, refusing to look at the Go board or make the next move. As his pride... That really... That's a stinker right there. I guess. Try to use it. I don't got anything. 翘尾巴. Interesting. Get cocky. To turn. Oh, I think I wrote way inappropriately. It's the other way. I screwed up on tail. a turn upward tail, and what? And like crust? Holy chow weiba. Although I think weiba, this is hard. That's tough.
翘允
Ying. Member. Closest one I can think of is Sun. Sun for damage. Is there another member? Oh, there is Yuan. Oh, interesting. Ying. Okay. Not the greatest. Alright. Yugi is in the basement of the infirmary walking around. Suddenly, members of the infirmary staff begin to fall from the ceiling onto the cement floor. They form hills of members that Yugi runs between, trying to get out of the basement before one falls on him. How about that? Yugi is in the basement of the infirmary, where he is trying to figure out what has happened to all the members of the infirmary. And how they fell to the influence of the shadow realm. He combs, I guess he combs through, he looks through piles of hills, right? Hills of old medical records. Ying Shi all stone. Oh, okay. Actually, that's fine.
允
I feel like most of these are getting they're kind of really digging now.
怀
Why? Scholar tree? That's okay. It kind of looks like Kwai though. Or Guai. Gotta be Gui, not Guai. Wait, Huai? Can I get another Huai for the Huai crew? Nope. No Huai group. It's more like Hui group and... Oh boy. Alright. We're just rolling with the punches. A scholar tree? Like... Kind of like a principal? A pagoda tree? What the... Hold up. What? Is that like a principal tree? Like what I mean is like a tree like... Oh no. Wait, is it an actual tree? Oh, yeah, it is because it has shu. I was thinking like academic. A scholar tree. What the heck's a scholar tree? Oh, that's actually... Oh, that's really pretty. A pagoda tree. So Chinese and Japanese have... Interesting. Wow, they're pretty... Wow, they're really pretty. Huh. Low key, this might be an unpopular opinion, but I might actually like the looks of some of these more than a cherry blossom or plum blossom tree. I mean, they kind of remind, but I like the light green blossoms that they have. Interesting. Anyways, all right, another tree, of course, and I mean, tree is in it. The Hulk is inside the hallway of the high school where he's growing a scholar tree out of his locker. Oh boy. In hopes that it will make him a scholar that is smart enough to pass his test. Underneath the scholar tree is the ghost of a scholar who is trying to teach. Oh my word. Okay. Hold up. Okay. So Hulk inside the high school, right? But high school like courtyard, like the courtyard. We'll consider the courtyard as inside too. In the courtyard, he was able to, I don't know, move and plant with his like superpowers, right? The superpowers, a large scholar tree as a center fixture. I don't know, to honor the fallen of to honor the ghost of a fallen scholarly founder school. That's not gonna work so well. Okay. Ghost tree, he's moving it. Alright, we got this. We got this. All the tree ones are pretty indistinct from each other. So what do we have? We have a poplar. We have a poplar. All the fruits. A cypress tree. Pine trees.
Huai,
We gotta dig deep.
Han,
Pan to chop. Wonder how this varies from Jian for chopping. It's oh no way, it's not that close. Man. Kermit is scary. Kermit is very scary. Kermit is in the basement of the pawn shop holding a sharp stone. On the basement floor are a bunch of bills that the pawn shop refuses to play, and Kermit uses a sharp stone to chop them up into a bunch of pieces. Certainly one way to go about it. Maybe he's trying to help. Just trying to help. Thai? Oh, okay. Of all the things to chop, I suppose.
Si,
To tear. Man, okay. Oh, no, it still lines up with S, the other S. What is that? What is the other S? This? I swear the other S is this. Is it this? Heckin' S. Alright. The tear. SpongeBob is in front of the house where he is airing out his clothes hamper while lying in the grass. Suddenly, a finger comes up to him and tears his clothes hamper open with a hoe, throwing some of his Dirty SquarePants all over lawn. Then runs away while SpongeBob wonders what he did ever did. Okay. Let's just do something more haphazard. SpongeBob is in front of the house, trying to dry his square clothing on a clothes hamper. He thought it would be a great idea to use hose to act as a support to hang his clothing, but his clumsy fingers accidentally dropped the hose and tear open, I don't know, tear all of his clothes and destroyed the hamper. Something clumsier. 撕毁 oh, to tear up hooks. 撕开 to tear open. Sense?
撕
That's so nightmarish.
翘
That is so like upward, turn upward. Man, this character is gonna wreck me.
允
Okay.
Huai 撕 砍
Chop with the knee. That's how you spell chop. Chop it. Okay. I'm gonna have to go fairly quick. I want to be a little bit more liberal with this. I really do want to record the next thing. Okay. No whammies, please.
大家
大家都很开心。
What? Huh. Oh. Where does the soul?结尾这件事感到七什么？感到七Gotta be Gotta stop. Something makes me want to type like
气愤
oh it
别为这
is
件事感到气愤。
indignant. Oh my gosh, 气愤. Wow. I'm still not sold on the oh that's supposed to be flower, not fence.
欲
That's fine. It's fine. Go ahead.
海底
海底资源丰富，
小偷
这个小偷留下了一些指纹。
啄鹰打盹
旅途中他经常打盹。
Oh no. That's not good.
供
Oh, what is that? Oh,
过
I'm gonna type pass through. Because it's also pass through, not just pass. But... Oh no. What is that?
.纠纷
他们之间发生了一场纠纷。
Kind of like getting involved or a dispute of some sort. Oh, that was a little weird. I was still in the last thought. 吉祥物
吉祥物
这只熊猫是动物园的吉祥物。
匪利
I mean, example is fine. Or profit, but... Oh, no, wait. Can I do example? No, I think we want to stick to profit.
楼
Oh no. Oh no! Wait. Oh no! There's something special about that, and I don't remember. Oh no! Wait, that's 4.
转弯，
在那里转弯。
下次
头痛，
我最近头痛很严重。
The heck? Oh no. Oh, I mistaken that. I didn't read the whole thing. That's bad. Bad news bears. it has by shit. Oh no. Oh no. It's oh, everything is gone. Oh, everything's gone sideways. Hold up. We gotta slow down here.
抡，
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. By ban,
百般，
百般照顾，
like just common people, or just common, just every means. Oh no, this is different. Oh, it's every means as in every sorts. It's a different sorts, not the kind sorts. Every method sorts.
下次，
下次会要讨论什么？
We gotta get our bearings back. Come on. Come on.
心弦，
他的笑容轻轻拨动了我的心弦。
追溯，
污染源头被追溯到一家工厂。
On, we can do this. We can do this.
规矩，
这里有很多规矩要遵守。
蜡烛，
我们点燃了蜡烛。
消，焕发，
经过一段时间的休息，他焕发出新的精神。
棉被，
这床棉被太小了。
And quilt, but I can't spell cotton either. How did this work?
剑，
Japanese convergence. Nice. It's not ja, it's the zhi.
嘲笑，
他们嘲笑我的中文发音。
Laugh at and mock are very. What? What? Hmm.
梳理，
我今天早上没有梳理头发。
灿
What the ton?
脚凳子，
他脚踩在脚蹬子上。
Not that type of pedal. The other type of pedal. Uh. Dang it.
冤枉，
我冤枉了你，对不起。
疾病，
空传疾病，
肉串，
他今天吃了5串肉串。
芝士，
这块芝士很大。
Pretty sure. Oh, cheese. Yeah, dang it. That's the special thing. It's fine. We would have I would have picked it up at some point. Is this like oh no. Why? Why? Speak to me.
雨滴，
窗户上有雨滴。
Speak to me.
御手，
一位技艺高超的御手能驾驭4匹马。
Speak to me.
笑柄，
这件事情让他成为笑柄。
That's like to laughing stock. Yeah, that's gonna suck. A laughing stock is so weak.不粘锅. Okay.
不粘锅，
这是我最喜欢的不粘锅。
Wait. Right. Handle.
横，大麦，
大麦和小麦有什么不同？
Once 大一个是大麦，别个是是小麦。That's why they're different. One's big and one's small. Oh no. How do we descend? Wait. Interesting. Oh, this is let's call it buckle.
组，诗，断，左右，
8点钟左右，
Oh, approximately. That's fine.
萌 勤奋
他在学业上非常勤奋。
热零式。not 零懒夜懒式 I think
家具
他们需要一些新家具。
新词
她是一位新词的老太太。
Oh, that's a typo. That is a typo. Huh?
懒
No, it's to be lazy, but slack off is good. Acceptable. Hold up. So, what is going on here?
鸡
Okay. Oh, it's accumulates. Hello? Oh no.
水壶
水壶里还有点水。
What the car?
鱼
Heck.
烟雾
纽约市被烟雾笼罩。
磨阅览室
阅览室里很安静。
或约
或约，时间是最公正的裁判。
序帐篷
我们在湖边搭了一个帐篷。
What?
崭新
Oh.
我们刚买了一台崭新的电脑。
Why do I want to type shit?
血
Oh. That's because it is.
白昼
他白昼在办公室。
搂抱
那对情侣正在公园里搂抱。
Oh no. Somehow I think it's
残
like it's something like lacking, incomplete. Yeah. Okay.
绝
We're stubborn. Fair enough.
迈进
我们必须勇敢迈进。
Say what?
神仙
他相信世界上有神仙。
Hmm. What? I don't know what the right thing is. What happened?
府
Aw, thanks. Thanks, drama. Listen, drama. We're gonna listen, drama. We're gonna have to like. Oh, I think we recently came into a new late problem. Now it's like James, Beth, into like Jazz, Bree, into Revel, and then into you, and then after you, there's a chance like, oh boy, we're gonna have like a round the clock serialized yap sessions. Holy, what is this? Huh. Yeah, lots of yapping. We're like 4 hours behind. We're using up all our happy dollars. Okay. Oh, dang. Is this Ru Jiang?
儒将
这位儒将拥有深厚的学识。
Heck. Is it scholar? It's the reverse. It's scholar general, but it's fine. It's the same thing. So I'm pretty sure this is Yao. Yao. Maybe Yao Gao. Yao Go. Yao Go. Is that what I think it is? Hmm.
妄想
他有很多奇怪的妄想。
I don't know. Is that weird? Or something? It's like arrogance, pride. Third thoughts. Hmm.
猎犬
那只猎犬很聪明。
So what are you up to, drama? What are you doing? Are you cataloging your pictures?
Yo.
Back to work. Y'all go. I don't know. I'll have to think about that one. Changshui. That's no Changshui. What are we doing there? No, that's not it. That's not it either. Oh man. He had not the time to do that. The company laptop is so awfully slow and needs 30 minutes to boot. Yikes. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think this is Fu, right? Yeah. Why did I think it was Fu though? What was the thing to get the Fu? Is it something about like Frankenstein? Okay. You'll make yourself a coffee, then we'll see what we can yap about. I'm not sure if I can do that. We'll see. Is this like delusion? Okay. Or fantasy? I was gonna say fantasy. And then I don't know. This is like biting. Or is it jiao? No. Or is it jiao? No. I think it's biting. Yao. Oh no, it's not. It's jiao hua.
狡猾，
这个狡猾的商人骗了很多人。
Okay, hunky dory. What's going on here?
陌生，
这个城市对我很陌生。
Oh no. What in the world?
取，迷雾，
迷雾中什么也看不见。
耕作，
这块的非常适合耕作。
伤痕，
他的手臂上有一道深深的伤痕。
沸腾，
水已经开始沸腾了。
倦，南宋，
南宋首都是杭州。
孔雀，
这只孔雀正在跳舞。
枯萎，
花因为缺水而枯萎了。
树枝，
这张桌子用树枝制成。
翼， 湖畔，
湖畔的空气很清新。
是，街市，
教室里的学生皆是认真学习。
Like everything, all are. Yeah, every is. Okay.
报亭，
这个报亭每天都开门。
The heck?
翘，妨害，
吸烟会妨害你的健康。
What? Oh, I typed the wrong. Nope. That's a typo. Let's just go with sun. Dang it. Trying to speed up a process only to slow it down.
宙斯，
宙斯是古希腊神话中的主要神。
壁垒，
文化壁垒可能阻碍沟通。
What? Oh no, it's not. Oh wait. Oh, it's just me. I think. Yeah, I think it's just me. Man, do you look like sun? I don't know what's going on there yet.
麻雀，
麻雀喜欢吃米粒。
孕妇，
Just casual yapping, something on the side. Uh-huh. Go on.
Jing.
Oh, 智，接智。
醇厚，
这种红酒味道醇厚。
腻，辜负，
我不想辜负你的期望。
Oh boy. Probably not. We can't skip anymore, so we gotta get to it. Running out of time.
鸟笼，
他把鸟放回鸟笼里。
歧视，
我们应该反对所有的歧视。
换敞开
他把门敞开了。
What in the world is a summon with a spray? I'm back. Close. Wait, does that make any sense? No. Oh! Huh.
碗
So what happened here? I don't know what's happening there. Oh, 截肢 或者说截肢 Yeah, 截肢 we're gonna have to hold on to that thought.
接肢
这是一件众所皆知的事情。
I think I like. Oh no, no, I'm way off base. Huh.
黄
Hmm.
全力以赴
他们全力以赴，赢得了冠军。
Somehow I think this is Jian. Oh no, it's not Jian. Okay. Alright. Something about the finger is lost. Fingers in the lost. Just like saw. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Instead of sun. Can I do more? It's really not that good. And this is the thing where he's like trying to spread things around, but it's SpongeBob, so you just let go of the thing.
将
Not today, I suppose.
撒
Oh, nope. Oh, nope. Ah! Wait. What? Oh, I missed the N. Whoops. Spongy Bobu. What? Wait, is that what... Is that what they call him? Spongy Bobu? Bobu? Spongy Bobu? Bobu is a fun name. Garudo? Honey-san? Interesting. Oh! Oh, that's cute. Honey-san? Trick. Yeah, Patriku makes sense. Patriku. But Kani-san is great. I love Kani-san. That's cute. Alright, back to this.
搁浅，
这艘小船在沙滩上搁浅了。
Anibaga? Oh, that's cute. That's very cute. I missed this.
滥用，
滥用网络可能会带来危险。
丝帕，
他用丝帕擦了眼泪。
No, that's not it. I lost it again. Y'all. Yeah, the marshes. I don't think we're okay with this for the vocabulary. Fine. Not today.
烫，弟媳，
我的弟媳很善良。
Huh. Hey, you haven't watched enough to remember the rest? I see. The descending cow would be like
降水，
整个月都没有降水。
precipitation.
禅师，
这位禅师很有智慧。
找，表彰，
他因为助人而被表彰。
无辜，
不要冤枉无辜的人。
提，中，恐怖片，
这部恐怖片真的很吓人。
Yo, what?
瞎子，
我喜欢吃烤虾子。
山崖，
山崖下是一片大海。
僧人，
那位僧人很平静。
乙，
Second did? Oh man.
平，
That's kind of rough. We have so much vegetation too.
贴，
It's Jewel without the E.
绝
What the?
媳妇
他们的媳妇做饭很好吃。
Wait, what?
惩罚
他因为说谎被父母惩罚了。
Flying through? I wait. Not fast enough, okay? If I need to if I have to yap 6 hours a day, we gotta like 6 times faster. We gotta like finish yesterday. We gotta somehow be able to finish yesterday. You know?
剑 结 龙虾
龙虾是一种美味的海鲜。
恳求
工人恳求公司提高工作环境的安全性。
纯粹
这是纯粹的金子。
捞 脉搏
医生在检查他的脉搏。
Oh no. Hold up.
蒜
Fucking garlic?
椒 草坪
请勿践踏草坪。
What in the world? I'm gonna YOLO this. Oh, no, wait. I don't want to YOLO this. Do I want to YOLO this? I do.
恰
The heck?
替 嘲弄
嘲弄别人是不礼貌的行为。
酝酿
他的想法还在酝酿中。
Ah! That's one. Sorry. I didn't hit the right thing. Oh, you know what? I don't know what this is. Daughter-in-law, younger brother. I think this is still a younger brother's wife, right? Oh my gosh. We're never gonna... I don't know when I'm ever gonna use that. We'll have to... We discuss it every day. Whenever there's a family reunion, we have to discuss family relations and what do we call each member all the time.
列 轰
Wait, that's not Oh, is this Moon Goddess? It's Moon Goddess.
鹅
All right, it's fine. We cleared it. It's all right. We were kind of in the zone today. Had a few, one or two skips, but that's good enough. Like half, 75% things. All right, now we have to do all of this. Okay. All right. So these things are getting really rough now. Look at this back end thing. It's crazy how many characters. What is our character count right now? Honestly, 2,586 is pretty reasonable. All right. So what do you look like? You look like a Oh, this one's devastating. Ciao. You are able to speak Chinese or understand? I already know how to do that, so yeah, that's like from yeah. So I'm a heritage speaker, so the nice thing is we're only truly concerned about reading. So that's kind of a blanket. I mean, when it comes to conversations, though, like conversational. But now I'm learning how to talk in advanced topics. So that's kind of nice to be able to say, like, I only need to replace words like politics and religion, like parties and things like that, or like identify, I don't know, like describe how a machine works or something like that. Even computer things are kind of fine. It's kind of nice. It's getting there. It's still response though. Like we're still having a conversation. We're still doing conversations in terms of response and ask. But that is also the nature of culture, like a Chinese culture. You only respond when you're spoken to. So it's always but you know, it's baton passing most of the time. So it alleviates the need to lead a conversation. So oftentimes when you're talking about speaking or understanding Chinese, you're talking about a baton passing thing. What I do in English would be something that I'm not too confident that I would be able to do it with enough frequency in Chinese, Japanese, or any other language, largely because I haven't lectured, or I do not lecture or speak or teach professionally or do anything in a way that people are specifically only listening to me, as opposed to, which is what I need to work on. So the one thing when someone says like, do I speak Chinese? I keep that a little bit separate than understanding. Yes, I can understand Chinese and specifically without having to read anything and respond accordingly. However, the goal, my specific use case, is to lead one-way discussions, like have monologues and talk to myself and have internal monologues, because that would be the platform for streaming, right? Like when you're streaming, you're talking to yourself, you're talking to an invisible, like the characters, or you're talking about the characters. So that's where we're headed for Chinese, and that's where we're headed for Japanese. It was I didn't ever plan to have a conversation with anyone else other than myself, but it is nice to be able to have a conversation with someone else, right? Like my parents, I would rarely ever describe the the intricacies of the triad with relation to the Yakuza in the year, in the turn of the century or something. That's kind of a weird thing. But if I'm able to say it while like listening to a Chinese video game and then think in Chinese and make commentary in Chinese while blending it with English, slowly like blending it with English, that's kind of where we're going. Hopefully, right? 我可以跟别人说的中文，right？ 慢慢点说中文，但是still need practice to talk about what Yakuza is. Like what 流氓 was the term used for one of the outfits in Like a Dragon 7, right? And 流氓 it means hoodlum in Chinese, so that was more of a recent vocabulary. So 流氓 is pretty neat, being able to see those characters now. Now the question is 流氓 in Final Fantasy, in Like a Dragon 7, do they have the two characters 流氓 or not? So that's those are going to be all the fun things. Nowadays it's like looking at signs and looking at the backgrounds whenever someone's like going through a Chinese location or something. It's like, oh, okay, huh, that's pretty interesting. In P5X, right, I just walked through the Shinjuku, not the Shinjuku, the Akihabara like section recently, and just looked at signage and whatnot. And what's really why look at signage that's more important is because both Chinese and Japanese converge on signage. So they are like one of the strongest aspects. If you're learning both Hanzi and Kanji, signage, official notifications, like menus, like government documents, news reports, those things become very strong because both of them converges on the same meanings. So like when you're running around and looking at like virtual tourism, like for example, although it didn't happen in the last game, I do miss it. It didn't happen in the last game. It did. It still did. But maybe to a lesser extent because it was Hawaii. I love that Like a Dragon games, any canonical title has portions that are Chinese and Japanese. So like Chinatown is a permanent fixture oftentimes in Like a Dragon games post Yakuza pretty much most of the Yakuza. The reason why I'm saying this is because this year it's Kiwami 3. And Kiwami 3 technically is in Okinawa. And because it's in Okinawa, it's one of the... It still has a Chinese outfit to it. So nearly all of the Yakuza games, the Like a Dragon games, have a combination of a Chinese district with a Japanese district. And then of course I really am I don't know what they're going to do next, but it would be really awesome if they chose, which would be very tough. They do have Sega has a history of working with like New York City, for example, when it comes as a location. I would absolutely be floored like they would really be reckoning with Rockstar Games, right? What if their Like a Dragon 9 were to take place in New York City? The thing is, though, it would be very difficult, though, largely because the Japanese wheel, the Japanese part of it may be diminished. Usually the Japanese part is heavier than the Chinese part, and Hawaii is one of them. So probably not, but maybe California. California would be pretty interesting. It's still largely going to sideline Japanese, which I don't think that's in the cards for like Sega's choice. Like there's no little Tokyo in next to every single, like a little Tokyo or Japanese community next to a Chinese community. You are more likely to find like a little Seoul, like a Korean company, like a Korean community adjacent to a Chinese community before you find a Japanese community. So it doesn't really set up well enough for them. So I'm kind of curious where they're gonna go next. Every mainline Like a Dragon game, it's like, where's their new location? Because they painstakingly try to reproduce a new location every new entry, and that's kind of like one of the most exciting things. It's kind if I was a little bit more into Ubisoft, right, in their early days, or Ubisoft, however you want to pronounce it, when they were talking about like recreating things, I was genuinely very interested when Assassin's Creed 1, 2, and 3 came out, where they like really do the reproduction stuff, and it had like historical context and whatnot. Nowadays, though, like a Dragon, RGG studios are so responsible for dedicating a part that is kind of underappreciated. And obviously the giant that is Rockstar Games would be one of the other examples. Ubisoft getting bankrupt by themselves. Yeah. Honestly, hear me out. This last year, right, in 2025, it was a celebration of Clair Obscur. But we have to remember that Ubisoft is French. Like, Ubisoft Montreal is what they started something. Like, despite their current financial problems and adjusting, they started things that led to the resurgence and the escalation of RGG, and like a lot of part of the thing created the explosion in interest. Heck, I would even argue that Rockstar Games, they were in the same category. Like the idea, it's kind of, I rarely ever hope that people and their creativity and their privilege and stuff could be seen the worst. It would be kind of interesting. I am interested in seeing what happens to Ubisoft. And then of course CDPR is also the other branch, the other big foreign European, like the Polish one, right? That's holding up the guard at the moment when it comes to like really large world replication games. RGG is not even on the scale or the scope of CDPR and Rockstar. Her friend wanted to work for CDPR. Oh, that's interesting. What do they do now, if I may ask, if that's not too personal? All right, while I go through this, let's see. So again, Y S they're in the military now? Oh, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. I know very little about German military. Oh wait, I take it back. I know like random things about German military, but it deals with like arms and weapon development and technology, but not so much the personnel. Largely because military, like that type of military thing, is a Americana. It tends to be the Americana interest. Xiang Fan. What the Xiang Fan? Oh no, it's not fun. Xiangjiao. Ya Gao. Well, arms and weapon tech is not directly from military, they just buy it. Yeah, that's fair. What I suppose that's a good point. Yeah, and when it comes to weapon and tech, that's kind of where where I would hear a lot of things as an American, right? Americans talk about weapon technology as a like a hobby-ish. It's related because it deals with German engineering. And so we're not talking about like specifically for the act of destructive force. Arms and weapon development are also part of engineering. And before they were arms and weapons, there was engineering and marvels that Germans are very stereotypically. Yeah, American Special Forces uses German weapons, yeah. And then there's automobiles, right? Like the whole idea of German engineering is specifically talking about how much Germany has contributed as a whole to other things that happen to also overline with weapons, right? You can say that a lot about technology and even science, right? Science that's one of the uses of technology, for better or for worse. My friends they love the idea of understanding how mechanics work, like the mechanical things, and lots of the examples come from German engineering. So I was being facetious and poking fun about like the whole like Bavarian motorworks and whatnot, but really though, lots of things early during my like generational growth in the United States, German engineering comes into play a lot. Discussions come into play. Is IBM German? I think IBM is German, right? Pretty sure. Am I crazy? Yeah, so even computational, like early computational models and whatnot, pretty sure. Of all the nationalities in the European, like within the European Union, so to speak, I know that doesn't include all of the European countries, like Norway. I think I have the most exposure to German, and I've said this before, where I live in the United States, the highest heritages, like nationalities that are heritage, like in terms of heritage, is German. So it's not uncommon for someone to grow up, even being like multinational, to be very familiar with German influences in this particular part of the United States. The other large denomination would be Irish. Oh, IBM is American? Why do I feel like the story, the origin of IBM, like the stuff that they use was like of German origin? I could have sworn there was something about IBM technology that deals with Germany or something. Am I crazy? You just had telecom, you might now have T-Mobile? Interesting. Maybe I'm confusing something. It's something like I think what I remember is like right now one of the biggest hubs in IBM is German, right? In SAP, you guess? Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're right. New York. I think there's something about Germany though. Like something about like Germany still like holding like one of the largest hubs in Europe, I believe, is in Germany or something. And that's under IBM. I had no idea it was like New York State. That's interesting. Because one of the oldest IBM headquarters is in Germany, I think. Well, the IBM story is that, yeah, multiple companies merged. Yep. As early as it's the amalgamation, right? You had the New York company, and then I believe one of the oldest now is the one in Germany too. And one of that company was formed from a German living in America. Oh, okay. That explains. Oh, that explains the thing. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense now why I remember it as a immigrant. An immigrant. Yeah, tabulating machine company. Yep. Yeah, so that's what I had. I had this conversation with someone who happens to be German. And they did a jab. It's a funny jab. You know, I'm okay with this jab. It's not offensive or anything. Where like because a country is younger, right? The United States is younger by pretty much most of the macro metrics. That a lot of times people would make jokes like, well, you know, you just steal everything. You just like brain drain everything, and that's kind of that's how you catch up, right? If I had to think about something objective about brain draining and stuff, the question is like when someone argues like, oh yeah, you know, the United States, technically the sources of my local pub is older than your country. Yeah, so technically when you say things like that, right, one could counter with logic. We can use logic. Like the one logic is like, oh yeah, you know, technically those people, like this person is German, technically this person is Italian, this person is Chinese, right? But the thing is, it's a double standard when someone doesn't hold accountable for when they don't have desirable qualities, right? Like when you know how people like claim heritages of individuals when they are good, but they dismiss and disown immigrants when they are not good. But here's a kicker that I would typically retort back to that type of logic. If you're saying that the United States, for example, had like this campaign to try to draw people in with opportunity, why didn't you try to keep your, you know, like why didn't you try to keep the immigrant? You see what I mean? Like why didn't you encourage them to not immigrate? That's kind of like my like funny cheeky retort. Like if we were like sitting and trying to be friendly with each other with banter, like obviously I don't live during that time, so I can't really technically say anything with precise commentary because I didn't live during that time. Like I wasn't alive during the 1800s. You have these US American influencers visiting the country of Europe and telling on social media that the country of Europe has no culture. Then you get people saying quotes like above. Yeah, and guess what? All the other countries also do that. And now we do it online. right? If we were gonna equate all of these things historically, imagine all the propaganda now that happens. Like right this moment, like if you were trying to equate fairness to how influencers visiting other countries and spreading propagandistic and stereotypes, I think the field is not leveled either in the opposite argument. So it's kind of an interesting thought, right? Like if we're trying to play fair and playing fair in an unfair situation, like what you quoted, my local pub is older than your country, you have to level the playing field. So you could give up your ageism to level the playing field if everyone's playing on a level playing field. But that's not the case, right? In reality, when you're playing influence and propaganda and all those things, you're not playing on a level playing field unless you're willing to give up and play on a level playing field. So if it's fair to say my local pub is older than your country, therefore making my local pub richer and higher value than your country, then you have to give that up while also understanding that the actions of doing something when you don't have a lot of influence is to generate influence. Right? Same deal. No, it's not fair. Like the reality is in order to succeed in an unfair double standard, you participate in the unfair double standard. So you do not exonerate. If you want to play fair, you take responsibility and accountability for your double standards as well as leverage them. But in this case, it doesn't really matter which perspective you take. When they defend their case, you cherry pick, like whoever you associate with or group you associate, you cherry pick things that are positive, take ownership of those things, even by transitive property, and then dismiss and disown or ignore those that may weaken your case. So when you say you have these US American influencers visiting the country of Europe and telling on social media that the country of Europe has no culture, if we were to equate that, then we would also have to take back all the censorship and the derogatory natures of accusing US American culture to be derivative of everything that's older than them. That would be hard. Like imagine giving up the argument that origin doesn't matter, or also giving up on the other side that culture is worth differently from where it comes from. So one default loses, and the other also default loses. So if we can equate all those things, that would be an interesting way to have a discussion, But most of the time, the harsh reality right now, or the funny reality, is that you can't beat the argument that we're older, right? Nepotistic. Like I can't argue against that. Like how do you argue against that in the sense that the only thing you can do is you make an ad hominem influence argument, right? You use popularism to combat nepotism. Like if your country is older, there's no changing that. Unless you want to dismantle a country for the sake of longevity or something. That's kind of weird. Or that's kind of evil, really. Every argument, and most of the argument is the idea Germany's actually not that old. Yeah. Relatively speaking, though, things will become not that old when other things get older, if you know what I mean. Like mathematical property, like for example, if something is 1 year old and something is 100 years old, and then when something becomes 101 and it becomes 2, this distance actually closes. Relative perspective, right? So what you're saying a lot of times is Germany is not actually that old. Yeah, 1871. Oh, that's actually That's a lot younger. That's a lot younger than I thought. Huh. But Germany didn't necessarily like, are we talking about like the independence of Germany? Yeah, before okay. You're talking about when Otto von Bismarck stepped in. Yeah. Because technically, like the United States, right, when it comes to where you decide, you would probably say like the Declaration of Independence, which is relatively old. In the, like, when we take 1871, right, like then we have 1776, right? But then you enter the whole British argument where like, well, everything was, you know, before then. If you're talking about the Federal Republic of Germany, that's even later. Oh, okay. That's pretty interesting. I live in a state that's relatively old, so would there be something old in where I am that's older than 1871? Honestly, long story short, I am going to share my respect, right? I'm gonna be respectful to all the people who believe in traditionalism and like nobility, nepotism, history. Like, I'm not saying it as a bad thing. I'm talking about it from an like a kind of like an argumentative position. It's impossible, like it's highly improbable to form an adequate argument against the idea that something existed longer than another thing. Like, that's kind of a dead end for discussion, right? Like, oh, you were born before me. Okay. Like, there's not. Now, the argument the consequence of that is that something young is cheapened, and then something old is higher in value. And that's something else that can be talked about or discussed. And your Germany now united is like 1990. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Pennsylvania, since you were split, yeah. Pennsylvania was one of the original 10 colonies, right? I'm very bad with the it's on the fritz. Pennsylvania is one of the, it's Mayflower, one of the original colonies. So I don't know what is its official founding date. Like, the reason why I'm saying it's original is I don't know what is like official, like how you officiate. The province of Pennsylvania was 1681, so that's like one of the, like around that time is when the colonization happened, but technically they weren't recognized until were trying to be recognized until the Declaration of Independence. It's interesting. So that's neat, actually. And imagine, like, for me, just imagine how much Germany has done. So we could even say, like, you know, young bros, like personifying the countries, right? Young bros. But real talk, I do want to be respectful. History is unequivocal, right? Like, you can't substitute history. Being even tangentially related to Chinese history is just that much older, and that's crazy. Here's a fun little thing. I was watching Mythical Kitchen. I like watching Mythical Kitchen. Shout outs to like Josh and the light, right? He was doing different types of dumplings, different types of like kind of dumpling related dishes around the world, and he introduced one of the dumplings of like indigenous North American, Central America cuisine, and that one survived everything before like colonization and whatnot, and that's pretty neat. It's still not like thousands of years young, but it's pretty neat to see like a dish that existed arguably arguably before a time when they might have recorded those things in the Americas. We were discussing with GPT about German history and World War. It said that the First World War was inevitable, and the Serbian guy was a trigger, but not the reason. Huh. GPT said that. How'd that make you feel? I don't know enough about geopolitics and war to like, I'm really out of my depth if I made a commentary on how the First World War was inevitable. I don't even have enough I barely have enough context of the political landscape prior to World War. Well, the explanation made sense. Oh, interesting. So there was a lot more, right? There was a lot more, I imagine. Huh. Maybe I should try that sometimes. Do like a brainstorming exercise with GPT about like all the amalgamations of the thoughts, like published thoughts, and see what. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. The Serbian guy was a trigger, but not the reason. I do. That is the prevailing theory that I was taught about World War One. Usually, most of these things are not escalated by a singular trigger. The reason lies far well in the making. Yeah, World War II is, further than that, it's the same thing. But that's a logic argument. That's a logistics, historical logic argument, not necessarily a detailed oriented like chain of events. It's like the most reasonable way to say things like war is not triggered. Like war is triggered by things. It's not the reason usually. Like the reason. Most of the time, the reason has stacked up a long time ago because it's historical. Yeah, even when the Big H never started the war and would not just build his army and become a tech giant, the Russians would eventually. Yeah. So these are talking about the human condition, and GPT seems to be accumulating a lot of the human condition arguments as opposed to like those are agreeable. Like they should make sense. They are taking into account the human condition as opposed to like looking at the details. I don't think war is ever like the reason for log scale wars and stuff is down to a specific trigger. Like that specific trigger is not the reason, right? It might be part of the reason, the last straw that breaks the camel's back situation. Yeah. Which is great because honestly, not like I'm not talking about wars are great. Sorry. I'm talking about like if that is a way that is encouraging people to think about it. Usually I think that's a lot healthier to look at things than a singular time point, right? For example, I had a class that I took for like extracurriculars in college. It was about modern empire building. So like the dawn of the modern empire, which is what you are talking about, like building up his army and became a tech giant and stuff like that, right? Or a commerce giant or a wealth giant, or building up soft power, the modern empires. And I know empires have a bit of a stigma, but some of the modern empires would be Germany, the UK, United States, China, right? Those are modern empires, and the whole time it's like there was so much that builds into the sudden recognition of a what was a very hot phrase, a global power, right? Like a world power. But it's not, a lot of times people view these labels as that moment when they are declared a world power, but they were hundreds of years in the making. Like the road to it was paved by individuals who spent their entire generation, if not multiple generations, setting up the works and the framework and the foundation that contribute to its current position now. Despite being a young, when people say like young country, they talk about respectfully like thousands of years. Hundreds of years created modern empires. Or like, I would even argue within like few hundreds of years is the current existing modern empires now. And the word is no longer empires. Obviously, people don't build empires. There aren't emperors and whatnot. The idea is talking about like the Industrial Revolution, the various points in each country where they've gone through the phases, right? Japan had an Industrial Revolution. Germany, like nearly every country that's past a certain point when it comes to developing soft power and influence, they've gone through phases that involve in the modernization. So nowadays, like soft power, let me see how big an umbrella for soft power is. They usually define, or according to ChatGPT, or like this in Gemini anyways, it's the ability, they include influence, attract, and persuade other international actors, right? And culture and values and policy. So soft power is one of the biggest battlegrounds, so to speak, in the modern empire building. How much soft power you have. And you gave a great example when you mentioned having influencers, going to a country and then spreading this entire, like this perception in order to draw and influence other sources of resources. So there was a time when hard power, or I don't know what the referring, but raw materials and whatnot, was unequivocally the source of a country's overall power. And now soft power is like what we were talking about in that. I don't think the terminology was used. I didn't use that terminology back in that class. Nowadays, it would be viewed for me as soft power. Soft power has taken like front stage, and it's like one of the largest singular measure. Cumulatively, there's a lot that goes into soft power. Demonstrates how strong a modern empire is. At least that's an interesting narrative, right? How much influence you have. Influence can legitimately open doors to resources, or make the perception of a very powerful, quote-unquote, country that may not necessarily have literal firepower. Crazy. I think modern empire building became more of a soft power transition. I don't know if any of this is interesting or not. It became more of a soft power transition when globalization took hold. Basically, when the idea is that the fall, like power vacuums and power seizure and power shifts cannot occur in a void anymore because of globalization. If there is a power vacuum that a specific country falls out, you know, like one of the world powers or something falls out, that power vacuum would destabilize every other world power that is tied to that globalization. So hence they like negotiate soft power, as opposed to like trying to deliberately take out countries, so to speak. So warfare is so much deep, like hard to appreciate. And whenever someone says like, oh, well, it was triggered with an act of violence, for example, an act of violence. And I don't mean that they're not important, but the idea is all of the things that led to that conflict was already set in motion for so long. The trigger is not the reason, or largely not the reason for most large-scale conflicts. They are the last things, though, that would incite a cascading effect that has been set in a long time. And I would say that's what makes things a little bit scary sometimes. I don't know if you ever think about this. I think Procall, someone that I talked to, you've probably seen Procall. It's so hard to like feel a little, like for me, continuously feel a little nervous because you don't actually know. You don't know enough to know when the last straw is. So while there's wonderful peace times and whatnot, it really does create that idiom of ignorance is bliss situation, right? But things are set in motion for so long. I mean, we might not have been alive for many of the reasons that are occurring now. That's crazy, right? The human condition. There are things set in motion well before we could even appreciate it or we even existed. And they are what's remembered for sure. Happy thoughts. I genuinely think that, okay, I realistically think that in any particular lifetime, humans can transcend and balance these things. That's my wishful thinking, I suppose. Not necessarily hopium, because honestly, trying to cope with rejecting a piece of the human condition is kind of very tiresome. So yeah, inevitably conflicts of interest is... By the way, if you want to watch, I don't know if you're still watching anime, like having time for anime, but I've been watching Kingdom. And Kingdom shows is it's not as written in the guise of like the Chinese feudal soap dramas and whatnot, but the way Kingdom presents itself, that's a great, nice little feeling of pocketing things, like appreciating maybe somewhat the idea that things are set in motion, warring periods have happened for hundreds of years, and trying to find the singular time in which something dramatically happens. That's kind of like the whole Kingdom series in a nutshell, because it's the warring times before the unification of China under the first emperor of the Qing dynasty, right? So it's a really good... I'm talking about all of this because it's related to what I'm watching. So there is a background story to this. I've been watching Kingdom for some time. In Chinese entertainment, I should say, I grew up with like depictions of the different warring periods of China, and then like dramatizations of what it's like their attempt to show the brutalities of war, sacrifice of war, the constant warring. Like, you know, China has been warring well for hundreds, thousands of years prior to the singular events that people remember, which are like the unification of China for the first time after hundreds of years of conflict. First emperor of China, right? Middle Kingdom, first emperor of Middle Kingdom, and then you had the communist regime, and then the fall of the communist regime. So like it's like thousands of leap years, and that's what you see. It's really neat. I mean, the Warring Kingdom in the first empire is still punctuated by the three kingdoms later down the road. I'm pretty sure. I think it's then the dynasties broke up, right? Like, because then you had the Mongolian influence, the Khans come in, and then you have the War of the Three Kingdoms, right? The three major kingdoms, and Qing was still one of them. And then you have that modern thing. It's really fascinating. Japan also. Japan has a really fascinating one, starting with the different regions, and then the big war that a lot of people might know, which is the Tokugawa shogunate, right? Where the East and the West gets unified under one emperor, and then you're like saying, okay, well, those are Chinese and Japanese ones. Like, okay, well, let's talk about the unification of the United Kingdom, which also had a battle between kind of like East, West, and then North and South. And then we like, okay, other examples, the Scandinavia. And then obviously you mentioned Germany, right? While Germany might be like young per se, it was a West-East conflict, right? The United States, South-North, North and South conflict. Crazy. Humans are interesting. Have I said this to you before? I think I say this to Procar a lot. We live in a world populated by humans, and understanding as one grow older and they begin to appreciate more and more about the human condition, if you choose to do so, it's like, it's one of those things. It's both unnerving, fearful, at the same time hopeful, love, then sadness, loss, then gain, right? Transformation and destruction. Crazy. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit like like throwing around hand wavy things. It is something very sobering about talking about human history. I really love shows that like I love epic shows, like epic sci-fi shows where they like go from, I don't know, the Mesopotamia, like the Fertile Crescent, all the way to like the space race in a hypothetical future. I absolutely love the sprawling, those type of sprawling narratives where it really shows the scope, or even despite like different periods and whatnot, the scope of human history. We're part of that continuum, you know what I mean? I'm basically quoting like a Star Trek episode. Like a few Star Trek show, like a series, talk about like the continuum that is humans, right? The human continuum, how one can be connected the whole idea is that humans are staggered continuum of influence and cycling and whatnot, and yet somehow it holds together. I don't know how crazy some people might think it is. I think it's crazy. Think about a species that have to constantly pass information down in a like kind of a discontinuous way. like written history. Like when we talk about history, we're talking about written history, right? The stuff that we are after the development of like the printing press and language and written language being vastly available, then writing history recording has become a center stage. And now we're living in the internet age where legitimately it's like making it even more crazier and dynamic on how history will be remembered and passed along. It's crazy to think that this is built by a species that have a discontinued lifespan compared to the history of the things that will remain of them. And that would be like a country, right? A country, it's incredibly out of the body experience to think about a country represented by something that's beyond you, right? It's beyond a single individual. It makes you kind of feel humbled while at the same time incredibly fearful or uncertain. Like, who's to say that this very moment was already not, was already set in motion by by millions of strangers you have never and will never come to know. Crazy. Imagine being some sort of entity that lives forever. Okay, sorry. I got a little grandiose at the end. Okay. Fan Chuan. Okay. What do we have? Casual conversations, right? Drama? Just casual yapping. Obviously. Every day, casual yapping. we just be casually yapping. I say you finish HanziHero and we proceed when we're at P5X. Yeah. Because I'm basically just recording my completion run. I really need to go to the bathroom. That's kind of what's making this a little difficult. I know, too much information. Oh man, look at this character. These characters. I can't even read what I'm looking at. I think one is Xiao. What could Xiao be? Deep, clear. Xiao Sa. How do you feel about seeing some of these traditional characters? I'm pretty sure the Japanese one of this is Abyssal. Abyssal is not there. So that little like bottom thing, and then the bottom thing of both of these are simplified to some extent. And then the top part of like this part is gone, and then this part is changed. This one and this part are changed. I haven't written that character. Despite like looking at it, it's like, oh, okay. They look like alien signs. Oh, you know what? That's kind of a good... Yeah, that's kind of funny. Oh, and there will be a time when I go back and do simplified. It will be sometime around January is when I'll spend like a month correlating all the simplified characters. And then we'll talk about Japanese, correlated with kanji as well. Because by that time, we'll have covered a lot of overlaps. It'll be really interesting to look back. Show 什么? Show 会. Show 会. 出自. 写什么？学报。 You said you're gonna work back Russian, right? Drama. You're the once I get comfortable with Japanese, Russian is the thing you're doing in the future. Okay. Well, I will really have to tease your. I will have to like get some tease about like quote unquote like Slavic related things. I don't know actually if that's connected, but like we're talking about, you know, Russian. The Russian language is like even another macro. Russian is the same for you as Chinese is for you. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, okay. I see. I see. That's a great way to cut corners. Like that explains a lot. Tell什么？交易。What in the world am I looking at?陡坡。Oh.拱桥。履历。叫嚷。席止。Okay, really fast. Not really. Well, steady as she goes. Xena, all right. Xena outside of the auditorium, doing her work, trying to help out, making sure the blinds are the blind people are accommodated, making sure like special containers of different props like the beanstalks, the stage prop, keeping an eye on everything. Good to go. We had Master Cheeks, Master Chef, Master Chief, in the barn. Conferring with his colleagues, the foreman and a soldier, about their next location, the direction of their next location, while stewing up on the burner some of the cattle from the barn. Okay, we got Kirby. Kirby in the bathroom of the barn. This one's wild. You know, just chilling with the neighboring cow, trying to play a game, trying to learn how to play, or I guess playing each other in a game of Go. We gotta think about Kirby in the Nintendo world, right? And they're playing with like chicken feathers next to piles of manure instead of like Go pieces. And they're in the bathroom of all places. Oh my. So the cow was losing, so he's like turning up his face. Oh my gosh, like Yeah, toward, like, lifting up, turning towards up its face, turning up his lips or something upward, because the cow is too prideful. This one's outrageous. I think Chow is gonna wreck me so hard in the future. Alright, we have Yugi in the basement of the infirmary. This one's okay. And he's looking into how all the members and the patients in the infirmary, through like hills of medical papers, to determine how the members fell into the shadow realm, succumbed to the shadow realm. Having beach swimsuit banners come out in blue archive while there's snow outside your window is interesting. I know, right? So this is what happens with staggered releases. I don't know when was the last time you played gacha games, but nowadays most gacha games are staggered releases for the global versus the you know, the Asian, the Eastern side of things. So because of that, they also have events, right? The events, they have seasonal events. So then the seasonal events do not line up. So like right now, P5X, they pushed forth the seasonal events, and they're trying to like sync it. So the Valentine event is going to land on February, but they're trying to line up all the seasonal events, because last time the beach episode happened in fall, so it's during the autumn season. However, that's kind of what, like, Blue Archive was also released in a staggered state for the global side, the non-Asian side as well. It's true for a lot of practices now, especially for gacha games. They're usually like first established in the on a different server, and then the global side gets staggered, and it still leads to weird things like that, despite, like, we're not even talking about, like, despite climate differences. Kind of interesting. Like, it was already like starting to snow or like go below freezing when the summer event happened on P5X, at least over here. Hulk, let's see. Hulk is in the it's in the high school, in the middle of the courtyard of the high school. He lifted up a tree, a scholar tree. Dude, you should look up a scholar tree. Scholar trees look cool. I just learned what a scholar tree, or I learned what a scholar tree looks like today, because I had no idea. I thought they were referring to like a scholar tree, like an academic branch, but this character is for literally the tree. So we have, like, right now I'm at the upwards of like 10 different characters for 10 different trees at the moment, or at least some sort of plant. It looks cool. It's like instead of cherry blossoms being like white and pink, or even like plum blossoms being like purple or something like that, scholar trees have like greenish, light greenish blossoms, or at least the images that are provided. There are Japanese scholar trees and Chinese scholar trees by historical things. So he's planting the tree, you know, in honor of a ghost scholar. How does ghost work? This. All right, and then what do we have here? SpongeBob doing weird things again. SpongeBob thought it would be a great idea to pick out the clothes hamper and hanging it up using a bunch of hose. Not that type of hose. Scythe-like hose. But he was clumsy with his fingers and basically shredded and tore all of his clothing. His square pants. Bubulu's pants. Okay. Bubu is a potato sponge. Okay. So Kermit's basement. pawn shop. And, you know, Kermit's trying his best. He's basically trying to help. So he takes a sharp rock and cut up all the bills that maybe his the person he's working with doesn't want to pay. Right, chop them all up. Just doing his best. It doesn't solve the problem though. All right, with all of that yapping aside, we're concluding our HanziHero session today. That's a wrap. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a try. Let me know what you think. You're always welcome to yap. Let's brainstorm together, motivate each other, keep each other company, you know. Updates and whatnot. Sharing is caring in so many ways. Try to motivate each other. Until next time, 大家下次见。感谢观看. Right. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I got one more thing to do. We're recording our finale to the Astrolabe events, and I want to like record it. I've already had all those things planned out, so we're gonna do that the moment I come back from my bathroom break. Thank you.
SEGA
ATLUS ピースタチオブラック
Alright, folks, welcome back. It's a little overdue. Oh man, I am actually 1 day away from like the next set. A little overdue. Had a bunch of things going on. Wonderful discussions. So, as I had originally planned, this is technically the 3rd week of the astrolabe. So this would be in the last like 6 days or so, was the first opportunity to be able to do this challenge, which is to collect and clear all the stella using the minimum amount of willpower in the astrolabe season 1, right? These are different seasons, and you can see that I've cleared that. And you do get the extra rewards the moment the new week rolls over. You automatically get all these, right? Because you're conserving for willpower. But for those who need the extra willpower, obviously you would use them and it's still achievable, which is what I love about the design of P5X. They leave quite a bit of wiggle room in which like new players would be able to reuse things. In fact, there's a huge amount of wiggle room even within the willpower. Now, for the astrolabe thing, the stellas are obviously the place where your scaling is going to need work, right? To achieve them, it is a tight squeeze. Like for all 4 of these, for myself, for what banners I have specifically, one of the tightest squeeze was these two. These two were really tight squeezes. However, once you the stellas themselves, all these other ones are about management, and it's really it has been really fun. Like I actually spent quite a lot of time trying to see if I could even squeeze out more. And there were other people who covered their astrolabe stuff. I believe this is the center feature for P5X and highlighting the stuff that makes Persona games so interesting, because it even cut like outside of, you know, the social links and whatnot. This would be the core capturing outside of Tartarus as well in Persona 3. This would be the core aspect that highlights the strength of most of the Tensei game system, because you're interested in balancing your roster and stuff, and it's a far more unique spin, so to speak, because without the banner system, right, like having different characters and whatnot beyond your original cast, those things are they're not restricted, or they're presented differently when you're playing the mainline games. So this is, in my opinion, one of the first instances, one of the bigger instances where mechanically the mode actually deviates away from the core Persona 5 experience or like prior installments, and it becomes its own interesting thing. And I really like this. It does play into my preferences of run-based things, optimization, repetition, mapping. So it presents itself almost like a roguelike, but there is obviously mobile and casual friendly design choices, like the ability to retry every node, and then having commitments and then overhead. In the roguelike experience, it's technically all or none, despite having tracks and whatnot. So this is a great middle ground, and we're still like 6 months out from the Tartarus collab. So, and by then I probably have replayed the P3 PSP version, and probably the Persona 4 Golden version, and then probably possibly start on the Persona 5 thing. So now in order to do this, I think I remember most of the stuff, so we're gonna reset all of this. And the super interesting thing is, right, you still got this stuff, and then your stuff's already achieved. I'm pretty sure you still have to complete this map, this astrolabe, in order to get the extra reward in a day. But I think I have enough wiggle room. I am actually 1% off here. I think 1 or 2%. So I'm plus or minus 1 to 2%. So this is a point of failure. This is the next point of failure, plus or minus 3%. And then this one is pretty close too, plus or minus 3%. So these two are in the same, and this one was like hammered it home. So this one had a large margin. So let's see. So for this one, the earlier ones are pretty general. So we have an assassin, it's one target. So I decided my linchpin, I'm just gonna highlight the one factor, right? So it doesn't really matter what I have. Maybe we'll just do, we'll stock up on someone that gives crit damage, right? And then we line it up with Rakunda on, Yanosik, and it's pretty much Dionysus and Yanosik, because the person we're gonna use is Ryuji, a skull. I don't even think you need anything more, but we can just throw in a peeps at the end. Just no, actually, I don't even think we need that. Is there no, let's just see if we can do 2. Actually, let's just do 2. Actually, if that's the case, we'll do it this way. Okay. Oh, right, never mind. You do have to fill the roster. I forgot about that. You do have to fill. Except for Elucidator. You can save your Elucidator, but that's it. So you just fill in. You just throw their turns. We basically just use him to OTK that guy after the second use. So we rebellion, and it lasts for 2 turns, and he's just gonna use God Hand. He's gonna use God Hand burst, right? And then we trigger his highlight to power his God Hand in this turn, and then it will take care of the stack. Pretty usual stuff. He's an assassin, so he gets a 60% bonus for this special effect. You don't really need anything else. So you can like mark this guy, and then bam, dead, right? So that's the first node. All the white nodes are pretty straightforward. Like you can make pretty much anything work as long as you can have one condition that matches this. Fairly weak, non-scaling required. So we have a sweeper, final damage. Sweeper, there are plenty of sweepers you can use. In fact, I'm gonna use my Wanda instead. So we're just gonna like throw these again, and then maybe a sustain, or you know, we can just throw, and you can throw any of these too. So okay, and I just use my Wanda. My Wanda has Yoshitsune in use, and he's a sweeper. So you use the shock, right? You use the shock to maybe increase the crit rates using Motoha, and then that's all you really need. And we throw in an elucidator because you have plenty. I had 0 crits. Feels bad, man. I might need sustain. I don't know yet. Unlucky. Motoha, the standard 4-star Motoha is also a sweeper. So we just add a little damage. I think I actually might fail this. I think we need a yeah, we definitely need. Oh, let's see. Yeah, having crits early would have been nice, but okay, we're still fine. Oh no, we're not fine. Abort! Oh no, we're not fine. Yeah, I was hoping to get crits, like, off the first one. Rip. Alright, alright. Let's do that again. I think we can do this. This is fine. The first hit was unlucky. Maybe not. It's always a pleasure to listen to Persona music, you know? I'm trying to create shock so that he can crit. Stop it. Okay. This should be good enough. Okay. Not even close, you know? Okay. So now we got our second node. And then this one was Phantom Thief of Heart. And what I ended up doing is 2 targets, we'll use on. On would be good enough. So actually, probably this is one. So we throw on in, just like Lufetu. They're not really upgraded, so then we can like actually just throw, right? Throw them in. Now we have our. There's only one other instance that I would use on in. So we just burn both. Because On is the only one getting extra damage. She's the Phantom of Heart. Power up. This is their turn. She'll have. Oh, what is it? Love it. Right. Big damage. And then they'll burn. But the burn doesn't really do that much because of. I don't think the burn is coming from. And. Refresh. That's such a drawn out call out. It's fine. We're not doing the elucidating. Okay. Right. So that's the third node. And then now comes the lowest percentage node, which I can still move around my thief skill to boost a couple things, which I'm probably gonna do. So like, in order to boost my chances, right? It's really not that high. It's very low. So instead, I'm pretty sure these things are active. And there's a... Oh no, the bug is fixed. Nice. It was a bug originally, a display bug. But alright. So like, I need to boost my protagonist's damage, right? And then any form of physical damage I can find. This one's usually pretty stocked. I think the rest was like to do physical damage. Should be one more. Probably like good enough. Just to squeeze that one extra, like three extra percent. Because this one's probably the roughest. Okay, so this node I ended up relying on Wanda because I don't have Rin. Please, okay. Please let me click. So this is when party damage gets an extra action. Their final damage is increased by 120%. Basically, this is the only one that I don't have. I don't have an extra action. Rin is technically the only guy. So we had to improvise. And I basically just improvised with Yoshitsune. It doesn't matter what the others are. And then we do our basic strategist modifier. So my strategist ended up being Justine and Carol. And then we have our Leon. And then I had to use Shun. And then we use for a physical, right? We lined it up with Futaba. So, and then they're gonna use these two because this one will do double power onto him, right? And we spin the die. We spin the dice, or however you want to call it. This is such a squeeze, which was really fun figuring it out, anyways. Now we have to hunt for a daunting. There's 1, 2. That's not good. That sucks. I only got 2. How do I activate? Now, whatever they do, that'll boost. That'll boost the every action they use will boost Wanda. And then you just hope for crits like this guy. Didn't happen. We're gonna restart because that's a bad start. We do need the 1%. So this is like the max I can have for a singular boost. Daunting reduces their defense, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's good. That's as much as I can hope for. His one more can't crit. At least I've never seen it crit. And we have to spread the damage around. Because you have to actually balance out the damage. That hit a crit on him. That's good. We lost out on the all-out attack, which could help. That's fine. There is another point of failure if Leon gets double targeted. But having one to double target is good for crit damage. So we immediately use this to power him up, right? And he has to use icy defense. I want all the enemies to hit Shun while saving Rayon and stuff. Every time he gets hit, he brings down the defense of whoever attacks him. I tried with Cherish, but not good enough. Not good enough. Yeah, so Wanda gets hit, that's good. Wanda wants to get hit too. Just enough to proc the critical renewal from Leon. Not like getting hit all the time, but just enough to bring down like 10%. So then when he does this, it triggers the critical up to refresh it. And then this is where we just use smash hit instead, and we would hit a opening one. So then you can get like extra damage here. And we're kind of trying to spread the damage. It does matter that they be spread in a pretty reasonable way. Okay, and then we do the double. It'll always get knocked down completely in this turn. Take out all our attack. And then hope for big crits. That's I think that's a fail. Wait, something's not right. Oh no. Wait. Something is off with this. Maybe I didn't use I thought I used Justine Caroline. This is way too low. Ayaka wouldn't improve this. Or did I? No. There is a chance that I ended up using there is a chance that I ended up using their sweeper form. I probably used their sweeper form. So we'll switch over to sweeper form. It's like missing 10%. So something I'm doing is missing 10%. Alright. It has to be below 50%. Or else we won't make it. Okay, that's... We got 3, that's okay. After turn 3, the big turn, it has to be below 3%. Oh, there, Jace. What am I doing? I'm recording my Astrolabe 13 willpower run that I already planned out. Did I actually go with that? Huh. Let's try this out actually. No. Let's not stray from what I've already tested.
料理してやるよペルソナ
褒めてやる感謝します
ペルソナいただいていく
見せてやろう我らの力を行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します
I gotta make sure that they're about even, so Leon getting hit is annoying. It's one of the points of failure for this. Don't do it. Okay, that's a fail. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So now we just. That's as good as a start. That's good. Looking pretty okay. Yeah, we got some crits. As long as they look like they're about around 50% in the after this next turn, we're pretty good. And then Leon doesn't get hit more than twice in a row. If Leon gets hit more than twice in a row, it's GG. Okay, we're pretty good right now. Missed the critical up refresh, but that's fine. He's too healthy. Wait. Oh, the turn is out of order. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Justine and Caroline is moving one turn but after. That's interesting. Justine and Caroline is supposed to be before. It's close. So we're within like 1%. Plus or minus 1%. Oh, that's bad luck. Can't be hit again. Or if they get hit again, we're done for.
出番だマンドラン料理してやるよペルソナ
君に感謝
Okay.
だペルソナ受けてみろ
いい一撃だ
That's like okay.
見せてやろう
Not the best.
力を行くぞジュスティーヌ
We had to make sure that they're all about even along the lines. So
制裁の時間だ
and Leon can't be hit again.
行きますよ
Okay.
行きますよ
主に代わって
Okay. Okay.
ミッシシン
Yeah, it's the margin is really small.
降臨せよエリュテイヤペルソナデュオ
Okay.
チャージ完了だぶっ放せ
So did I use? No. We're gonna use this. I think last time I typically use Leon to power,
出番だマンドラン
and then now we're gonna try to get 4 debuffs.
蜂の巣にしてやる
That's 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's as much as you can really hope on a half reload. You only get like half the bullets on the reload.
ペルソナこれ
Hope
で
to
どうだ
knock down. Okay. We're still good. Still good.
見せてやろう我らの力を行くぞジュスティーヌすぐ排除しますそうきましたか
無駄だ
Not again. Don't.
やろ
Don't.
う行きますよ
やるな
Okay. Alright.
はずじゃ
ミッシシン
And then this is the moment of
バト
truth.
ルデータ解析
Alright, we have to
言葉に耳を傾けなさいエリュテイヤ
have to nail it.
封印解除
I'm gonna have to change the order of Caroline. For some reason, Caroline is going.
出番だマンドラン
Justine and Caroline is going before my
行くぜペルソナ
my Wanda.
ペルソナ
いただいていく
相手が倒れた今だ
Okay.
旅路へと誘わせてもらう
チャージ完了だぶっ放せ
Yeah, we can't have him go after something caused the turn to be different. So let's see if we can get lucky and use friendship,
ヒーローの力
which will give you 200%, and then hope for a hard hit here.
行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します
Oh, I missed
制
it.
裁の時間だ
1%. This guy survived. Yep. It's a 1%. It's a 1% gap for this thing. All right. I need to check the speed ratio. Oh, they're tied, so I can just swap them. It's fine. And then we'll do it again.
選択だ
It would have been nice if I remembered
敵発見
that they had the same speed. Alright, one more time. Yeah, Justine and Caroline being playable is awesome. They're the most dynamic. Drama. They broke the release release plan. So Justine and Caroline was released simultaneously to all of the servers. So this broke this broke the sequence. And Justine and Caroline, Persona has multiple roles, and Justine and Caroline has all the roles. So like we invested in Justine and Caroline, and then we skipped the last two actually. This current one and then the last one, because we're still free to play here.
スマッシュいい一撃だ
1,
いいぞ敵ダウンだ
2. I think we're gonna start again. You pick Howler instead? Oh, okay. I mean, you know, you pick the ones that you want. I like picking for you like utility and whatnot, so I've been picking for utility.
出番だマンドラン蜂の巣にしてやる
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's as much as I can hope. Like even if yeah, well, free to play player, I want to be able to complete everything at a knife's edge, right? So far I've completed everything and last bracket of everything without. That's like my jam. I really enjoy. Oh no. Okay, he still goes. Okay, hold up. He still goes. That's not how that's supposed to work. Are there leaderboards? Yeah, there are leaderboards. Granted, you have waited for a Howler for 6 months. Yeah, it's totally worth, right? That's not how it's supposed to work. When they're tied, it should be the order that they were placed. Let me make sure. What's your speed? Yeah, you're just base 100. Base 100. We can swap it up to something that has speed just to make sure that Justine goes first. Goes before. Not like that though. Can't sacrifice that much. Yeah, usually when they're tied, all you have to do is put them in the order. I guess this is fine if we can find. Yeah, okay. This should be fine. So now my Wanda will go fourth because he needs to go fourth. It's the whole, your primary DPS has to go fourth or max. Okay. Now we play RNG again. 1, 2. We're gonna start again. Yes, just. I hope you're enjoying Howler. Jace, are you able to complete your Astrolab stuff? Howler is great for debuff and stuff. You can probably get across this too, if with the same like similar approach. So yeah. Yeah, right now I'm keeping the free-to-play streak alive, so it's about completing all the level 30s and the leaderboards at the top tier while remaining free-to-play. I'm gonna say that. Nice, okay. You're trying to get A6? I see. Yeah, you did mention that, yes, the last time we spoke when I was doing the 3.1 patch update. Do the enemies have something like a slow? They do not. Not yet, anyways. Oh, they're sculling.
我らの力を貸しましょう。
Also trying to get social links, make rank.
風穴開けるぞ。
Ah, I see, I see.
料理してやるよペルソナ。
褒めてやる。感謝します。
Yeah, rank max.
見せてやろう。我らの力を。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
Oh, no worries. It's understandable.
ペルソナ。いただいていく。いいぞワンダー。
Turn it off. But what about all the times you need autocorrect? Where you want it? Oh no, Leon took a smack to the face. Our skill issue. Our playing Tycoon right now, trying to get legendary Tycoon rank. Nice, nice. What's your current rank at the moment? Learning experience. Right now we're recording we're recording our 13 willpower run. And this would be the hardest node because it has something that I have to gamble on.
行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。大技発動チャンス。随分と抗ってはいたようだが。
Billionaire? Ah, you're almost there. Not bad.
これでどうだ。
Oh, I screwed up. Oh, I screwed up, but that still worked out actually. I totally screwed up, but that's fine. We'll see where this goes. You did 100% P3R base games, but not skillish. I think what you call it, what Drama was talking about was the autocorrect. He was referring to the autocorrect.
料理してやるよペルソナ。
褒めてやる。感謝します。お仕置きの時間です。
For Astral, do you have to beat every node with one attempt each to get all the badges? You do. And we have already done that, so I'm basically recording it now. This would be it's, yeah, it's exactly 13 nodes. Oh, you know? Alright, fair enough.
いただいていく。
Oh, you know? Using Justine's sweeper highlight in place of Yoshitsune's highlight was kind of okay. Actually worked out really well. So then, does that mean do I stay the course? Or I just throw it out now? Alright. Wow. Alright, we got the 4. Okay. Yeah, this one's good. As long as Leon doesn't take like somehow magically took a crit to the face or something.
旅路へと誘わせてもらう。主に代わって。
Yeah, we're fine. Just hit, yeah, we want them to hit Shun. so that the defense down is applied.
私の出番だな。バトルデータ解析。どれどれ。
力を示せ。エリュテイ封印解除。ペルソナデュオ。
出番だ。マンドラン。行くぜ。ペルソナ。
見せてやろう。我らの力を。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。
You're not good enough to beat all of them in one attempt each? You can retry as many times you want. Or do you mean like there's not enough, your scaling doesn't have enough? You still have one more week and have like 4 extra willpower. Oh no, I think I screwed up. Yeah, that doesn't work when you're... Okay. Alright, we got it. It was within the 1% limit. We're fine. So that was the hardest node. Saw a Joker fight on YouTube and look BS. Yeah, so I did not have Joker. This would be the hardest node. So now we're past the hardest node. We had to do it without Joker because we don't have Joker. And now let's just go to the right. We'll do the right now. So this node is basically Scald. We're doing Scald. Or Ryuji. Ryuji is the next one. And you can throw in whoever, honestly. Let's just use someone who... Oh no, a non-healer though. We'll throw in like a non-spot healer. We'll throw in like... I don't think you need any of these. So let's go with... Put a defense down. And then... toss someone in here. And we don't need anything beyond that. Yeah, like you can beat the nodes for the reward and reset, but not a perfect run. Ah, I see. Are you playing this game like... Are you free to playing this game? Oh, so they listed fight with the RNG to one shot. Oh, the P3.
この技じゃない。ペルソナディオニソスヤノシーク義経
1, 2, 3, okay.
受けてみろ。
お、えげつないの入りましたね。
奪えペルソナ
Free to play and pulling for favorites? Yeah, me too. And doing these stuff is... I'm pulling for favorites, but my favorites are mechanically like the mechanical ones. So they're like the strategists and whatnot. So I've largely focused on strategists and like tanks and healers. And then primary DPS has been largely optional for me. So we're gonna hold off on using his right before because I don't know how that works, and then we're just gonna rebel right into his turn. He sets up God Hand, and then we'll use his highlight next. And we'll just keep applying the defense down. She sacrificed her. And then we use Rakunda on him to set up his God Hand. And that's 50%. It takes two rounds to Okay, that might be a little scary. I think I put in a shielder before. So I was thinking we could do it without a shielder. I'm not too confident anymore. We're living on the edge. Living on the edge. There we go. And theirs needs to be healing. No, you need God. In order to do his God Hand, you can't heal. Like, a shielder is usually what I would use here. But we're like not really doing the standard map that I already did. I'm trying to see if I can do it without it in a different way a little bit. That's not enough. Yeah. Okay. So we'll use Leon and make it more consistent, and then we'll use a. Actually, maybe we could just use a chord instead. How many chord fights do I have? I have 2, so. This should be good enough. Oh, you have the A6 beauty? I see. I haven't used any of my I hadn't used many of my golden tickets yet. At the next fine. We'll do it this way. I don't really need him to attack. Yep. Yeah, one of my favorite characters is Cherish. So-
凍りつけペルソナ義経ディオニュソス受けてみろキャプテンキッド決めんぞペルソナ
Currently, anyways. Until, maybe until 5-star Shun or something? Possibly until 5-star Shun.
存在を無に返せモンポーのスープをごちそうしますね
You like their characters when you got around to their social link? By the way, Shield Guy persona never left your team. Oh, the Shield Guy persona? I see.
誰も傷つけさせない
お楽しみはこれからです
Are you talking about like King Frost?
ペルソナ待て
モンポド派手に行きますよ
ペルソナ矢野シークこれでどうだ引くわけねえだろクソが
怪盗団は無事勝利しましたとさ
No, the guy in my party? Oh, you're talking about Cherish? Okay. When I thought you meant a persona, you were talking about like a persona. Alright, so Wonder's final damage is 100, so... Yeah, I enjoy... Okay, so, and we've already talked about this, so we're using Yoshitsune, right? Yoshitsune. And I don't think you need a lot for this either, so we're gonna go with... You're gonna throw Uferu, Marian, and... And... How far can we get with this? Let's see. I'm basically trying an alternative thing, like even less resources than my original plan.
わしのペルソナ
手伝ってタレイヤペルソナデュオ
We're just spreading the debuff.
ペルソナいただいていく
Yeah, we're fine.
行きますよ
Ow!
ショータイムノリノリでいっちゃおうぶち上げちゃいな存在を無に返せペルソナデュオハイライトいけるよ
I was thinking of using Xiaoling's Yaoling's one highlight to do that, but that's fine. Because technically it would be his turn next, and I could just heal her, but use healing with her. If the next skill that attacks off the highlight deals bonus damage. We'll do it this way instead. Should be good enough.
どうですか湧き上がれモンポーのスープをごちそうしますね舞うぞロブロイ来るのだペルソナ助かったよ
I'm basically just using Marion to apply a defense down. Like going back and forth. And then this would be like, it says the increased target's next damage, right? So it would be those two, and then we just attack. Ow.
準備できたんよ。ノリノリでいっちゃおう。女王様にひざまずいちゃいな。湧き上がれペルソナデュー。ロブロイ来るのだ。ペルソナ。助かったよ。お願いタレイヤ。
Yeah, we hit this one because the defense down was already on the other guy. It lasts 2 turns.
受けてみろ。
You did skip the twins because you wanted Summer and Moko and Haru. I actually... Oh, and Summer Moko. Okay. I ended up taking Summer Tomoko and then Haru. Oh, I think that's what you mean by Moko. Sorry. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. It's Tomoko. You're... Yeah. Motoha is the other one. Yeah, I took Moko and Haru as well. So where did you get the what did you skip? Outside of that, I skipped the early ones. So Rin, right? Joker, right? Joker, Yui, Yusuke. Those are the first 3 that I skipped.
かっこいいとこ見せちゃって。ロブロイ。己の責
This
務を果た
is
せ。
an attack up bonus off that.
舞うぞ、ロブロイ。
Actually, I'm cutting it close. That's really uncomfortably close.
ペルソナデュオ。
ペルソナいただいていく。
Uh-oh. You went for Queen, Tor, Futaba, Summer. Okay, so I have all of them too.
この程度。
Yeah, I have all of them as well.
出番ね。モンポ。ペルソナデュオ。
Oh, I see.
羽ばたけ、ロブロイ。わしのペルソナ。お願い。
Uh-oh. I think that one has lower HP. Alright. This should be fine. Oh, I forgot to use the elucidate. That's fine. Yeah, we're good.
これでどうだ。
Eh. We're always cutting it close because I'm like cutting corners. But that's fine. We could be safe. Alright, so this one is the second closest node. It's tied with the left one. So this is where we have Moko. Same elements. So this is where we use Moko and Summer Moko and Haru Noir. So we do Star Compass, Dionysus, right, and then we'll pivot to Shiva. And then we'll use chord in this. And we have to use Futaba for this one because it's very, very close. And let's make sure our order is correct. Our order is not correct. We need to change up. Whoops. Oh, wait. Did I keep this order? I think I actually kept this order because I'm gonna do something. I actually, whoops. I actually do something a little bit different. We'll see if it works. I'm not entirely sure if it's gonna work. Oh no. He'll go third, technically. It's because of what he's equipped, actually, I think. Let me see what her speed is. Yeah, he should be faster because of Dionysus's thing. Even though it says 4th here, he should be going 3rd. We'll see. Dionysus has +9 to speed.
夏日に負けない禁物だぞ。浦島海風に乗せて感謝です。みんなに届け。
ペルソナ
Yeah.
これでどうだ。
いい歌を届けよう。借りを聴いてほしい。この歌を。チャージ完了だ。ぶっ放せ。この鼓動を歌に乗せてカリオペ。惑わせミラディ。全力で行こう。
You're skipping Howler and Mont? Mont? Yeah, me too. I skip both too.
Persona ドミニオンシバディオニソスドミニオンいただいていく。
恥ずかしい。いい歌を届けよう。響き渡れ。どこまでも決めよう。ミラディ。海風に乗せて感謝の歌に届け。いい一撃だ。決めよう。ミラディ。ミラディ。みんな頑張ろう。
I don't know if you should go for 5-star win. Always looking for more support for the UG team. You're talking about Winvast? Yeah, Winvast. I am gonna go for Winvast. A1 Winvast.
私の出番だ。バトルデータ解析。どれどれ。夏日に負けない。浦島海風に乗せて感謝です。
Well, not really go for it. I expect to draw 110. That's basically my plan. I'm gonna end up doing like 2 110s. I rarely ever expect myself to be lucky. I screwed up. maybe.
もう一撃やっちゃおう。畳みかけるね。夏休みはまだまだ続くよ。
It's kind of close. Like, we're at the 1% mark. Usually I kind of want like a 3%. This is like a plus or minus 3% damage threshold.
さあどうぞこちらへ。
海風に乗せて感謝の歌に届け。いい一撃だ。
ペルソナディオニソスこれでどうだ。
カリオペ。聞いてほしい。この歌を。こっちの能力下げられてない。気をつけて。全力でいこう。
I don't think this is good enough. I think we're gonna miss it by like 5% because I kind of screwed up. In terms of health, it's pretty safe. There's no like large point of failure due to health.
暑さを沈めよう。浦島な海風に乗せて感謝です。みんなに届け。
ペルソナドミニオン受けてみろ。
いい歌を届けよう。カリオペ。
She got knocked down, but that's okay. That's perfectly okay. We can follow it up.
お手数をおかけしました。
Oh, I did keep them at third. Huh.
この鼓動を歌に乗せてカリオペ惑わせミラディみんな頑張ろう海風に乗せてみんなに届け
Yeah, I don't think we have enough. I screwed up the first round of order, but we'll see. It's gonna be close. It's very close. The error for margin, the error for failure is 3%.
いただいていく。
海風に乗せてみんなに届け
It does matter who I attack between the two.
まだまだ行くよ夏休みはまだまだ続くよいい歌を届けよ
That's really close.
どこまでも決めよう海風に乗せて
Oh no, I think we're good. I think we're good.
痛いんだけど華麗にやっちゃってびっしょびしょにしちゃおうフラッシュメだお迎えが近いってな海風に乗せて感謝みんなに届け全部見えてます
No! It didn't crit. Yeah, that's the 4% margin. Okay, alright. Hang on. We can get the 4% as well. Hang on. We can close the gap. This involves changing this. So we'll change this to close the gap. Okay. So where are you? It's always barely. It's always barely. So it was expected. I've already tested these. And then I can't do any more for something that's flying, unfortunately. There's nothing. The last time I checked, anyways. Okay. Yeah, it usually barely does anything. Yeah, because all attacks cannot crit, as far as I know. Like that team can't. There's no crit modifier for that. Yeah. So now we're back, and this time, I will try not to screw up the midterm. The midterm, I kind of screwed up. I screwed up the first rotation. This is the second point of failure. By a margin of 3%. Actually, what if I... No.
この鼓動を歌に乗せてカリオペ全力で行こう海風に乗せてみんなに届けいい時間したいんだけどもう
All the Stellas are plus or minus 3% from here on out, so they still, if you don't crit a certain amount, not enough.
パスワード解除夏日に負けないフラッシュザパーン
ペルソナドミニオン
I'm still gonna go
いただいていく
move.
カリオペ
Yeah, we're not waiting on that, right? I could apply the shock and then rotate around in time with the 3 bullets and then use a lineup for 3. Let's try that.
これが私の全力の歌。海風に乗せて、みんなに届け。いい一撃だ。決めよう、ミラディ。ミラディ。みんな頑張ろう。ないんだけど。
I think this actually does less. No. But we should still be within the margin. So the 3% that I'm saying is it's within the margin of crit damage. So if I get crits, it would make up for the 3%. Last one was not that great.
夏日に負けない浦島だ。海風に乗せて感謝です。みんなに届け。
ペルソナシバ、これでどうだ。
本番だよ。カリオペ響き渡れ。どこまでも決めよう、ミラディ。海風に乗せて感謝みんなに届け。いい一撃だ。一度だけだと大思いかしら。畳みかけるね。相手が倒れた。今だ。終わらせちゃおう。全部見えてます。海風に乗せて感謝みんなに届け。
We're a little bit ahead of last time. Yeah, it kinda looks like a what's his name? Monkey guy. I forgot the monkey guy is a little too healthy right now. Oh no, he's actually pretty okay now. Seth is a little bit healthy. Like, we need to get Seth down a little bit more. Horus is okay. Horus is like on the fence. Yeah, Seth is a little too healthy. So we'll try to shock Seth and then maybe like try to increase the chance that she'll crit. That's kind of
Persona Dominion これでどうだ。
こっちの能力本番だよ。カリオペで。これが私の全力の歌。
Okay.
必殺いけるぞ。華麗にやっちゃって。この鼓動を歌に乗せてカリオペ打ち抜けミラディ。みんな頑張ろう。
Can I get a crit on Seth? That doesn't look like it. Seth is still. Oh no, that's bad. That's a run ender. That was a run ender. She got knocked down. So I have to do it again. It's a run ender because I can't use Korit's ability. I can't do Koichi hook when it's unlucky that Nuara gets knocked down on the last turn. fucking Seth. Seth is a... Okay, alright. Chill, guys. Chill. What is this bullying? What's with this bullying, man? You know, RPG, right? You know you've played a lot of RPGs when you feel this moment where where there's a unfair treatment of one of your characters. I know, right? Unfair treatment. Sick of getting hit by. Oh, that was a crit. That's not bad. Yeah, there's 1 point of failure. One large point of failure is if she gets knocked down during Court's catchy hook turn. 2 times. They have to not land on her 2 times. So this is one of the turns. So we've already passed that turn. Like, I enjoy doing this. This stuff is great. I'm looking forward to the next Astrolabe. I got another week to wait. Can I get a crit, please? I don't know if that's a crit. It's kind of hard to tell. You don't think you could do it myself? You love seeing the puzzle solving of it? Yeah. This one, the reason why I like Astrolabe is like... Okay, I thought I can't get unlucky, but... I think I'm getting metaed by the AI here. I like Astrolabe because everyone's run is a little different. So I think we're just gonna swap up this order here. Oh wait, okay, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. I like Astrolabe because then you can see a lot of everyone else's runs because of their skip, you know, what they decide to do with their polls and whatnot. I think Astrolabe is really wonderful. It's easily one of my favorite modes so far. And then we still have like Tartarus to raid for, right? Alright. They're sharing the pain now. What? Okay. Okay, you guys need to chill out on focusing on a single target, man. Horus is so healthy. What the heck? The new enemy meta, target 1 party member. I know, right? Man, Horus is really healthy. That's kind of scary. Oh, there's the 1 crit. Like, at most, you want like 1 crit on each of them, and then we're good. That's basically what I'm looking for. You're hoping that Haru crits at least 1 or twice on each member of the opposing team. I think Horus is going to... It kind of looks like Horus is going to survive this.
海風に乗せてみんなに届け。一度だけだと大思い足が倒れた。今だ。まだまだ行くよ。
The other two are within range, but Horus is not. This kind of sucks. we need 2 crits on Horus. Oh, I screwed up. Yeah, I screwed up. I'm missing 1 turn. I messed up 1 turn. Yeah, so for the record, we've already done this. So man, I should have chose the other one. Okay, alright. So we're going to do I realized that I don't really like this part. So we're gonna do this. This rotation. And I think we're gonna fire her pew pew first. Because then we will get 2, 3 shots. Let's find out. No. That would come up no matter what on her turn, right? Oh, I screwed up. My cert doesn't have agility master. So I need to put it doesn't matter what order they are, it's just I need to have first turn. I need to be ahead of. Cert doesn't have agility. Oh, that's... You gotta love seeing the critical show up, you know? I think we're gonna do it this way. So you have two activations of her. How did she go? Wait. How is she going before? Oh, I screwed up. Sorry. Sorry. Dionysus wasn't first. That's why I made Shiva first. Your persona, the first persona only needs to go first to set the order. So then you can swap it up. So we're gonna start with this first. Actually, does that mean I need to fire her? Yeah, I'll still fire her first. Yeah, the order is set in stone once you set your persona. So all your personas don't really need agility master, just the one that you're likely to put in the first slot. In case some of your revelation cards have speed on them, but they have like really other good modifiers and you need your Wanda to go first. Agility Master 3 will give 9, so That's like 3 stacks of sub speed. Where was I?
ペルソナシバディオニソスいただいていく
So this should work out
いい歌を届けようカリオペ
for her to wait one more turn, right? So we shock, we'll shock Seth, hopefully. Nope, no shock on Seth. It's too bad. It's not really necessary. It would always be nice. This should make up for 3%. I did see crit. I saw some crits. We should see less than 50% left on those guys, hopefully. This lines up better. Yeah, so then we get a chords thing on her max turn, right? And then all 3 stacks are on. And then core can double her. Oh, no crits though. It's kind of disappointing. Yeah, that's higher. It's higher by like 15%. Like, oh, just for that one turn though. And then this should... Oh, I didn't crit! Oh no. It's fine. I think we're okay. We're still okay. It didn't crit on the main target, Anubis. Can you stop, please? Thank you. I think all of the others are below 50. Yeah, all the others are below 50. The second rotation is stronger than... The second rotation is stronger than the first rotation. So only Anubis is out of range for the time being. Okay. Oh, and she can't be crit. So if she gets crit in the next turn, in the following turn, it will be a problem. So we have 1 point of failure. Well, Anubis is another point. We have 2 points of failure right now. There's too much health. Alright, then we try to shock Anubis. Okay, we got the Anubis thing, so we can at least try to get a crit on... Okay, so if I do it now... that would mean her highlight is not going to come up again. It's not going to come up on time. So we're just going to hold off. And then we're hoping she doesn't get crit. Okay, Moko. Summer Moko is taking it for the team. Okay. So now we have 1 point of failure, which is Anubis. Okay, and we can hope for a crit on this, or like a strong hit on this. One more here. It's not that great, but I think we're good. Because we still have 2 highlights. 2 highlights and a 3rd bullet, so this should make up for the huge gap. Yeah, I think we're fine. I don't even think we need the third bullet. Oh yeah, we do. Okay. There we go. That's a huge gap, actually. That's a 4% gap. Alright, cool. Hooray! 2nd node recorded. Alright, so now we're going through these. These ones go pretty quickly. So this one is highlight. So highlight damage. And this is easy peasy because we've been bootstrap. We've been being very conservative. So now we have Floret coming in. So we use Vishnu, Narcissist, and Yanosik. And then we use the... What is this called? The Meteor... What is this called again? Oh, Ex Machina. Meteor. And then we use Cord, Floret, and then it can be anyone. So we'll just like throw Morgana in. And then we really don't need anyone, but we'll just throw Gobi in since we have Morgana. All the white nodes are really low. These are like near 0% failure. Near 0%. Right, the damage is coming from highlight sources. So basically we prepped his highlight on a single target. So he has 5 stacks. It's going pretty well, Drama. We went through our second like failure point. And then you buff him. And then he'll rip this guy a new one on the next turn. Right, he has 5 stacks already. Just highlight damage is the special effect. So you just beat them. Right. And then we spike. Yeah, music man. So is a treat. So that's 50% and it's only been 2 turns, right? And then his highlight's gonna come back up. You don't really need Cord because you can use any other strong highlight and it'll be good enough. So you can apply shock to increase his crit rate. Just keep up Windswept. And then you use Rakunda on Yanosik, and then this should execute. This should execute for the most part. It might be like 5% short. No, actually, like 15% short. Oh, it's actually a lot more. That's like, that's close to 15%. Like no concerns really, right? And we go back, reapply, and then that's it for this node. So we haven't used any of our heavy hitters outside of Haru and Moko. Okay, and then this one right here, it's elemental ailment. So we're just gonna do a nuke team, right? Nuke team, it's really overkill, but we'll use the nuke team. So Ex Machina, Bishmonten, And we're just gonna throw Dionysus and Dominion. Actually, you know what? I guess we could just Vishnu because of the elemental thing. So, we're gonna use nuclear for elemental things. So this is where Queen comes in. We don't need Cord. And how are we feeling? Yeah. Vino hadn't been used, and then we need a sustain, right? Just put in Morgana. And actually, yeah, we'll put in Morgana. Yeah, Morgana's fine, and then Fiobi because same, roughly same unit. Apply elemental, and then pick the one without windswept, so that applies windswept, right? We rebellion. Makoto. We have 4 on him. Apply windswept. Just kidding. That might not be enough. Oh no, this is good enough actually. Hey. Yeah. Okay. Just last tick. Not that it's a big deal. There's very low chance of failure on the white nodes. I don't see a windswept on it, so always prioritize that. And then we can use Vino's highlight to refresh all the elements. And then we use Rakundo on Bishimonten, and then she should be able to do it without her thing, just Nuclear Fury. Right. Without Crash Out. Okay, and then now this one was interesting. So this is the node that was for if you have Justine or Caroline, or you have Joker, right? Or no, not Joker, sorry, just Justine, Caroline, and or you can do like a Shun deal somehow with his limited bullets and just score 1 more attacks like every turn, every 2 turns his turn comes up situation. What I ended up doing is a little weird. So basically we just need Justine and Caroline in the battle to refresh 60. They always refresh this at 60, right? 60%, because it's for 2 turns as long as almighty damage is being done. And the other ones is you use your strongest possible units. And since there are two, kind of don't, sweepers are like kind of meh. But so we're gonna use did I end up, I think we ex machina this. I actually ended up using the strategist, I mean the medic setup for Justine, and I think I ended up using Makoto and Florette. Can I use Makoto and Florette? Or did I just Venu it? I think I just Venu it. And then I used Win just to offset some stuff. So same set up. Yeah, let's see how this works. It was close. This was a close one, so I don't quite know what I ended up using. Oh, I definitely use Wind on this one. And then, right, that gives you 60%. And it's every other turn. So I would hit the one with, actually, Windswept. So they have to heal every other turn. So that's why I have them on that. And I just use, I think we're using Revolution here. And then main target would be Makoto. And we have to balance the damage between these two. They have to go down roughly the same time. This one was a fun match because it's kind of unorthodox. So my Win will always keep applying the one turn damage around. So do we have, yeah, 4. Gotta keep track of who has what here. And then we heal up. And then refresh. We take the buff first. Both Windswept. So I kinda want to use there is one point of failure. There is a chance that they both target the same target and can OTK them. Yeah, like that. So now I have to hope that she doesn't get hit within the next turn. I'm trying to take down one target first. I could no. We do need disorder. So now we roulette. No Windswept here. I guess I'll do damage to this guy then.
て差し上げて。
やるな。
Not like this. Oh wait, I think he's gonna AoE no matter what, right? Oh no, we're good. How much HP do you think Vino has? 12 HP, not even close. Not even close. 12 HP. Yep.
これで決める。フルスロットル。かますよ。アンペロス。やるよ。ペルソナデュオ。
Oh, I can't see it on my UI. I screwed up. I can't actually see it on my UI. Oh, I can. Oh, you mean up here? Oh. Oh yeah, on the top. My bad. My bad. Yeah, up here. Right here. That's no fun. Unfortunately, we have to reset because she got hit. Feels bad, man. Like, she got burned. There was a burn stack on her. Shock? Oh, I should have hit the other target. But this one is lower. Like, it's not a problem. This one's pretty reliable outside of the Vino getting whomped. I could have played it safe by using their healing highlight instead. That's a okay play. But I don't really need to. Yeah, 4. Have to pay attention in this one though, in order to make sure that I meet the threshold. All out attacks aren't really that important. The idea is to maximize which targets you're hitting so that the damage the total amount of damage is possible. I think this one was my most fun of this like collection of things. Justine and Caroline can get whonked here because I decided not to heal. So I could get punished here. Are we on turn? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks. It didn't line up. Don't hit Justine, please. Okay, fine.
これで決める。フルスロットル。
Not ideal.
アンペロスやれよペルソナデュオ。
お仕置きの時間です。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。制裁の時間だ。
これこそ会心の一撃。
そうきましたか。
さてどうしようかし。私の出番ね。
君はナイスだね。ペルソナディシュヌ毘沙門天。
3.
受けてみろ。
かけろヨハンナ。やるわよペルソナ。
Oh no. I don't think that's good
戦
enough.
術支援発動。
Yeah, we need to eliminate one. Like, run the gauntlet on one.
ペルソナデュ
見せてやろう我らの力を。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。やるな。
美麗に決めて差し上げて。
オ。小細工なんて通じないよ。来いアンペロス。
リオニュソス。君は何様だよ。いただいていく。
準備完了よ。合図をお願い。さて
I
どうしよう
don't
かし。
think I
戦
can
術支
take
援
out
発動。
the other
褒め
one.
てやる。感謝します。
The other one in
こ
time.
こでやりましょう。行くわよヨハンナ。ここは
これこそ会心の一撃。
This is gonna be a really close call. Oh no, he got up.
やるな。
Dang it.
まずいわね。
やるな。
Not enough burn damage.
ダウン
ま
復帰。
だそこまで置いちゃいないよ。
反撃の時間よ。
アンペロス。やれよペルソナデュオ。
It's still alive.
ペルソナ。行く
Okay.
ぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除し
Yeah,
ま
we're
す。
short. That
制
sucks.
裁の時間だ。
厄介
Yeah,
な
not-
状態ね。素早く治療を。
And no
いただい
like
ていく。
これこそ会心の一撃。
no ailment stacks.
かけろ
That sucks.
ここは
Yeah.
これこそ会心の一撃。
Okay, so
ハイライ
just
ト。
lean in
発動可能よ。
completely on one. I think the one that we're gonna lean in on is if I do this. Yeah, okay. It's still fine for that one.
ババアの力。
Alright, we're just gonna focus fire one.
各自油断しないように。
アンペロス。
Oh. I guess it's this
ペ
one.
ルソナデュ
制裁の時間だ。ペルソナ。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
ペルソナ。リオニュソス。これでどうだ。
行くわよヨハンナ。やるわよペルソナ。
Alright, we got the 4. That's all I want right now.
冷静に対応を。
やるな。
みんな
まだ
の支援
そこまで置い
いつでも
ちゃいないよ。
行けるわ。さてどうしようかしら。かき回して。 強め。
アンペロスやれよペルソナデュオ。
これこそ会心の一撃。厄介な状態ね。
我ら行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。制裁の時間だ。やるな。ハイライト。
That's good. We're gonna just start off with her so she can do. I think she will be able to attack twice. If I start her off first.
速攻でやりましょう。ヨハンナ。ここは
これこそ会心の一撃。
Okay, that's pretty good.
やるな。
That's fine. Spread damage.
おいでアンペロスペルソナデュオ。
梅の花時。さてどうしようかしら。かき回して強め。
お仕置きの時間です。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
お灸を据えてあげましょう。
私の出番ね。
そうきましたか。
ペルソナディオニソスディシュヌ。
We have 3, right? Yeah, so we can increase damage taken off of the windswept that exists. This shit. It's not enough. Oh no. I think my Wanda might bite the dust here. Okay, we're fine.
私はまだそこまで置いちゃいないよ。
我らの力を貸しましょう。ガキに追い詰められる
おいでアンペロスやれよペルソナデュオ。
There we go. Okay.
厄介な状態ね。素早く。さてどうしようか。かき回して強め。
お仕置きの
This
時間
is
です。行くぞジュスティーヌ。
Justine's JC's healing turn. So
終わらせましょう。
I think this is what I did originally, where we just focus fire on one target. So then all the stacks can be repeated on.
さあ反撃の時間よ。
Then Queen's attack can focus fire onto one here. And then we don't have any danger of like losing anyone.
厄介な状
お仕置きの時間です。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。そうきましたか。
発動可能よ。さてどうしようかしら。私の出番ね。
We might have to hold off on. Oh no, never mind. Her turn's coming up. This increases nuclear damage. Yeah. And then we use Rakunda. And it sets up for her. She still has a highlight coming up, I think. Wow, it's down to the wire still. Right? Have to add a 4th stack. Oh no, wait. Am I one turn off?
Persona. Dionysus.
I'm one turn off. Oh.
戦術支援発動
I'm one turn off. Dang.
ヨハンナここはペルソ
Yeah. So I shouldn't have used the I shouldn't have used the highlight, the last highlight. I didn't need to use the last highlight. Dang. Alright. That's a misplay on my part. Okay. But yeah. That'll do. That'll do.
いいかしら各自油断しないように
よアンペロスペルソナデュオ
制裁の時間だ見せてやろう我ら行くぞジュスティーヌこれこそ会心の一撃
ペルソナディオニソス
We'll just go on her, right?
行くわよヨハンナやるわよペルソナ
Alright, we got 4. Cool. Now we still have to get lucky through the like first 2 turns. There's a slight chance someone can bite the dust here.
合図をさてどうしようか私の出番ね
褒めてやる感謝します
かますよアンペロスやるよ
I'm pretty confident when you do the first turn.
厄介な状態ね素早く治療を
When you do the first turn, highlights can come back up. I
制
think.
裁の時間だやるな
リレーに決めて差し上げて
これで決めるフルスロットル
Oh, that was really weak.
毘沙門天受けてみろ
僕が相手をしてやる
速攻でやりましょう
Maybe I should.
ここは
I can't delay a turn. Ugh.
やるな
That is much weaker than last time.
素早く治療を
ペルソナデュオ
準備完了よ合図をお願いワンダ
Wait, what happened to? Weird.
さてどうしようかしらかき回して強め
お仕置きの時間です行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します
Actually, I think we're just gonna hit this guy again.
気を据えてあげましょう
やるな
ペルソナディオニソスディシュヌ
No, we need this.
これこそ会心の一撃
ヨハンナここはペルソナ
Not again!
発動可能よ
Not again! Come on.
やるな倒れるわけには
まだそこまで置いちゃいないよ
So yeah, we can use this, and then we won't use the next one, right?
かますよアンペロス
Okay, I'm gonna get greedy.
クライナ
Let's hope this does enough. Okay,
戦術支援
it's not.
発動
That's a little bit sad.
梅の花時今さてどうしようかしら私の出番ね
ペルソナ行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します
会心の一撃
制裁の時間だそうきましたか
ペルソナ毘沙門天ディオニソスいただいていく
That's unfortunate. Do we still get 4? Oh no, we didn't get 4. That guy ate one of the elements. It's okay, I guess. Oh, nice. The proc off Vino.
厄介な状態ね。
我らの力をすぐに排除します。そうきました。
リレーに決めて差し上げて。
So we're gonna pass on this. Yeah, her highlight should come up.
さて、どうしようかしら。私の出番ね。
Her highlight should come up when I skip. This should be good for 2 turns.
速攻でやりましょう。ヨハンナ、ここはペルソナ。
It needs to get down to 50%. No. Okay.
ワンダ復帰したわね。心配したんだから。
Oh no! Oh no! That's not enough. Not enough ailments.
私の出番ね。
I only got 2 ailments on. I still can wind sweat prop with Vishnu. But I don't even think that's enough. Let's see.
みんなの支援いつでも行けるわ。さて、どうしようかしら。
I think all the stacks are active, so all 3 are. Probably the first one might not be, but let's see. Oh yeah, this is good enough. We're good. We're good. Yeah. That's good enough. There we go. The last Stella is actually the easiest one. All right. Now we have fire, all the 4 primary elements. I call these primary elements: fire, ice, electric, and wind. And you just put in a bunch of fire, electric, wind things. So it's anything goes. How many targets were there? 3. So I basically just use starry compass and boost, or we're boosting. So something like Cert, Dominion, right? And then we put on Floret. Actually, do I need? No. I have 2 uses of Floret, right? Yeah. And then we'll put in. Do I need Cherish in any other stage? Don't think so. So we can add like. It seems okay. And then we do wind. I use Starry Compass because just for the defense down. It's really not that big a deal. So we apply daunting firepower if we can. There it is. Alright, get the 5 stacks. Hit Shun, please.
さてどうしようか。戦術支援発動。
助かりました。ペルソナドミニオンディオニュソス受けてみろ。風負けるぞ。
We're just gonna use icy defense so that they would hit him.
派手に暴れてちょうだい。
カルメン行くよ。燃やし尽くす。
面倒な相手だ。終わらせようレウコテア。
Hey, Ryan. Interesting. I think we're still would do Saber.
進撃です。
これこそ会心の一撃。
カルメン大技決めちゃう。くらいだよ。
私の出番ね。これこそ会心の一撃。
ペルソナスルトドミニオン。早く終わりにしろ。これでどうだ。
みんなの支援いつでも行けるわ。さてどうしようかしら。かき回して強め。
ありがとね。
出番だマンドラン。
I think. Oh no, his thing didn't come up yet. Okay.
ペルソナ構えろレウコテア。進撃です。
これこそ会心の一撃。
Spread the damage around, right? I think. Oh no, I don't think. Just kidding.
踊れカルメン。ペルソ
I was gonna say, I think one of them can crit on a one more, but I think I'm making that up.
ナでしょ。
やろう。
Yeah, there's no concern on white nodes. White nodes are
信念を持って敵を貫く。
pretty safe.
ペルソナディオニュソススルト。これでどうだ。面倒なマンドラン。
I think he should beat up again. Yep.
蜂の巣にしてやる。この程度で俺は止ま
Yeah, 3 all out attack, hands down.
私の出番ね。梅の花時。
レウコテア。
今さてどうしようか。戦術支援発動。
終わらせようレウコテア。進撃です。ペルソナティオ。
Right, spread the damage around so Anne can finish up.
オッケー。決めるよ。カルメン大技決めちゃう。くらいだよ。
さすがだ人間よ。
ダウン。
そうでしょ。
まずいわね。
Stop being a butthead.
許さないかね。
ペルソナドミニオンディオニュソス。これでどうだ。さすがだ。風負けるぞマンドラン。行くぜペルソナ。
派手に暴れてちょうだい。
構えろレウコテア。反撃です。
みんな怪我はないわね。
So that's it for those guys, right? We still got 2 more nodes. This white node right here. And this is the Psychosis Nuclear Bless and Curse. So naturally we're gonna use Starry Compass and same difference. So we're gonna Dionysus to get our first turn, but we're gonna switch to Cert first, and then we'll follow up with Shiva, because we're doing Psychosis. So Psychokinesis. So we'll do them, right? And then we'll add Yaoling. And Fyobi is good.
オーダーはフィー
Futaba is not being used because Futaba is going to be used for the last note.
リードは私に任せて行きましょう。
I think this one was pretty much okay too.
暑さを鎮めよう。プラシムの海風に乗せて感謝です。みんなに
So the back, the secondary, I call them the secondary elements. Bless, curse, psychokinesis, and nuclear. Oh, you know what? No, I don't think I need to use Makoto here just to make sure. Makoto goes in the last team. Or Queen. I don't know if there's any point of failures here.
裏には一緒に踊りましょう。出番ね。もうペルソナデュオ。そろそろ決めちゃう？決めよう、ミラディ。夏日に負けない。プラッシャーパーン。最高の一撃決まっちゃったね。ペルソナ。すると。
Oh, whoops.
これでどうだ。
It's fine. I did it in the wrong order, but I don't think it matters too much for the white nodes. You do like excess damage. Like really far excess damage.
存在を無に返す。モンポーのスープをごちそうしますね。海風に乗せて感謝です。みんなに届け。プラシムだ。海風に乗せて感謝です。みんなに届け。
ペルソナシバ受けてみろ。
どんなショーになるのかな。楽しい最高のショー見せてあげる。裏には
And we can layer on her attack for extra damage and pew pew to win. Right? So that's it for that node. And then we have the last Fate, right? The Fate Stella, which turned out to be a queen turn again. I thought I could use Floret for this. So this one is people who multi-attacks, right? People who multi-attacks deal extra damage. And Queen technically multi-attacks based on how many elements. So this is the last one. And we do Ex Machina. Do the Racunda on Bishmonte. Bishmonten. There's a... Yeah, Bishamonten. And then... Who else do we have? We're just gonna do... Standard. Actually, probably these two. And... multi-attack, so... Right, Queen, Horde, and... Do I just defend? What did I do? Did I add someone who had... Oh, right. And then we just add Floret for good measure. I'm pretty sure they stay alive. Pretty sure, and then we have Futaba. Otherwise, I swap out for Cherish. Let's find out.
敵発見。いい歌を届けよう。カリオペ。聞いてほしい。この歌を。
ペルソナ。ディオニソス。
Yep.
これでどうだ。
Revolution because we have two.
進撃です。ペルソナディオ。
大技発動チャンス。この鼓動を歌に乗せて。カリオペ。行くわよ。やるわよ。ペルソナ。
I think I might have just used Vino. there's a chance I just used Vino.
コードアップロード中。スタンバイ完了。カリオペ。響き渡れ。どこまでも。これで決める。
Just spam.
フルスロットル。
ペルソナ。ディシュヌ。ディシャモンテン。受けてみろ。
Racunda on Bishmonten.
終わらせよう。進撃です。ペルソナデュオ。
Oh yeah, I don't think Florette was the choice.
速攻でやりましょう。これで決める。フルスロットル。ヨハンナ。
Oh, maybe I used Oh, I didn't take him out. I think I did need to do something here though. I did need to take that guy out.
私の出番だな。バトルデータ解析。どれどれ。
Hang on.
敵発見。油断は禁物だぞ。今なら逃げられる。
If we have Vino, we just use Vino to take out the little guy. Because the little guy does extra damage based on the target. I think we still have one more Vino, yeah. Our classic setup. Windswept and burn. That's nice. You gotta love to see it when it's windswept and burn. Shock is okay too. So she went first. I don't think we need it. Yeah, she technically hits multiple times too with this. Not that it's like just it's not really that big a deal. I don't know if I want to like do it after or before taking out the ad. Yeah, see, I am unsure, but we'll just assume it's not significant. Oh yeah, we're fine. So the question is, can I take out? Yeah, I can knock them down. Then we can take one of these guys out for the bonus. Oh no, but we windswept for the extra damage. Okay, we're fine. It's past 50%. Oh, but could bite it though. Dang it. Not enough. Gosh, I think her turn doesn't come up before this guy's turn. Does he go? Oh, he
定
does.
義がなってないね
That sucks.
やるわよペルソナ
Does he have enough damage to take her out? I don't. I think we're fine. Highlights to the rescue, right? Towards healing from a highlight.
ますよ
Oh, and the
アン
shield.
ペロスやるよペルソナデュオ
いい歌を届けようカリオペ
Hmm.
これが私
Oh,
の
I was going for the shock. Dang it. No shock.
ペルソナリシュヌリシャモンテン受けてみろ
I think this is still fine.
行くわよヨハンナここはペルソ
Oh no, it's not fine. Ugh. Okay, so her thing doesn't come up in time. So the only way this is gonna work, I think, is if we do this,
ナどれどれ
use Vino's attack,
小細工なんて通じないよ
4 stack, right?
かますよアンペロスペルソナ
Knock him
デュ
down,
オ
take
若い
the
者には
extra
負けてらん
hits,
ないからね
and pray?
本番だよ
Oh no, 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 we have, never mind, we have Ford's catchy hook. We're good. This is
これ
fine.
で決めるフルスロットル
Like,
ペルソナ
we're overkill,
ディオニュソスリシュヌ
you know,
受
just,
けてみろ
it'll be a stack and then, yeah, we were 1 turn extra. Oh, there you go. That's it. We recorded it, right? That's everything. And then, right, these 4 will unlock, will just be redeemable at in 1 day, 8-hour time. And that's it. Yeah, so there's some rouletting. So there was rouletting here, rouletting here. Although, the way I went about it, I think, ultimately, all of them, the only one that was really a 50-50 or like a 50 to 70% chance is this one. It's like overall the setups are greater than 70% chance, right? It just takes a while to get to the point of failure. So yeah, that's it. Free to play clear, right? On the it's along with all the other things. So yeah. We'll just leave it here. That's it, folks. Yeah, I gotta head out. I think Astrolabe is easily my favorite mode, right? For now. Well, fingers crossed on Tartarus in another 5-6 months. In the meantime, I will probably end up playing the P3 PSP version first. I'll go back through my FES days and the PS2 days, right? Then that will happen in March, probably sometime. And then in April, we'll try the Persona 4 Gold Edition, right? And then by then, we're probably going to hear a little bit about the P3, like, I don't know exactly when, but it's sometime in the summer. Then May will be Persona 5 Royal Edition, hopefully. And then June will be the Persona 3 Reloaded, right? And then we may make some time in between when we're waiting on stuff to play like Tensei 3, Tensei 5. That's also a possibility. And then there are obviously spin-offs of the P5 things like Tactica and whatnot. And then the other one, I forgot what it's called, but they also released over here another Tensei like expanded universe things. February next month is Kiwami 3. So Kiwami 3 and Dark Tides. So that's kind of the plan. And sometime we'll talk about Tartarus and I'll be able to make commentary when that rolls around. Yeah. Really fun. So many things in the first half of the year already. Meanwhile, just in case people are interested, I've been spending the last over 2 years learning to read, speak, and understand Japanese, right? And traditional Chinese and spoken Mandarin. I happen to speak a dialect of Chinese. I also have to squeeze in somewhere Spanish because technically Spanish is my first learned language. So while I'm not doing this, I'm typically language learning. And the idea is that I like to provide commentary about those specific languages because I do intend, why does it take me like a month to play the PSP version of P3 and the Persona, not only they might take a month really of time because with the language learning, but we will do MSQs. So the main story quests will be in all the dub languages available. So for Persona series, it's in English for the completion. So we do a completion run and then we run it back for the main story in Japanese. And this is a way that I'm leaning because I'm integrating both the languages. I'm using the basis of what I know and extrapolate when I'm listening to the English. Then we listen to the Japanese class in the MSQ because double clearing 100% would take far too much longer. But in the future, we could always go back and legacy run. And then later down the road, we'll do the other way, which is to finish, to play games in Japanese for the completion. And that will still have English interface, by the way. We'll still enter English interface for that. And we'll play both, and then English would be the MSQ run. I really appreciate voice actors in both languages. I know that P5X is a little different because whatever budget or negotiation they have, they only scouted a English cast for the global side of things. I mean, like, sorry, not English translation crew, while also having a Japanese cast, the intended Japanese cast. For Like a Dragon and RGG Studios, they actually have a recruiter for the Chinese cast, and they also have an existing Japanese and English cast. So that's why I play through MSQs in all 3 languages for time constraints. And then in the future, much later in the future, we'll be playing like whenever, Japanese is a completion, Chinese is a completion. And the goal of all of this is to kind of share an idea of how to engage with things you like. Like, I like video games. I also like learning. It's great to learn another language for application, and I enjoy being able to speak different languages, think different thoughts, having different perspectives and mindset. It allows me to be an advisor, right? I actually hope in the future, maybe in my 40s, which is another 2 years from now, I have a lot of concepts written down, and I've been developing specific concepts that I want to pitch to people about how to integrate language learning, cultural learning into a format like this, and not in a format I'm saying about gacha and stuff. I already have the working concepts on how, like, blending like asynchronous play with story building elements that aids in people's communication with each other to build and create products, and then that generates a platform in which they would share it. So it would be great to integrate some of these ideas that come from that has become staples, and it would be really cool. I mean, I don't know, the next couple years are not set in stone. Someone very well could come on by and say, hey, do you want to like be part of something? And I'm totally game for that. Right now though, it's setting the stage, right? I've been doing this for some time now, experimentally, and like 7+ years of streaming experiments, 5 years before that on studying certain things, and then obviously I was working on my PhD. in microbiology. So now we have like 2 years into language learning, applying certain things, looking around, filling around for app designs and whatnot. And I look forward to what this is going to do. I have planned many of these things way 7 years ago, and most of them have kind of met, or I largely have met or exceeded what I have been testing. So maybe the next, like in another 3 years, I look back and talk to myself about this like end thing. It might come true. You never know. Or it may exceed expectation. But for now, I absolutely love this mode. I can't wait to start doing the thing. So the plan, the thing all over again, the Astrolab. I don't know how often Astrolab is going to refresh. Maybe a refresh right at the end and then just start a new season, much like Tycoon was almost immediate. Or it could do like a staggered set, like Metro of Desire situation. We'll see. I'm not quite sure on the details. The way we're going to do it is the first week is always going to highlight Astrolab's first week because Astrolab is timed with the release. Then we'll do a second week follow-up like we did before. And then a third week, which is this. I was a little bit late because it's within the week. I can't really constantly do things right on top of each other. So this is like kind of a couple of days overdue, right? However, it is possible. I love doing these things. I don't know how analytical I'm going to be about these things. I'm not a person who prides on performance as a way of experiencing and enjoying things. Obviously, Astrolab is different. I didn't share any like nightmare gates or SOSs because those are fixed things. They're not, in my opinion, they're not necessarily communal forward, largely because the variation in them are not as great. I think this is incredibly great as long as you're not a whale or wallet warrior. I mean, if you're a wallet warrior and a whale, I think this stuff gets trivialized, so that's perfectly fine. I mean, you could still do like challenge runs for yourself, right? Unfortunately, you can't like... Oh, that, you know what would be an interesting feature? They would add so you can dial your character down in any way. Like you can dial down the awareness. Like say like you have 6 awareness, but you could like decide to handicap yourself in order to test certain things. That would be an interesting feature. I doubt that's like in the cards of extra functionality, but generally this type of format, and maybe Tartarus moving forward, I would cover these things because this is more community building. This is the idea that there's many variations outside of the wallet warrior and the whales. They enjoy their things, they collect their things. They're about, you know, min-maxing, right? Like how ridiculous you can get. I like squeezing right on by. So if this felt laborious, I enjoyed it. I like having to make choices and balancing. And again, I could gacha, right? Definitely, it's always an option to spend money on this, but instead, my alternative is I bought Persona games again because I used to have Persona games on a console like way back. My first Persona game was Persona 3. It was on a whim. I bought ATLUS games. They were hard to find stateside. ATLUS and NIS related stuff on my PlayStation 2. That was the last time I've played an ATLUS game, and like the last time on a console. Then I switched to PC, and the rest is history. Anything that came out on PC and ATLUS, I have touched or known about for some time. Like most of ATLUS's and NIS's things have now been on Steam. Heck, if I was really crazy, maybe a little cringy in a sense, we could go through like this whole Disgaea legacy if someone was interested, and maybe like touch upon their extra universe stuff like LaSalle Tactics. I saw that Phantom Brave came out, and in the sequel to Phantom Brave, like there's quite a lot of material that does this type of a thing. Otherwise, we keep moving forward. I think the 2 dedicated series will be Persona, which was already planned, like so far. This year will be the year of Persona, right? To catch up, get ready for Persona 4 revival, maybe another like Persona 5 resurrection, and then finally an announcement of Persona 6. Meanwhile, there will be 2 or 3 additional Like a Dragon games and their new game. Eventually, even Nagoshi's new game, Gangs of Dragon or something, that was kind of teased in the Game Awards. So we got some stacks for Japanese, English. Hey, I'm trying to look for like some Chinese friendly forward games that allow me to talk freely. You might be thinking like, oh, Black Myth Wukong would be a great one. You can't talk freely in the games, and some of the stuff that I talk about is cross-cultural, and it can get a little hairy. There's legitimate terms of service about how cross-cultural and commentary you can get. I think Japan is a little bit more open. However, there is something to be said that actually Blackwing Studio and Perfect World is in China, so maybe not. But if Persona's subject matter is a very convenient talking topic for me, I absolutely love the writing that deals with Persona from an adult standpoint, not from a high school standpoint. It's more from a mentor standpoint, like someone liking to see kids in school thriving, learning, being potatoes and Ubers, right? And that's kind of where we're at for these things. And then Like a Dragon series holds up the post-adult worlds with cross-cultural conflicts and whatnot. Eventually, somebody have asked, like, lots of people are very forward-looking, and they tend to ask, like, way in the future. In another year or 2, we're doing Final Fantasy. That's where it all started. Final Fantasy is where I started. It's kind of tied with like Dragon Quest, and we already did Chrono Trigger. We haven't gone back. Chrono Trigger was actually the first video series on YouTube that I recorded. That was like 5 years already after Twitch, right? But we can do Chrono Cross, and then like wishful thinking, Square Enix revives off of their slumber and finally have a Chrono Trigger sequel. Chrono Cross is a spiritual, like relevant thing, but it wasn't like the sequel to Chrono Trigger. Who knows? Man, imagine living long enough to see a Chrono Trigger sequel. I think that's gonna happen. I think it's fairly safe that I might live long enough to see a Chrono Trigger sequel, or at least a spiritual Chrono sequel. Right, and I think I, knock on wood, will live long enough to see Persona 6. As well as, Like a Dragon, I don't know, 17 or something. Alright, folks, that's a wrap for today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up P5X if you want, right? Gotcha responsibly, right? I think the catching up, if you're doing free to play, can be a little rough, but you can still participate in a large majority of these things despite starting late and catching up on free to play. But the gacha is, I've already said this plenty of times, the way the gacha and banner system work, it does not appeal to me. Like, I am more than willing to purchase things on a consistent basis than going through the process of diminished return on, like, I'd rather cut it in half. Like, if they want a profit margin that is in between the best case scenario, as in someone gets lucky so they get less money, and then the most unlucky, which is what they're aiming for, so it's more money, so they have the safe bets, I would buy the difference. That's my personal take on this, because I know when I purchase something, I will make the more value out of it. However, I prefer not to buy something that's weighted to have people be more lucky and less lucky in order to balance their profit margins. So not that it's a poor philosophy, and it can be a little bit exciting. The way banners work right now is you understand that you're always going to pay below average. As in, the 110 is when you're not above average, because the full range of the stack is where their target margin is. So I don't like the idea of guaranteed pulls, because guaranteed pulls means that their margin is something above, and then there are people who will get lucky, and then the margin is what props up the profit. So not the biggest fan, right? So anyways, that's it. So you guys are more than welcome to come on by, share your hot takes, and that's it for now. Until next time. 皆さん、またね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you next time, Mika. Alright. Bye bye now. Bye.